month. There will now be a moment of silence or
Recording in
meditation.
progress.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Let me take this opportunity and welcome the honorable members, those who have joined us physically and those that have joined in virtually, as well as the special delegates to the NCOP. Accordingly, I take this opportunity and greet and welcome the ministers, Minister Ndabeni, as well as Minister Mkunu, our Deputy Minister, Minister Litsike. Deputy Minister Litsike, you are welcome and thank you for having you in this house. Honorable members, I would like to remind you that the rules, in particular sub-rule 21, 22, and 23 of Rule 103 shall apply in this house. I will now allow an opportunity to delegates to give notices of motion, which should take us approximately 20 minutes. And I had an opportunity to look at them. We've got quite a sizable number, close to 27 of them. And accordingly, if members could stick to the time that is allocated per motion, which is 1 minute, 1.5 minutes, would really appreciate that. I do have a list of members who gave an indication that they will give the notices, without notice to them, the motions without notice to them. And the first one would be the Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honorable Muimang.
I'm just still trying to organize myself here in terms of emotions. Is the notice of motion on the road?
Notice.
Right. The notice of motion.
Oh, well, sorry, I was told that we don't have the notices of motion or of motions today. So it just transpired that we also do have that, and our sincere apology. Hence, I was speaking to the 27 that we have received. I've already been accordingly given the list of members who will be giving the notices of motion. Now, the first one would be Honorable Phala.
Thank you, Chair of the session. On behalf of the African National Congress, I will rise in the next sitting of this August House on a notice that this August House debates the persistence and escalation of violent conflicts in some parts of Africa. That these conflicts are the key drivers of the escalating crisis of migration, especially in the SADC regions, and are exploited by opportunistic criminal elements to engage in the trafficking of drugs, women, children, and guns. Believing that the Pan-African Parliament has a critical role to play in facilitating a continent-wide plan of action by Parliament in collaboration with the civil society to advocate for governments to take appropriate individual and collective steps to end the violent conflicts in the continent. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pala. Your notice shall be looked at and be processed accordingly. I'm now moving to Honorable Breed.
Hi, House Chair. I hereby give notice that on the next sitting day of the House, I shall move on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus that this House debates the current social worker crisis being experienced in South Africa and appropriate measures to combat this shortage, taking into account that currently only 31,000 social workers are employed in South Africa, far below the approximately 70,000 needed to meet legislative requirements. This severe shortage impacts the implementation of critical services, including child protection, substance abuse prevention, and efforts to combat gender-based violence. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Breed. We have noted the notice. I'm now moving to Honorable Peter. You've got it right this time, that.
Thank you, Chair. The United Democratic Movement moved that the House on its next sittings discuss the prevalent child labor in various sectors in South Africa, including the current illegal mining taking place in abandoned mines. The 14-year-old boy who was arrested from an abandoned gold mine shaft in Stilfontein in Northwest Province is an example of many exploited and vulnerable miners who are forced to partake on criminal activities and needs an agent rescuing from child protection services. I so move.
Enkosi tata siyabulela. Siwutholile umbiko sizawudlulisa ngendlela efanele. I'm moving to Honorable Aris.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that Council in its next sitting debate food insecurity, as many South Africans lack access to safe and nutritious food for normal growth and development. Further, note that food and nutrition security is a constitutional right in South Africa, and even though numerous policy strategies and programs have been developed and implemented, millions of people still go to bed hungry. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Aris. I'm now inviting Honorable Gerike.
Thank you, Chairperson. I rise on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters that Council in its next sitting debates how the South African National Defence Force has repeatedly asked Treasury for big budgets to fight illegal mining activities, the most recent being 140 million rand that has just been approved. This even though the army has not made a dent on 3 occasions to combat illegal mining activities and halt the influx of Zamazamas. I so move. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gerike. Those were the notices of motions that were before us, and accordingly, we will process them in due course. Honorable members, before we move on to motions without notice, I just want to remind members, as you would recall, that Honorable Brits raised a concern in the last sitting, and accordingly, I had an opportunity to go through the Hansard as well, and I'm in a position to deliver the ruling in accordance to what was raised. And I want to make the following statement on a point of order that was raised by Honorable Brits. And just to give the context for the benefit of those that were not part of us, during our previous sitting on the 22nd of November, 2024, Honorable Brits rose on a point of order and said the following, and I want to quote him. Open quote, I am rising on Rule 61 sub Rule 1A. You said to Honorable Andrianse, oh my God, what am I doing to you? As a Christian, I find your statement offensive and it should be referred to the Rules Committee, close quote. I then requested Honorable Brits to specifically which part of my remarks was offensive to him. In his response, he said the following, and I quote, open quote, "The words, oh my God, is offensive to me, and it is subjective," close quote. He insisted that the matter be referred to the Rules Committee to determine whether the expression, oh my God, was parliamentary or not. I have made my views clear on that day about my remarks, and I emphasize that they were not intended to offend any delegate of this August House. It was merely an exclamation expressing disbelief that for the second time on that day, I erroneously omitted to call out the name of Honorable Andrianse for a follow-up question. In terms of the freedom of religion, Section 5, subsection 1 of the Constitution bestows upon everyone the right to freedom of conscience, religion, thought, belief, and opinion. This right may only be limited in terms of the requirements as set out under Section 36 of the Constitution. We are a pluralist country which is both religiously and culturally diverse. As a public representatives from diverse religions, faith, and beliefs, one of our responsibilities is to ensure that we do not offend the beliefs of any group nor impose our beliefs on others. Further, we should ensure that our laws and rules are consistent with the Constitution and values as espoused by all South Africans. In terms of Rule 61, Sub-Rule 1A of the Council Rule, the use of offensive, provocative, or threatening language, including personal attacks, insults, and amounting to unparliamentary language is strictly prohibited. Whether a word should be regarded as unparliamentary depends on the context in which it is used. Thus, language deemed unparliamentary, one context may not necessarily be so in a different context. As such, the codification of unparliamentary language has proven empirical, as it is the context in which words or the phrases are used that the presiding officer must consider when deciding whether or not they should be withdrawn. In dealing with unparliamentary language, the presiding officer takes into considerations factors such as the tone, the manner, and the intention of the delegate speaking, the person to whom the words at issue were directed, and the level of provocation, and also whether or not the words created disorder. The presiding officer will rule as unparliamentary and out of order language, expression, or phrases that tend to bring the decorum of the House or delegates into disrepute. As I conclude, when we preside in this House, honorable members, we are guided by the Constitution, the law, the rules of the House, and parliamentary practice, procedures, and processes. Honorable delegates, we all have the duty to uphold, defend, and respect all the rights as enshrined in the Constitution. Having considered the context and the ordinary usage of the phrase, "Oh my God," I am of the view that there is nothing offensive about that. In the circumstances of this matter, I do not consider it necessary that it be referred to the Rules Committee. Let us assure you, honorable delegates, that in carrying out our duties in this House, we shall continue to remain impartial and fair to all the delegates. We also expect the honorable delegates to treat each other with respect and courtesy while engaging in healthy democratic debates. I thank you, honorable members. Honorable member, there's another request. As you once again, you'll recall that one of us has lost their husband, Honorable Boshoff, and she has since came back, and accordingly, I would request, with your permission, your indulgence, so that we afford her an opportunity. As you'd remember that we conveyed the message of condolences to her and the family, and accordingly, she then reverted back to us in response through Honorable Boshoff. And last week, there was a funeral of which was also attended by our honorable members, Honorable Ryder from the presiding officer's point of view, as well as Honorable Boshoff, Honorable Labaskachny. Is it Labaskachny? Yeah. So accordingly, Honorable Boshoff is here with us. I would love us to afford her an opportunity to convey the message that she would love to the House. Over to you, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and thank you for the indulgence. I just want to say thank you to each and every one that sent me a message of support during this difficult time. And I would like to really thank the Deputy Chair for writing a letter to me, Honourable Governor. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. And then to Honourable Ryder and Honourable Michaelakis in his absence in this House for attending the celebrations of my husband's life. Without your support, I would not have been able to make it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you very much. We shall now proceed with the business of the day. We are now moving to the motions without notice. And once again, there are delegates that have indicated that they wish to move motions without notice. In terms of the list that is in front of me, I'll now call upon Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Muimang, to give the motions without notice.
Modulasetulo wa ntlo ya bosetšhaba ya kgale ya diprovince ke tse tlotlo ka e tona ke lebise go maloko a ntlo ena le matona a rona a leng gone mo tlong go tswa ko kabineteng. Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, I hereby rise on behalf of the African National Congress to move without notice that the Council knows the continued arrest of those who were implicated during the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into allegation of state capture, corruption and fraud in the public sector, including organs of state, better known as the Zondo Commission of State Capture. Number two, to further note that to date, at least 37 suspects have been arrested and more than 2,241 witness statements have been obtained for state capture related cases. And lastly, to take this opportunity, Chairperson, to express our appreciations to the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, the Minister of Police, the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigating Team, and the prosecution team, who are working tirelessly to ensure the successful prosecution, conviction, and sentence of all those who were accused of involvement in corruption and fraud in the public sector, including organs of state. I so move, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. Is there any objection to the motion? The motion is duly adopted in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We now move on to Honorable Kaunda.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On behalf of the African National Congress, I hereby move without notice that the House notes with excitement that the South African Airways has recorded a net profit of 252 million for the 2022-2023 financial year, marking its first positive bottom line since 2012. Further note that this is the first fiscal year of commercial operations since SAA exited business rescue and resumed flights in September 2021. Also note that the airline achieved positive equity of 4.7 billion and completed its final repayment of legacy debt, leaving its debt-free. The SAA has made strides in its growth strategy by doubling its fleet, launched intercontinental routes to Sao Paulo and Perth, increased in network to 16 destinations, and increased its staff complement from 800 to 2,000, including 140 pilots. Therefore, congratulates the SAA on hard and careful work that went into relaunch of the airline. I so move, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kaunda. Is there any objection? The motion is duly adopted. We now move on to Honorable Ryder.
Thank you very much indeed, Chairperson. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this House notes with sadness the passing of Alderman Freddie Peters of the Midvaal Local Council at the age of 78. Acknowledges that Alderman Peters served his community in various capacities for over 50 years, with more than 40 years as a councillor, including at both local and district level, where he became a strong advocate of the Constitution and a specialist on local government. Note that he rose to senior office and was the Speaker at the Midvaal Council for 2 consecutive terms. Remembers the huge impact that Alderman Peters had in the preservation of cultures of the people of South Africa, not just his own, but also the cultures of those around him, which drove him to learn to speak in Afrikaans, English, Sesotho, isiXhosa, isiZulu, and even Russian. That this House celebrates his life as one of service and an inspiration to us all, and that we send our condolences to his family, the people of Midvaal, and his colleagues at the Midvaal and Sedibeng councils. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ryder. Is there any objection? None. The motion is duly agreed to. Honorable Kennedy.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to the House. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that Council knows that the poor service rendered by the mobile health clinic, which is supposed to cater for Tabampia community in Makudum Tamaga municipality in Sekhukhune region. Further note that Section 27 of the Constitution provides that everyone has a right to have access to healthcare services. Recognize that a significant number of our people living in rural area lack access to vital healthcare services in comparison to those living in urban areas, and that mobile clinics serve as the main entry point of the national healthcare system in rural areas, but they offer limited services, which contributes to the ongoing struggle of rural communities to access primary health care. Further, recognize that people residing in rural areas are consistently confronted with significant barriers when attempting to access health services. In this instance, the barrier for residents of Tabampia is an unreliable mobile clinic. Acknowledge that Tabampia Mobile Clinic, which is supposed to serve the community every Monday morning from 8 o'clock, as was initially informed, doesn't come regularly as anticipated. This, even though a written schedule was requested by the community.
Honorable Kennedy, your
you.
time is up.
I so move.
Thank you so much. Is there any objection to this motion? None. The motion is duly agreed to. Honorable Mudupi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House notes that Brazilian nationals have been arrested after being found with more than 3 kilograms of drugs wrapped in his body. Further note that the arrest was part of an ongoing effort to deal with those trafficking drugs into South Africa. I therefore congratulate the police under the leadership of the Minister
on the arrest of about 14 suspects on the charges of drugs trafficking at OR Tambo International Airport. I so move.
Thanks, Honorable Medupi. Is there any objection, honorable members? None. The motion is duly agreed to. Honorable Mokoena.
Thank you, Chairperson. I move on behalf of Umkhonto Wesizwe Party that this House notes the recent findings of the Auditor General exposing widespread financial mismanagement in irregular expenditure in several municipalities as detailed in the 2023-2024 Municipal Audit Report. Acknowledges the severe consequences of corruption and maladministration, which includes delays in service delivery, poor infrastructure, maintenance, and lack of service delivery. Condemns the continuous disregard of financial accountability in our municipalities and welcomes the efforts of whistleblowers and journalists who have brought these issues to light. I so move.
Thanks, Honorable Mokoena. Is there any objection, honorable members? None. The motion is duly agreed to. Honorable Finis.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the Chair as well as other honorable members. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House notes with concern that a 32-year-old woman has appeared in court on charges of human trafficking, conspiracy to commit robbery, and making a false statement to the police. Also note that the woman, who cannot be named to protect the identity of a 2-year-old son, allegedly sold him and then faked a kidnapping. Further, note that the charges stem from allegations that the mother sold the son to unidentified people and later reported a false case to the police claiming that her son had been kidnapped. The woman later confessed to fabricating the story and was arrested by police on November 19th and kept in custody since her arrest. Therefore, call on the police and the justice system to do everything in their power to defend the rights of this child and other children in general. I so move, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Finis. Honorable members, is there any objection? None. The motion is duly agreed to. Thanks, honorable members. I'm now moving to Honorable Skierkochel.
On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move without notice that this House notes the sad passing of Councillor Moshe Lefuma and his mother in Pudajitaba on the 23rd of November. We, the Democratic Alliance, condemns this brutal attack of the community leader, friend, and his mother. We call on local police and community to assist to apprehend the 2 individuals responsible for the murders. And number 4, if any community member has any information, please contact Detective Commander Colonel Malaya immediately. I so move.
Thanks, Honorable Skierkochel. Is there any objection, honorable members? The motion is duly agreed to. Honorable Mabilo.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the Council notes that yesterday, the 25th November, the international community commemorated the 47th anniversary of the United Nations International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people. 2, also note that this day marked the renewing of South Africa's shared commitment to a just and lasting solution to the Palestinian question. 3, further note that the question of Palestine remains unresolved after 75 years and remains at the core of tensions in the Middle East. 4, calls on the state of Israel to realize that the only way to achieve peace is a 2-state solution, where Israel will be able to exist side by side in peace with a viable and fully independent Palestinian state within internationally recognized parameters. I so move. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mabilo. Honorable members, is there any objection? None. Thank you very much. The motion is duly adopted. I'm now moving to Honorable Badenhorst.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this House notes that the Oeverstrand Municipality's multi-purpose sports facility in Houston has passed a significant milestone following the soft turning for the Grandstand Sport Pavilion on the 25th of November 2024. Target date for completion of this approximately 34 million rand project is envisaged to be in 2027, subject to funding approval. The project is partially funded by the MEC. Appreciate that the netball and tennis courts and change rooms, cricket oval, soccer field, grass athletic track, rugby fields with spotlights are already in use. Boreholes are also being investigated to supply irrigation water for the sports fields. The new pavilion will provide a high-quality viewing experience for spectators, and Grandstand will offer concrete seating for 1,000 people facing the rugby field and additional seating facing towards the athletics track. The construction will be split into 4 phases featuring change rooms, ablution facilities, storerooms, kiosks, offices, and boardrooms. The entire pavilion will be covered with a structural steel roof on either side of the pavilion. Congratulate the Oeverstrand Municipality for their continued efforts to establish Houston as the new hub towards which Hermanus needs to develop. Apart from the new school that opens its doors in Fisherhaven at the beginning of the year, a private housing development consisting of some 1,600 properties has been approved in the area, and the municipality is lobbying hard for the development of sea farms in this area to create job opportunities. Acknowledge that the improved sports grounds will go a long way towards the promotion of sport, and it's also a massive investment in quality of life for the people of Houston. On completion, this will be one of the leading sporting facilities in the Overberg district to cater for various sporting events and tournaments. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Badenhorst. Is there any objection? The motion is objected. We are now moving to Honorable Ngobo.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe Party, I move without notice that the Council notes with concern the state of the Hiruthe Hospital in Northwest Province, which has faced challenges in providing adequate healthcare services due to infrastructure constraints and staff shortages. The hospital's ability to render level 1 hospital services is compromised, affecting the rural communities it serves. I propose that the Department of Health in Northwest Province provides a comprehensive plan to address the infrastructure and staffing needs of the Hiruthe Hospital, including timelines and budget allocations. This plan should also outline measures to strengthen the hospital's capacity to provide quality healthcare services, including the provision of necessary equipment and training for staff. I request that the Minister of Health provides a written response to this motion, outlining the steps that will be taken to address the challenges facing Hiruthe Hospital and ensure that the hospital is able to provide quality healthcare services to the communities it serves. I so move.
Thanks, Honorable Ngobo. Is there any objection, honorable members? The motion is duly adopted. We are now moving to Honorable Medupi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House note that last week, the China African Precious Metal Company has recently opened a newly refurbished gold processing plant at Orkney in the city of Matlosane, local municipality in the northwest. Also note that the plant, which was resuscitated at a cost of 200 million, forms part of the company 2 billion rand investment at its own Orkney operation in the province. Further note that this investment will create close to 4,000 work opportunity for locals. I therefore congratulate the provincial government for its investment initiatives aimed at addressing the scourge of unemployment and poverty in the province. So I move.
Thanks, Honorable Modupi. Is there an objection, honorable members? The motion is duly adopted. We're now moving on to Honorable Van den Berg.
Baie dankie, eerbare voorsitter. Sonder vorige kennisname wil ek namens die Vryheidsfront Plus party hierdie huis in kennis stel dat altesaame meer as 7,84 miljoen vroue al onderwerp is aan fisieke en seksuele geweld. Volgens die WNR, oftewel die Wetenskaplike en Nywerheidsnavorsingsraad se geslagsgeweldstudie van 2022. Die organisasie 1000 Women Trust beplan om in hul 16 dae van aktivisme teen geslagsgeweld oranje klere te dra en daardeur bewustheid te skep. Mevrou Tina Tiart van die Trust sê volgens Media 24 dat die fokus op alle vlakke van die samelewing sal wees en dat hulle mense aanmoedig om verandering te steun deur oranje kleredrag te dra. Volgens mevrou Tiart simboliseer die oranje kleur 'n helder toekoms vry van geweld. Ek stel so voor.
Thank you very much, Honorable van der Berg. Is there any objection? The motion is duly adopted. Honorable Noe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I rise on behalf of the ANC. I rise without notice that this august House note with pride the recent release of the annual global ranking of the countries with the most battle-ready Air Force by an internationally acclaimed independent military defense capabilities research agency, the Global Firepower, that according to this latest ranking of the African countries' Air Force's capabilities, the South African Air Force is ranked among the top 10 African countries with the most battle-ready Air Force ranking at number 5. A round of applause. That this dispels the exaggerated and false narrative of a collapse in South African National Defence Force in pursuit of narrow commercial and political interest, believing that military defense capabilities the bedrock of every country's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Therefore, salute the Commander-in-Chief of the South African Security Forces, President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, the General of the South African Air Force and the Minister of Defence Force for sterling leadership in steering our Air Force in the right direction in these trying times. I so move.
Thanks, Honorable Noah. Is there any objection? The motion is duly adopted. Honorable Zulu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I rise on behalf of the MK Party and the people of of South Africa to move without notice that this House recommends an urgent review of police conduct in Thohoyandou Police Station. An urgent investigation is needed in Thohoyandou Police Station, as I believe that there might be violation of human rights, poor hygiene in place where you keep human beings. It means violating their rights. The rise of crime like GBV and rape cases are raising eyebrows as the stats are higher, recognizing the urgent need for decisive action to protect victims and prevent further incidents. So SAPS must be directed to increase dedicated resources for GBV as it is a pandemic in the country as a whole, calling for cooperative efforts between SAPS, CSPS, and local organizations to establish support services to the victim. I so move.
Thanks, Honorable Zulu. Is there an objection? The motion is duly adopted. I'm now moving to Honorable Brits.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this House, 1, notes that the Springbok national rugby team won the following international rugby cups during the 2024 international rugby calendar: the Qatar Airways Cup, Mandela Challenge Plate, Freedom Cup, Rugby Championship, and the Prince William Cup. 2, further notes that Springbok player Peter Steph du Toit was named World Rugby Men's 15th Player of the Year, and Oxen Che, Malcolm Marx, Eben Etzebeth, Damien de Allende, Jesse Creel, and Cheslin Colby were selected in the World Rugby Men's 15 Dream Team of the Year. Wherefore, this House congratulates the Springbok national rugby team for the excellent performance on the international rugby circuit, as well as Peter Steph de Tooy and his teammates on the excellent representation of our country. I so move.
Thanks, Honorable Brits. Is there an objection? The motion is adopted. Honorable Molokume.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good day, honorable members. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House knows that on the 26th November marks World Sustainable Transport Day, which is intended to recognize the importance of sustainable, safe, affordable, and accessible transport system to enhance economic growth, social welfare, and global cooperation. Further notes that World Sustainable Transport Day creates an opportunity for states to reaffirm the commitments to enhance the provision of transport service and infrastructure for the mobility of people and goods in a manner that it is safe, affordable, accessible, efficient, and resilient, while maximizing carbon and other emission and environmental impact, and take this opportunity to join global community in commemorating World Sustainable Transport Day, and calls on the Department of Transport to continue to enhance public knowledge on the public and transport operators on sustainable transport issues. In particular, the need to enhance intermodal transport connectivity, promoting environmental friendly transportation, developing social inclusivity, transport infrastructure, and other aspects of transport sustainability. I so move. Thanks.
Thanks, Honorable Molokume. Is there any objection to this motion? The motion is duly adopted. Honorable Peter.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo wendlu. The United Democratic Movement moved without notice that the House notes irregularities have been highlighted following a forensic investigation into the awarding of a 1.2 billion tender by the State Information Technology Agency. The tender was initiated to expand the local area network service in Western Cape schools, as the Provincial Department of Education wanted to enhance local area network infrastructure to sustain and advance existing network facilities. Further notes, the Portfolio Committee on Communication and Digital Technologies was briefed on the findings on Friday, 15 November 2024, of the extensive investigation conducted by the law firm Cliff Deckhoff Meyer Inc., which points fingers of officials in the Western Cape Department of Education in tender for the provision of local area network services to schools around Western Cape. UDM condemns the fraudulent acts of corruption that promise the integrity of state institutions, as Cliff Deckhoff Meyer Inc. found that the process and the award of the tender was unfair and uncompetitive. I so move.
Thanks, Honorable Peters. Is there any objection? The motion is duly adopted. Honorable Du Plessis.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this House stands together to note the passing of a South African who stood against the tyranny of apartheid, Breyten Breitenbach. It also needs to note that he was jailed from 1975 to 1983 and exiled for his beliefs as part of the Sestigers, a group of intellectuals who used their influence to shift hearts and minds away from the abhorrent racial identity politics and populism of the time. And notes that he was an Afrikaans poet and one of many true South Africans of diverse backgrounds who showed that when we stand together, we can create a better South Africa. In jou bundel, Die Ongedanste Dans, wat jy in gevangenis geskryf het, het jy die rol van digter bevraagteken met jou woorde van watter sin om digter te speel as jy die toekoms nie eers kan sis nie. Jou woorde het sonder twyfel 'n impak gemaak. Vaarwel, Bruiten. Ons sal jou woorde nie vergeet nie. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? The motion is duly adopted. Honorable Majola.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I rise on behalf of Mkhonto Wesizwe Party to move without notice that the House notes that today is a constitutional day, also known as Samvita device, which is celebrated every year. This day marks an adoption of the Indian Constitution in 1949 by the Constitutional Assembly of India. Celebrating Constitutional Day is a primary to promote awareness of the constitutional value, right, and the duties. The Constitution established India as socialist and democratic republic, guaranteeing its citizens justice, liberty, and equal rights. Thus, the day underscores the importance of the national unity, focusing on unity and justice. The Indian government was an unspoken critic of the apartheid era in South African government, refusing to maintain the diplomatic relation. India's support evoked the goodwill in South Africa and other African countries. India and South Africa established a strategic partnership in March 1997. Against the background of India's consistent support to the anti-apartheid struggle, there has been steadily consolidation of our close friendly ties with South Africa, both bilateral and through BRICS and other forums. A number of...
Honorable Member, I'm afraid your time is up.
I so move.
Thank you. Is there no objection, honorable members? The motion is duly adopted. Honorable Baines.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, everyone. Chairperson, I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House note the following. The deep sadness, the tragic killing of a 14-year-old Grantham van Reenen, a grade 8 learner at the Ravensmead High School, who was shot and killed on his way to school on Tuesday, the 19th of November, 2024. Also note with disgust that his killing and injuring of 2 other teenagers was carried out by senseless gangs in the area. We therefore, Chairperson, call on the deployment of school resource officers to all schools in communities ravaged by gang violence to ensure the safety of learners, educators, and staff in those schools. And also, Chairperson, the African National Congress would love to extend our heartfelt condolences to the family of the deceased and the entire Elsies River Ravensmead community. I so move.
Thanks, Honorable Brains. Is there any objection? The motion is duly adopted. Honorable Gotso.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this House, 1, congratulates Cape Town Pride for winning the bid to bring World Pride to Cape Town in 2028. 2, congratulate Messrs. Michael Gladwin, Tommy Patterson, and Councillor Rob Quintus for representing South Africa at the World Pride Bid event. 3, notes the support of the City of Cape Town for continuously affirming Cape Town's reputation as one of the LGBTQIA+ travel capitals of the world. 4, commends the Cape Town LGBTQIA+ community's contribution to tourism and job creation in the province, thereby contributing to the Western Cape's achievement of being the only province where the unemployment rate is below 20% target. 5, commends World Pride's dedication to raising global awareness and visibility for LGBTQIA+ issues. And 6, acknowledges that South Africa is a diverse, inclusive society that guarantees every person's constitutional right to equality. I so move.
Thanks, Honorable Gossel. Any objection? The motion is duly adopted. I'm now moving to Honorable Nxumalo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My humble greetings to your good self and all honorable members present here. I am rising, Honorable Chair, without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that this August House note with pride the recent release of the 2024-25 World University Ranking Report, which rank all public universities in the world according to research and academic excellence. That in terms of the 10 best African universities in the global ranking, 4 universities are from South Africa, namely the University of Johannesburg, the University of Cape Town, University of Pretoria, and the University of Witwatersrand. Therefore, call upon this August House to extend a congratulation to the Governing Council, the academic staff, the executive management, and the Student Representative Council of this university for putting the country on the global map. So I so move, Honorable Chair.
Baya, thank you, Honorable Nxumalo. Is there any objection? The motion is duly adopted. Honorable Boshoff.
Once again, thank you very much, Honourable Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this House notes with concern that the Thaba-Cheu local municipality has come under scrutiny following revelations that it had suffered a staggering 53% water loss in 2023, with much of the loss attributed to unattended leaks in aging infrastructure. Notes that this statement was contained in the AG's report for 2023 and disclosed that in monetary terms, the losses amounted to around 3.8 million. Further notes that with water scarcity being a growing concern across South Africa, the loss of over half the water supplied in this municipality is a disaster waiting to happen. Notes that this municipality is quick to lambaste residents for water shortages, while some leakages have not been attended to in 4 years, and water from fire hydrants are running unabated after components have been stolen and not replaced. And finally, notes that this municipality needs to prioritize repairing leaks and modernizing its water systems, as no one can afford to see clean drinking water being wasted, as every drop of water is precious. I thank you.
Thank you. Is there any objection? None. The motion is duly adopted. We're now moving to Honorable Feni.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House note with sadness the passing of football icon Lucas Masterpiece Moripe on Tuesday night at the age of 74. Also note that Mr. Lucas Moripe was widely regarded as one of the greatest players in South African football and leaves behind a rich legacy that forever changed the landscape of the sport in the country. He began his career with Pretoria Callis in 1971, leading the team to numerous victories and establishing himself as a formidable talent in the local football scene. In 1981, he moved to Orlando Pirates. However, his time there was cut short due to a persistent knee injury. Further note that his contributions to the sport industry were significant and led to the local stadium in Atteridgeville being renamed in his honor. Further note that extend deep condolences to Moripe's family, his family, the entire football fraternity. I so move.
Thanks, Honorable Feni. Is there an objection? The motion is duly adopted. May his soul rest in peace. We're now moving to Honorable Skier Gochel.
Thank you, Chairperson. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this House notes that Section 9 2 of the Constitution of South Africa states, equality includes the full and equal enjoyment of all rights and freedoms. To promote the achievement of equality, legislative and other measures designed to protect and or advance persons or categories of persons disadvantaged by unfair discrimination may be taken. Further acknowledge that Section 10 of the Constitution provides everyone has inherent dignity and the right to have their dignity respected and protected. 3, recognize that the invaluable contribution of persons with disabilities to our community, society, and economy, and affirms that they're the integral part to the fabric of South Africa. Number 4, reiterates the importance of fostering a society that upholds dignity, equality, and inclusivity for all, including ensuring that language reflect progressive, empowering, and respectful attitudes towards people with disabilities. 5, proposes that the terminology used to describe this community aligns with these values, and instead of using people living with disabilities, a more empowering term such as differently abled people adopted. 6, commits to ensuring that South Africa continues to be a country that actively dismantles barriers and creates opportunities for all citizens to thrive, irrespective of their abilities, in alignment with the principles of the Constitution. I so move.
Thank you. Is there any objection to the motion? There isn't any objection, just a correction. They are referred as people with disability, not living with disability. It's not inherent. Okay, thank you very much. We're now moving on to Honorable Gotsa.
Thank you, Chair. I've been covered.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Gotsa. That brings us, honorable members, to the conclusion of motions without notice. We shall now proceed to the first subject for debate as printed out on the order paper, debate on 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, the 30 days of advancing collective action to end violence against women and children. I'd like to take this opportunity and request our Deputy Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Honorable Litsike, to open this debate.
Thank you, Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Mtsweni Tsipane. Greetings to honorable members of NCOP, ministers here today as well, fellow South Africans. I want to start with a quote that says, "If a bandit comes to my house and I have a gun, I cannot shoot the shadow of the bandit. I have to shoot the bandit." I close quote. These are the words of Amilcar Cabral, the African revolutionary and nationalist leader who understands that in order to eradicate the underlying structures that perpetuate
any social ills, whether it be sexism, homophobia, misogyny, transphobia, and all forms of violence, our intentions and interventions must address the heart of the problem and not just its shadows. Our beloved country is at war with its women, children, persons with disability, LGBTI persons, and other vulnerable groups, as evidenced by our appalling numbers of gender-based violence and femicide, which surpass parts of the world that are at war, yet we are in peace times. These numbers represent the lived experiences of women, children, and persons with disability, including LGBTI people, who are robbed of their civil liberties as enshrined in our Constitution, the cornerstone of our democracy, which enshrines the Bill of Rights. All South Africans, regardless whether we are mothers or fathers, brothers or sisters, daughters or sons, are either afflicted or affected. Gender-based violence is not a problem for women, children, persons with disability, and LGBTI persons. It's a collective malady as a society. We cannot continue to be the society that not only watched, but also are cheered on as a woman was shamefully stripped naked, forcefully probed with fingers in her private parts and brutally assaulted in full view of onlookers, all because she wore a miniskirt. Our heads have no option but to hang in shame at this atrocity that was inflicted on a 25-year-old Nwabisa Ngugani at the hands of her fellow countrymen and women at Noor Taxi Rank in 2008. However, 16 years later, the alarming data on gender-based violence and femicide is illuminated by the South African Police Service quarterly crime statistics and the most recently launched South African National Gender-Based Violence Prevalence Study by the Human Science Research Council indicate that even through our awareness on whole abhorrence of gender-based violence and femicide continues to be heightened, and gender-based violence and femicide incidents continue to go unabated. The data informs us that an intimate partner or family member kills a woman every 3 hours. In the 20 minutes I will be speaking, only 2 women would have been raped and will report the abuse. Yet we must be alive to the reality that the majority of rape cases go unreported, with the estimation indicating that between 14 to 18 women will face sexual assault in just a short time. Of all the birth records in 2023, 102,000 were attributed to teenage girls aged between 10 and 19, representing 12% of all births recorded. Many more births go unrecorded, as some births are as a result of incest or other child abuses by family members, close acquaintances, neighbors, and friends. What is most heartening is that the statistics do not reflect the totality of other abuses that are more nuanced, such as psychological and emotional abuse, economic violence, hate crimes against LGBTI persons, cultural and traditional violence, controlling behaviors, and domestic servitude, amongst others. This is a reality of gendered violence that is not sustainable. Something has to give. Honorable Chairperson, these barbarities are not taking place in a vacuum, where the interventions of government, civil society, law enforcement agencies, institutions protecting democracy, and private citizens is absent. We have made headway towards strengthening institutional arrangements by all society through legislative and other measures, such as the proclamation of the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Act on the 15th of November 2024 to establish a permanent council dedicated to coordinating and overseeing efforts to respond to and prevent gender-based violence and femicide. Once fully established, the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide will coordinate the implementation of the National Strategic Plan on GBVF across all social formations. In line with the district development model approach, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities through COCTA is coordinating SALGA, an Office of the Premier in the Eastern Cape, Free State, Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northern Cape, and Northwest. As you can hear, only one province is missing. All these other provinces have committed to establish and build the capacity of GBVF Rapid Response Team. These multi-stakeholder structures at district, local, and ward level are conceptualized to ensure that GBVF victims receive immediate and comprehensive service while also monitoring and ensuring accountability for GBVF initiatives. The enactment and implementation of legislation that addresses the root cause of GBVF, such as Domestic Violence Amendment Act, the Criminal Law Amendment Act, the Protection from Harassment Act, the Prevention and Combating of Hate Crimes and Hate Speech Act, and the Children's Amendment Acts are, amongst others, supporting these interventions. We continue to prioritize and enhance evidence-based approaches towards ensuring that interventions and policies are informed by solid data, research, and lived experiences of victims and survivors. This approach provides us with an opportunity to harness the benefit of intersectionality for policymaking as we continue to interface multiple overlapping social identifiers such as race, gender, age, disability, socioeconomic status, and how these interact to create unique experiences of disadvantaged. With nuances, data, policies, and programs can be more precisely targeted, increasing their efficacy and impact. Through the European Union funding, the department has appointed technical monitors and data capturers in 8 provinces to support localization of the NSP on GBVF and gender-responsive planning, monitoring, evaluation, and auditing framework. These resources assist with provincial projects, data collection, and monitoring implementation progress of GBVF initiatives. We have also partnered with Ford Foundation and World of Impact to create a dashboard for capturing GBVF data. This project will develop a database profiling district and available services in each municipality, such as police stations with or without gender desk, to Tudela care centers, shelters, and white door centers to help municipalities, civil society, organization, and other stakeholders to monitor services and advocate for necessary facilities. The dashboard will be live from 10 December 2024 with data collection and uploading completed or will be completed by mid-January 2025. In other words, His Excellency Kofi Annan, the former Secretary General of United Nations, once said, "Data is the lifeblood of decision-making and the raw material for accountability," close quote. The economic empowerment of women remains an important vehicle in our thrust to scale up prevention efforts by using preferential procurement to elevating poverty and creating sustainable economic opportunities for vulnerable communities and individuals. Research has proven that programs that focus on women's entrepreneurship, job creations, and skills development play an important role in reducing vulnerability to violence as women are able to be less reliant on abusive partners or staying in abusive situation for a plate of food or roof over their heads. The Emerging Industrial Accelerator Program was announced in collaboration with the CSIR and other stakeholders to drive women's participation in key sectors such as agriculture, energy, and manufacturing. The Women Economic Assembly and the Presidential Women Economic Empowerment Program, among others, have been established to support women in various sectors and encourage entrepreneurship and to grow women-owned and led businesses. In line with this provision for set aside in the Public Procurement Act, we intend to direct 40% of the 1.5 trillion in government procurement spending to women-owned businesses. This initiative seeks to dismantle the cycle of economic dependency and create sustainable opportunities for women. Our commitment includes ensuring access to resources, training, and markets, with an emphasis on prioritizing women-led enterprises in public procurement processes. In addition to fostering inclusive procurement policies, we are advocating for the restructuring of financial support systems to provide women entrepreneurs with the resources needed to deliver on contracts and scale their enterprises. Access to land is a cornerstone of economic participation, particularly for women in the rural areas. In October, during a meeting with Transnet Properties, a commitment was made to allocate over 20 sites across 6 district municipalities for women-led enterprises at highly subsidized rates. This will empower women to build sustainable enterprises and transform their communities. In tandem, there are traditional leaders. We are expanding our opportunities for women to participate meaningfully in agriculture and related industries. This past Saturday, during the meeting with the National House of Traditional and Kwesen leaders, traditional leaders committed to prioritizing land access for women. This historic pledge supports the department's effort to empower women economically and socially in rural areas. We also applaud the establishment of the Queen's Forum, which will serve as a platform for women leaders in traditional communities to contribute to economic transformation and government's effort. Through the agricultural cooperative model, development in partnership continues, where we focus on women's farmers are gaining access to cutting-edge technologies that prepare them for success in commercial agriculture. This value chain-driven model aims to transition from just subsidizing farming to market-oriented production, creating sustainable livelihood and economic growth. We also note that various civil society interventions and organizations such as Sonke Gender Justice, the Not in My Name campaign led by Men's Sector, the Soul City Institute for Social Justice, the Teddy Bear Clinic, Call to Action, Triangle Project, and many others are playing a part in this fight. The private sector also continues to implement initiatives from workplace policies to community outreach programs, such as the Business Against Crime South Africa, Standard Bank's Break the Silence campaign, Unilever's Unstereotype campaign, amongst many others, to eradicate incidents of GBVF. Even the creative industry, through various arts forms, raises awareness and advocates for social or society where women are free to walk in the streets, attend institutions of learning, follow their religion, and live in their homes without fear of abuse. Theater productions such as a street taxi named Desiree, inspired by the story of Nwabisa, to commend the contemporary South Africa, offering both humor and deep reflection on the GBVF challenges faced by our country, are playing their part. Regardless of these varied interventions by different social formation, we do acknowledge that much more must be done to curb the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide by all of society. Honorable Chairperson, this year marks 26 years since South Africa adopted the 16 days of activism against violence in the campaign that we address GBVF challenge. This was recognized as a pandemic by Cabinet, and in this year's theme, 30 years of advancing collective action to end violence against women and children, highlights our program and work that lies ahead. Our sub-theme, harnessing technology and innovation to combat gender-based violence and accelerating a gender-inclusive digital economy, underscores the power of technology in combating GBVF. While technology can be misused, it also offers tools for change, protection, and empowerment, which are essential for a gender-inclusive digital economy. Yesterday, as we launched this year's campaign, His Excellency Deputy President Paul Mashatile publicly led the signing of South Africa's pledge to end GBVF, which was first signed by His Excellency President Ramaphosa on the 9th of August, 2024. I stand to call all South Africans to sign the online pledge as we all declare not in my name to all interaction of gender-based violence. And the men in this house should consider joining that pledge. All social formations, including but not limited to faith-based organizations, social clubs, traditional authorities, among others, should actively encourage all members in their affiliation to be a part of this initiative. Honorable Chairperson, in our framing of GBVF dilemma, we have consistently advocated that any solution that aspires to enforce positive change must involve all of society. As the scope and magnitude of this problem is beyond the reach of government, civil society, and any social partner, or including acting in isolation. We cannot afford to have even a single South African standing on the sideline and watching our nation endeavor itself from within. I'm inspired by the recent success story of a conviction where one brave South African woman did not hesitate to act swiftly when her husband was accused of raping their 11-year-old niece. What is most inspiring about the conviction of the perpetrator, who is a former public servant, is that the brave woman learned of the incident after a year has lapsed and did not hesitate to pursue the matter on its finality, despite facing vilification and ostracism from friends, family, and the churches, and even her own community. This serves as a testimony to all of us that we must always speak out against gender-based violence and femicide, regardless of the offender. All of us have an inherent responsibility to take bold steps against GBVF, which is anomaly born of the legacy of colonialism, apartheid, and imperialist conquest, which attempt to strip us our own identity. This year's campaign stands as a stark reminder for all of us, and it gives us an opportunity to emphasize that violence against women, children, persons with disability, LGBTI persons, and other vulnerable groups is un-African. As Africans, we are a people that embrace ethos of Ubuntu in all our communities, and we do not condone such insanity, but rather encourage protection for the rights of all, including women, children, persons with disability, and LGBTI persons. I call on all South Africans to aim boldly at GBVF bandit invading our housings or houses, as it comes like a thief in the night to steal our safety, kill our hope for the future, and destroy the very social fabric of our nation. We must be agitated by the profound words of Liberian peace activist and Nobel Peace Prize laureate, which is Lei May, who said, "You can never leave footprints that last if you are always walking on tiptoe," close quote. So fellow South Africans, in these 16 days of activism, we must have a sound and come together and stand united as we live and strive towards freedom for all South Africans. Amodimo a berekisane le rona, le mogau le ena a boloke setšhaba sa rona. Ke a leboga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. We are now moving on to Honorable Simelane, the Minister for Justice and Constitutional Development. I'm told that she has joined in through the virtual platform. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Ms. Refilwe Mtsweni-Tsipane, the Honorable Deputy Chair as well, members of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Premiers who are in attendance, and other ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. It is my singular honor and privilege to partake in this crucial debate on the 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children as sanctioned by this August House. Notably, this important debate takes place a day after the national launch of the 16 days of activism of no violence against women and children at the Rustenburg local municipality. In the Northwest province, under the theme 30 years of advancing collective action to end violence against women and children, led by the Deputy President, Paul Mashatile, and supported by the Department of Social Development and the Office of the Presidency, Deputy Minister Steve Litzike. Gender-based violence and femicide remains a political priority and a global concern that continue to erode peace and security domestic relationships, communities and societies at large. Our social and family constructions are largely engraved in patriarchal practices, toxic masculinities, and gender power inequalities, which often result in family dysfunctions, solo parenting, gender-based violence, and domestic homicides. The reported upsurge in sexual offenses is appalling and inexcusable. The core drivers of these atrocities may be traced from the known social ills of socioeconomic imbalances, gender stereotyping, dominant forms of masculinity, cultural and spiritual practices that promote male dominance and other intersectional power inequalities. The National Strategic Plan of GBVF 2020 to 2030 provides 6 pillars for the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. Through our department, we are giving support to all the pillars. However, on pillar number 3, we talk about justice, safety, and protection. I'm pleased to report to this August House that we have made huge strides in ensuring that GBVF victims are all able to have access to efficient and sensitive criminal justice that is quick, responsive, accessible, and gender inclusive. Another milestone is in respect to strengthening the capacity within the justice criminal systems to address all impunity and effectively respond to femicide and facilitate justice for the victims and survivors. Furthermore, we have amended the legislation in relation to gender-based violence, areas that build on reforms initiated to strengthen and protect the victims. In spite of all, the criminal justice system remains fundamental in the prevention and responding of the pandemic of the gender-based violence and femicide. It is therefore the commitment of the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development to provide the victims of GBVF with a court experience that is caring, responsive, agile, and effective. As the justice system, we need to provide justice services that are free from secondary victimization so as to cap the high attrition rate. Earlier this year, President Ramaphosa signed the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Bill and the National Prosecuting Authority Bill. These 2 pieces of legislation are aimed at emboldening the campaign of gender-based violence, capacitating and strengthening the law enforcement agencies and the National Prosecuting Authority in the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. We enter this debate, Honorable House Chair, today, emboldened by the concerted efforts the South African government is mounting on fighting against this scourge on a daily basis. And we are not only addressing this pandemic during the campaign, it is our unwavering commitment to deal with the issues in a consistent and a vigorous manner. It is clear that the effects of gender-based violence influence all members of society, not just women. Through the government multi-sectoral approach and with the support of the private sector and civil society movement, We have intensified the collaborative efforts to mitigate against gender-based violence. This requires treating it as a social or societal problem rather than assuming it is a women's issue only. Engaging men and empowering women in the fight for gender equality produces results. In communities where men are educated about gender-based violence, the status of women improves. Through these efforts, which are collaborative in their nature, we've seen an improved conviction rate of all gender-based violence and femicide cases. Our recent figures, Honorable Chair, shows that we have achieved 91.9% conviction rate in femicide prosecutions, 92.2% in intimate partner femicide prosecutions, and 74.8% conviction rate in sexual offenses. We're not made happy by the offenses. We're not made happy by the prosecutions. We want to curb and prevent the actions from taking place. So as the Department of Justice, we will today use this opportunity to articulate our programs, which are tailor-made to fight against the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide through collaboration efforts between government, civil society, communities, and other sectors of society to end the femicide. Working together, we seek to intensify and draw on the expertise of our stakeholders, including civil society, government, in implementing the strategic national plan, which provides for a coordinated response on the gender-based violence and femicide between different stakeholders. In 2019, the department facilitated and coordinated the development of the Presidential Summit Declaration, which set out a roadmap to South Africa free from gender-based violence and femicide. In 2019, the president co-signed the declaration with civil society. Over the years, various laws have been enacted to strengthen the response of the criminal justice system to gender-based violence. 65 Tuzela care centers have already been established. Newly established sexual offences courts and victim-friendly rooms, which also create for the privacy of children at nearly all police stations across the country, is being rolled out. It is rather pleasing that through these efforts, we have witnessed improvement in convictions and the positivity and the trust that our people can now face our criminal justice systems and avoid secondary victimization. We all know that we are facing an unprecedented crisis, and it is important that each and every case is reported, but ultimately we become proactive, systemic responses across all sectors, and a multi-sectoral approach can be what gets to see us better. Program director in South Africa, it is every person's responsibility to end the scourge against gender-based violence and femicide. The article of the Presidential Summit, Article 1, requires that government, business, and community leadership and families be held accountable for actions and omissions that are contrary. Section 54 of the Criminal Law and Related Amendment Act of 2007 places an obligation on any person who has knowledge, reasonable belief, or suspicion that a sexual offense has been committed against a vulnerable person. That case must be reported to the police officially. We must warn our communities that failure to do so will amount into a punishable crime. This provision became operational with effect from the 31st of July, 2022. Again, the amendment of the Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Act represents a critical step forward in South Africa's commitment to eradicating gender-based violence. In our legislation, which is responsive, the Bridget Mabandla Justice College has developed a comprehensive gender-based violence and femicide educational material for the first responder program and the digital tools, which provides comprehensive training to first responders, enabling champions to better prevent, support and protect survivors of femicide. This initiative will be launched in collaborative with SASITA and the Vodacom Foundation to collaborate on their zero-rated Bright Sky app. This will serve as a significant step in ensuring and strengthening South Africa's response to gender-based violence, with clear emphasis on first responders as an essential agent in prevention and survivors. By equipping JCPS officials, community leaders, educators, counselors, community advisory officers, youth with training on legislative updates, preventative tools, and practical support like Bright Sky app, the department is dedicated in advancing justice, strengthening South Africa's national response to gender-based violence and femicide. Through a plethora of activities, the Justice College is actively promoting safety, resilience, and accountability in the collective fight to end gender-based violence and femicide. Thank you once more, and thank you again, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity to participate in this important debate. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and thank you for making time for this important debate. We are now moving on to Honorable Finis.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. Greetings to all honorable members, all protocol observed. On the occasion of this important debate, it is befitting that we pay a special tribute, a trailblazer, a champion for human rights and gender equality, and a mother, the founder of Ilita Labantu Sismantisa Monakale, a survivor of gender-based violence herself, founded the non-profit organization in 1989 after realizing the impact of domestic abuse on the development of women and children in township and rural communities. She dedicated over 40 years of her life to the fight against violence, patriarchy, and injustice. She leaves an important mark in the lives of many South Africans. On a daily basis, we hear of at least one incident of violence meted against a woman or a child. Whenever we see a girl or woman who has made it to school or work safely, one can only wonder how many struggles they had to go through just to get to their destination safely and unharmed. Violence has become normalized. It is actually scary. Indeed, the stats released yesterday by Minister Mchunu give some glimmers of hope with decreases in murder, sexual offenses, and robbery with aggravating circumstances. However, the levels of crime and violence are incredibly high. We should ask ourselves, how did we get here? South Africa's history of oppression and serious human rights violations force many of the oppressed to react to constitutional or structural violence. With violence, resultantly a culture of violent crime developed and became a norm. During the apartheid era, violence was regarded as part of the liberation strategies that helped the oppressed to regain their freedom. Violence was justified, nurtured, even at the expense of those who suffer from it. The violent nature never dissipated from society. Today, we are consistently seized with the fruits of violence, which include aggression, murder, rape, and destruction, to name a few. After mass protest, major uproar in society, and the hashtag total shutdown movement, President Ramaphosa engaged with the protesters at Parliament, where he gave women the assurance that government will intensify action against men who kill women and commit various forms of abuse. The President called for an extraordinary sitting and announced a 5-point emergency response action plan to put a stop to gender-based violence, access to justice, prevention, response, strengthen criminal justice system, and enhance legal and policy framework. Out of this process, 3 bills, which subsequently became Acts of Parliament, were tabled, processed, and an act to prevent and combat gender-based violence. They are commonly referred to as the 3 GBV Acts. They are the Criminal and Related Matters Act, which seeks to, among others, introduce stricter bail and sentencing provisions to perpetrators of gender-based violence and femicide. It expands the offences for which minimum sentences must be imposed, the Domestic Violence Amendment Act, which seeks to address the gaps and anomalies which have manifested themselves since the Domestic Violence Act came into operation in 1999. The Act seeks to make 5 overarching changes, which include the broadening of the domestic violence. The Act regulates the obtaining of protection orders in response to acts of domestic violence and provides for the online submission of protection orders. The third one is the Criminal Law, Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act, which seeks to extend the protection afforded to victims of gender-based violence. It introduces a new offense of sexual intimidation and to extend the ambit of the offense of incest. The Act extends the reporting duty of persons who suspect a sexual offense has been committed against a child. The Act also expands the scope of the National Register for Sex Offenders to include the particulars of all sex offenders. The National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide provides a strategic roadmap that sets out specific plans for a multi-sectoral approach to end gender-based violence and femicide and highlights key accountability issues. The NSP centers around 6 pillars: accountability, coordination, and leadership, prevention and rebuilding social cohesion, justice, safety and protection, response, care, support and healing, economic power and research and information management. In our debates on the gender-based violence bills, the point was made that while the laws were important for progress, laws alone would not be fixing the problem of trans violence and social disorganization. Since the enactment of the laws, some progress have been recorded. There are 64 Tutuzelas care centers nationally. Matters reported at the TTC sites increased from 36,813 2022-2023 to 41,158 in 2023-2024, showing an increment of 12%. 2 additional TTC sites were established this financial year, as introduced by the Criminal and Related Matters Amendment Act. Demonstrations, gestures of any form of non-verbal expression, including the use of devices to communicate, are now legally considered as oral evidence. The Kwabege Forensic Laboratory was upgraded in a fully fledged laboratory as reported by the SAPS Forensic Science Laboratory. All backlog samples were dealt with. Out of 1,160 fully functional police stations in the country, SAPS has established victim-friendly rooms at 1,021 police stations. 14 courts were upgraded in line with the regulations relating to sexual offences courts and established as sexual offence courts. There are other successes, but it would be a grave injustice to overlook the deficiencies and paint a glossy picture. On 4th June 2024, the Public Protector South Africa released a report on the investigations into administrative deficiencies relating to the processing of gender-based violence, relating matters within the South African criminal justice system. The allegations that the Departments of Justice and Constitutional Development, Social Development and SAPS did not put adequate measures in place that effectively protect victims of gender-based violence were substantiated. On the 38 courts inspected by the Public Protector, with the exception of one, found that they were not kept in an operational manner that supports efficient service delivery. There was evidence of infrastructural problems, inadequate office equipment, and problems with the integrated case management system, to name but a few. The PP found violence of inadequate training at SAPS officials to deal with gender-based matters and no victim-friendly rooms in some police stations, mainly in rural areas. The PPs found that Public Protector found that there was no effective collaboration between the SAPS and the Department of Social Development, as emphasized by the Constitution, which provides for the fostering of friendly relations. Institutions assisting and supporting, informing and consulting one another on matters of common interest. The African National Congress called and continues to call for collaboration by all stakeholders in the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. Civil society, traditional leaders and faith-based organizations, and the private sector should work together with government in the fight against the scourge. Government must inspire confidence in the people it represents. All people must feel safe. Violence prevention is the whole of society working deliberately and sustainability to remove source of harm and inequality and heal woundedness by intentionally growing an ethic of mutual care, respect and inclusion to build peace. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Finis. We are now moving to the Minister of Police, Honorable Mkhunu.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Greetings to the honorable members in the NCOP. It's a nice designation that you use, saying they are delegates. Yesterday marked the start of another 16 days of no violence against women and children of our country, which we regard as a campaign. And it's a period in which, among other departments and bodies, South African police continue to intensify their fight against the scourge, GBV and HNF. Gender-based violence remains a deep scar in our society, and it continues to bleed and affects a lot of people in our society as a whole. And of course, once more, we trust and believe that these 16 days that we're in now will reaffirm our commitment as a nation that we reject this scourge and we reject its perpetrators. And on our side, we reaffirm our unwavering commitment to eradicating the scourge to the best of our ability. On our side, we've just released the second quarter of crime statistics in the country, which also make reference to gender-based violence. While the statistics showed a positive downward trend in several categories of crime, the murders of women and children remain high, and that was clearly noted, and it's notable in the stats. The comparison between the victims of selected domestic violence related crimes show that females are the worst affected. To some extent, this reflects poor social relations of men towards women and a high level of anger among women, which is misdirected in my view, whatever the circumstances. The South African Police Service play a critical role in this fight, and a number of key measures have been taken in this regard, inclusive of the following. The 176 units, family violence, child protection, and sexual investigations unit across the country, which fall under the protectives or no, under the detectives division. The role of FCS detectives is to ensure the effective prevention, investigation of FCS-related crimes and to ensure justice for the victims of family violence, crimes against children, and sexual offenses. There currently are 1,161 designated victim-friendly rooms at police facilities, which include police stations, contact points, satellite police stations, 2 international airports, and at family violence, child protection and sexual offenses units. Now, ideally, budget permitting, we would ensure that there are social workers at every police station to ensure victims are well attended to. Not only just social workers from the Department of Social Development, which we have raised with the Minister of Social Development, that we need to engage and move along those lines. But also, if we had means, we would employ those that would work for South African police to release and assist police in this particular area of work. These 1,161 correspond to the number of police stations in the country, but you need more than friendly rooms. You need friendship inside those rooms. You need care in those rooms. But you also need deep sense of knowledge and understanding of what it means to be a victim of gender-based violence and F. The Civilian Secretariat compiled this Domestic Violence Act biannual report covering the period October 2023 to March 2024. This report provides insight as to how SAPS handles matters of in respect of the Act. Further to this, a census report was also compiled reflecting the compliance of police stations during relating to the issues of gender-based violence. Overall, the assessments conducted give a positive picture of how SAPS attends to GBV matters, and we will attend to the weaknesses that have been identified. And I would request that we familiarize ourselves with this particular assessment because it does indicate how SAPS are really dealing with this matter with dedication that could be afforded. From this work that SAPS are doing, 29,000 150 GBVF perpetrators were arrested. So we call them suspects. 556 accused were handed down life sentences. 480 accused were handed down 20 years and above imprisonment sentences. Even 30 years after democracy, South Africa is more familiar with this number of years when it comes to political terrorism, as it was called. It would only be those who would get such sentences, life sentences, and more than 20 years. But today, what democracy brings to us and the fight against gender-based violence and F has made this a possibility. In real terms, it reduces the number of women abusers in circulation. But we need to wake up as a nation to this reality that we reject these men, we de-associate ourselves with these men who abuse women instead of caring for them and loving them, which is easier than abusing them. 998 accused were handed down 10 years up to 19 years imprisonment. But this is not enough. As Deputy Minister highlighted, some of these abuses happen in hideouts and in private setups, and they never see the day. But we need to venture as a nation into those. And women themselves and organizations that are fighting gender-based violence need to rise to the occasion, get to families, and get as much information as possible. I do want to state the following. Fighting GBVF is not a task of SAPS alone. It needs all of us. And when we say all of us, the whole of government, it needs men themselves and not pretenders. It needs men who are committed, not those who follow those who are fighting gender-based. When they themselves are perpetrators, it requires the heart, the dedication, and commitment. It needs business. It needs civil society. It needs communities themselves. It needs just a rise of the whole society against this. And if we did so, indeed, we would be able to overcome this even outside these platforms, but where it actually takes place. I think men who get arrested and their relatives for this particular one need to be ashamed. And they need to call themselves, when they get released, lesser men, not men in reality. They need to call themselves, I'm a lesser man, because I carry the stigma of having been associated with abusing women. So we urge men and boys to lead by example, communities to break the silence, and all citizens to hold each other accountable. And I think men in South Africa need to look at this not as a part of life, as part of relations with women, but really as a criminal offense that they must avoid to the best of their ability. And together, we can build a society where women and children feel safe, feel respected, and feel empowered. And I would want to urge that the men who really find themselves overcome by anger from this and that need to direct their anger at fighting gender-based violence rather than fighting women themselves and elsewhere rather than really continuing with this scourge. So let us act. Not just 16 days for 16 days, but every day toward a future free from perpetrators of this kind of violence. And therefore, we need at the end of 16 days to do some kind of review to say, what is this another 16 days of activism against violence has yielded in terms of the agenda of South Africa to treat women as equal to men and make them feel free against this particular scourge. Thank you very much, Chair.
Once again, thank you very much, Honorable Minister. You know, it takes a man to deal with the issue of gender-based violence. You know, men has to take a very active role that can contribute towards an equitable society. Therefore, honorable members, it was important that we engage on this debate, particularly being led by our ministers and deputy ministers who are our male counterparts. You know, when men engage in this topic, it's quite crucial so that we can foster understanding and promoting equality and addressing the root causes of violence. We thank you so much for having said that your voice has been heard and it matters the most. Having said that, we would like to invite the next speaker, Honorable Gotzel.
I wrap myself around the curvaceous bodies of women all over Africa. I am the perfect night dress on those hot African nights, the ideal attire for household chores. I secure babies happily on their mothers' backs, and the perfect gift for new bride and new mother alike. Armed with proverbs, I am vehicle for communication between women. I exist for the comfort and convenience of a woman. But no, no, no. Make no mistake. I am not here to please a man, and I certainly am not a seductress. Please don't use me as an excuse to rape. Don't hide behind me when you choose to abuse. Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, and fellow South Africans, this poem is entitled, I Am Kanga, and it explains the common phenomenon of a woman suffering sexual assault by a perpetrator who justifies his actions with the notion that the victim's choice of clothing demanded it. Gender-based violence is a pervasive social epidemic that is intimately tied to the fabric of our culture, our history, and social structures. It includes physical, sexual, psychological, and economic abuse, and it often manifests in intimate partner violence, domestic violence, rape, sexual harassment, and even harmful traditional practices. One of the most difficult aspects of addressing GBV in South Africa is the cultural framework that often condones or enables such violence. These cultural enablers are deeply embedded in social norms, practices, and beliefs, making them difficult to challenge. They form a part of the social fabric, shaping how we view gender roles, power dynamics, and what constitutes acceptable behavior. Patriarchy and power dynamics play a significant role in the perpetuation of GBV in South Africa. Patriarchy is a system of social organization in which men hold primary power, dominate in roles of leadership, and control the economic and political systems of our society. In South Africa, patriarchy is a pervasive force that has shaped not only social structures, but also individual attitudes and behavior. In many South African communities, the patriarchal mindset is so ingrained that it influences the way men and women are expected to behave. Men are often viewed as the head of the household, the providers, and the ultimate authority, while women are expected to take on subservient roles, focusing on caregiving and domestic responsibilities. This entrenched power imbalance allows for the normalization of violence against women, especially within intimate relationships. Men are often socialized to view women as property or objects to be controlled. This mindset can lead to violent expressions of power, such as domestic abuse, sexual assault, and femicide. Violence becomes a tool to assert dominance, punish perceived disobedience, and reinforce control. He said, I wanted it, that my kanga said it, that with it I lured him to my bed, that with it I want you, is what I said. But what about the no I uttered with my mouth? Not once, but twice. And the please no, I said with my body. Chairperson, a contributing factor is that the judicial system also struggles to address the issue of GBV effectively. Many survivors of GBV do not trust the courts to deliver justice, particularly when the perpetrator is a well-known community member or a family member or friend. Victims may be subjected to lengthy delays, insensitive treatment, or victim-blaming attitudes during legal proceedings. As an example, I might remind this House of the coffin Jacob Zuma's supporters paraded outside the Johannesburg High Court when he stood accused of the rape of a family friend and comrade's daughter. The victim, Fizeka Kuzwayo, and the author of this poem, eventually fled the country, and she died, fearing for her life. It's a general assumption that domestic violence does not exist in the LGBTQIA+ community. On the contrary, rates of sexual violence reported by gay men and lesbian women are said to be equal or higher than the rates amongst heterosexual individuals. Cultural conventions such as men do not weep or boys don't cry contribute to the fact that there is a major underreporting of male maltreatment. Men who are abused are reluctant to report cases of perpetration by their female partners to avoid being treated negatively by police and society at large. The words stigma, shame, and guilt comes to mind. If we are to successfully combat GBV in our country, a fundamental shift in attitudes is necessary. This requires a change in how we view gender, power, and violence. We need to dismantle the deeply entrenched patriarchal systems that perpetuate abuse, and we must work toward building a society where all individuals, regardless of gender, can live without fear of violence. The state must hold perpetrators of GBV accountable, and victims must feel safe and supported in reporting incidents of abuse. This means creating a justice system that is responsive, compassionate, and free of bias. Ending GBV is not just the responsibility of the government or of the organizations fighting human rights. It is all our responsibility. My world is a world where fathers protect and don't rape. My world is a world where women can speak out without fear for her safety. My world is a world where no one, but no one, is above the law. My world is a world where sex is pleasurable, not painful. Chairperson, members of this House, I remember Kwezi. Do you?
Thank you very much, Honorable Gotsa. And I must say that your opening comments were appropriate, but a sad reflection of what is happening in our communities all around us. Honorable delegates, we now move on to the next speaker, and that will be the Honorable Mokoena, who has 9 minutes. Honorable Mokoena.
Honorable Deputy Chair, honorable ministers in the House, members of the NCOP and fellow South Africans. As I stand here before you today, I'm reminded of the words of Nelson Mandela, where he said, It is in the character of growth that we should learn from both pleasant and unpleasant experiences. Today, I share not only the grim reality of gender-based violence in our country, but also a deep personal story of my own. At the age of 5, my life was marked by an experience that no child should ever endure. My mother, a determined woman pursuing her education while raising me, trusted a female family member to care for me during her night classes. Tragically, that trust was betrayed in a way that shattered my innocence. I was too young to fully comprehend what had happened, but the memories of that moment, where I was, what I felt, remain vivid and unforgettable. Before leaving, my abuser told me not to tell my mother, and as a trusting child, I complied. Those memories stayed buried for years, only to resurface later under the weight of a further trauma. Years later, as a university student, another violation took place. This time, it was in the hands of a friend's father. I remember feeling very paralyzed, not just in the moment, but for weeks, for months, and years afterwards. It was then and in the depths of that trauma that the memory of what had happened to me 13 years earlier came rushing back. This time, however, I was not silenced by someone else's command. I was silenced by my own shame and self-blame. Sexual abuse is insidious. It manipulates you. It makes you believe that you are completely on your own and that you are complicit in your own violation. It convinces you to shoulder the blame for the actions of others. It shapes how you see your world, how you see yourself, and how you navigate. But I stand here today not as a victim, but as a survivor. And as a survivor, I have a responsibility to myself, to my daughters, to the women and children of the nation to speak out, to finally break the silence and to demand change. Gender-based violence is not only an issue that belongs to a single political party. It's not an ideology or government or way to score political scores. To reduce it to a platform for scoring political points is to trivialize it and deepening the suffering of millions of people out there. Honorable members, while we commend the spirit of the 16 days of activism, we must critically evaluate its actual impact over the past 26 years. Despite its noble intentions, the grim reality remains. Gender-based violence continues unabated. Stats reveal that women and children are still disproportionately affected, with many suffering in silence due to the systemic failures. Just yesterday, in my hometown of Pietermaritzburg, a pregnant mother, Zandile Ngobo, was at home with her 12-year-old son when an unknown gunman barged in and brutally murdered them. We are hopeful that the police will act swiftly and bring the murder to book. Awareness campaigns, though powerful, are insufficient without tangible enforcement, adequate funding, and systematic overhaul. The continued prevalence of violence against women and children is glaring indictment of this campaign's limitations. 26 years on, we must ask, have we truly advanced, or are we mistaking visibility for progress? The stats paint a bleak picture. Between January and June this year, over 18,000 cases were reported in South Africa. The majority of these occurred in private residences, spaces that should be safe sanctuaries for people. Furthermore, domestic violence continues to claim countless of victims, with over 29,500 incidents reported just in 2024. These numbers are more than just stats. They represent real people. They represent mothers, daughters, sisters, friends. They represent me. And yet behind these numbers are countless more stories that go unreported, hidden by fear, shame, and societal stigma. For every woman who comes forward, many more remain silent. They are silent because they fear that they won't be believed, because they fear retribution or believe that they are at fault. As an MK party, we support comprehensive interventions that include strengthening the criminal justice system. Survivors deserve justice that is swift, effective, and compassionate. We also believe in investing in support services. Survivors require access to shelters, counseling, healthcare, and no woman or child should ever feel that they have nowhere to turn. We also believe in engaging men as allies. As our president has already said before, men are not just problems, they must be also part of the solution. Toxic masculinity must be challenged and communities mobilized to hold dialogue on healthier ways. I shared my story today not for pity, but for purpose. It is a reminder that survival, while powerful, should not be the benchmark. We owe it to those who didn't survive, to the countless women whose names became hashtags, to the children whose lives were cut short, and to ensure that no one else endures what I and so many others have endured. To every little girl sitting in silence, to every woman blaming herself for the violence she has endured, I say this: it is not your fault. It was never your fault. And to my leaders in this room, I ask, what more must we see before we act? How many more stories like mine must we hear? Let us not leave this chamber today with mere words. Let us leave with a resolve. We may say we stand behind the 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children, but activism cannot be confined for 16 days. It must be our everyday mission. I stand here because someone believed in me when I couldn't believe in myself, but not everyone is as lucky. I also speak on behalf of boy victims. Boys are also victims of sexual assault. A number of Black men can confirm that their first sexual experiences were actually with the much older women who were meant to take care of them as little boys. But these stories go untold, these stories go unresolved. Instead, they learn to boast about it as an achievement, when in fact it is actually a sexual offense. Let us not wait for another name to trend, another family to grieve, or another story to break our hearts. Let us act with urgency, with compassion, and with the courage to say enough is enough. Together, we can ensure that no one else has to endure this pain. Not tomorrow, not someday, but now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable delegates, for that standing ovation. I think it is most well-deserved. And thank you very much, Honorable Mokoena, for your painful personal experiences and your testament. It was very brave of you to do that, and I'm sure that all of us and the nation at large has heard your painful experience, and the powers that be that are sitting amongst us, and we ourselves must be able to take up your challenge and put an end to the scourge. Thank you very much once again. Honorable colleagues, we now move on to the next speaker, and that will be the Honorable Farmer. Honorable Farmer, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson, honorable ministers, deputy ministers, and honorable members. Gender-based violence is a harmful threat or act directed at individual or group based on actual or perceived sex, gender, gender identity or expression, sex characteristics, sexual orientation or lack of adherence to varying social constructed norms around masculinity and femininity. Although individuals of all gender identities may experience gender-based violence, women, girls, and gender non-conforming individuals face a disproportionate risk of gender-based violence across every context due to their unequal status in society. Gender-based violence is a human rights abuse, a form of discrimination, a manifestation of unequal power, and a public health crisis in the country and globally. Gender-based violence is rooted in structural gender inequalities, patriarchy, and power imbalances. It has direct and indirect costs to individuals, families, communities, economies, global public health, development, and human, national, and regional security. Gender-based violence is a systemic global problem. It occurs in every country and level of society. It happens in public and private settings, including the home, work environments, transit, educational settings, and schools, criminal justice settings, including correctional facilities, the military and security sectors, as well as digital and online spaces. Citizens faced with overlapping forms of discrimination that put them at an even higher risk of experiencing gender-based violence, including indigenous peoples, historically marginalized racial and ethnic populations, religious minority populations, LGBTQI+ persons, persons with disabilities, older persons and widows, children and informal sector workers, migrants, refugees, and internally displaced peoples and persons in fragile and conflicted affected states. Gender-based violence is characterized by the use or threat of physical, psychological, sexual, economic, legal, political, social, and other forms of control, coercion, and of violence. It can occur across the life course and is perpetrated by a diverse array of actors, including intimate partners, family members, persons in position of power, authority or trust, friends, acquaintances, or strangers. Types of gender-based violence include child, early and forced marriage, child sexual abuse, female genital mutilation or cutting, gender-related killing of women and girls, including femicide, and female infanticide, so-called honor-based violence, including acid attacks and killings, some forms of human trafficking, intimate partner violence, including domestic and dating violence, reproductive coercion, including forced sterilization, sexual exploitation and abuse, sexual harassment, stalking, all forms of sexual violence, including sexual coercion, conflict-related sexual violence, rape, and forced or coerced physical examinations, and all forms of technology-facilitated gender-based violence, including gendered online harassment and abuse. Promoting gender equity and equality is a cornerstone of humanity, and therefore gender-based violence is a harmful threat or act directed at an individual or group based on actual or perceived gender, gender identity, or expression. Although individuals of all gender identities may experience gender-based violence, women, girls, and gender non-conforming individuals face a disproportionate risk of gender-based violence.
Honorable Farmer, your time has expired. Thank you very much. Honorable colleagues, we now move on to the next member who will participate in this debate, and that's the Honorable MEC from Limpopo, the MEC for Social Development, the Honorable Radlizani, who has 10 minutes. She's on the virtual platform.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, ministers and deputy ministers, fellow MECs, honorable members of the NCOP, good afternoon to you all. Honorable Chair, today we gather in this esteemed assembly to address a matter of profound urgency and moral imperative, which is the ongoing struggle against gender-based violence. This comes at a time when our country is observing the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, This annual campaign served as a powerful reminder of the work that remains to be done in our fight for justice, equality, and the protection of the most vulnerable amongst us. As we engage in this critical debate, I must express my deep sorrow and outrage over two harrowing incidents that have recently come to light in Limpopo. Honorable Chair, in one case, 7 and 8 minor girls were subjected to sexual violence by a 43-year-old man, old enough to be their fathers. In another separate incident, 2 minor girls aged just 3 and 4 fell victim to similar atrocities as they were subjected to sexual attack by a 22-year-old man. While we appreciate that the suspects in both incidents were apprehended, the reality is these incidents are not isolated. They are part of a disturbing pattern that reflects a society in which the safety and dignity of our children are continually compromised. Honorable Chair, these tragedies and many others compelled us to confront the harsh reality that gender-based violence knows no boundaries and affects individuals of all ages, particularly the most defenseless amongst us. As we embark on this debate, let us remember that our discussions today are not merely academic. They are a call to action. We must advocate for comprehensive policies, robust legal frameworks, and community-based initiatives that prioritize the protection of children and survivors of gender-based violence. Yesterday, the Deputy President of our country, Honorable Paul Mashatile, described gender-based violence in our country as a national crisis which requires a national response. It is an emotional shift as we recognize that the fight against this scourge cannot be relegated to women alone. We need the voices and involvement of men who are willing to engage in community dialogues, share innovative solutions, and reframe the narrative surrounding masculinity and violence. In Limpopo Province, Honorable Chair, we realize that in order to make desired impact in the fight against this scourge, we need to put men in the driving seat. We have initiated province-wide men dialogues in which, amongst others, key discussions areas is gender-based violence. And we are pleased by the enthusiasm displayed by men of our province who continue to vow to become protectors of women and children while exposing those men who continue to be perpetrators of gender-based violence. Honorable Chair, Limpopo Province will be convening a summit involving all key stakeholders. Among others will include representatives from police, the Department of Social Development, Department of Transport and Community Safety, the National Prosecution Authority, and the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. The objective of the summit is to ensure that the entire value chain of support and justice of victims is coordinated effectively. Of course, convening this summit will be a response to the pronouncement made by the Premier of the province, Premier Dr. Popira Matuba during the State of the Province address, where she raised a serious concern that we need to make sure that we convene this summit, because we are worried as the province, Honorable Chair, that the majority of perpetrators, of which, of course, we appreciate the work done by the Ministry of Police apprehending these perpetrators, but when they go to court, many of them, you will be surprised that they manage or they can afford to pay best lawyers in the country. You will see them walking free. Hence, the importance of this summit, where also institutions of higher learning like University of Limpopo will also be in attendance. By bringing together these role players, the summit aims to develop a comprehensive strategy that will not only help victims understand how the system works, but also educate them about the resources available for obtaining justice. This collaborative effort seeks to empower victims and improve their experiences with legal and support systems, enabling them to navigate their path towards healing and justice more effectively. In closing, Honorable Chair, let us remember that the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence is not simply a campaign. It is a clarion call for each one of us. We must acknowledge the systemic issues at play, unite as a society, and hold accountable those who choose to inflict violence. Together, let us advocate for change, leverage our platforms, and involve men, women, and children in meaningful dialogues that pave the way towards a society free from violence. I thank you so much, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. And I think on behalf of the NCOP, I want to commend you for the summit that is being planned, including all role players as well as the university. And we wish you a successful summit that will deliver the desired results. Honorable members, we move on to the next speaker, and that is the Honorable Siwisa, who has 15 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Let me first start by greeting the CIC Commander-in-Chief of the most progressive movement, the only movement that is a threat to all political parties, President Julius Sello Malema. Further sends my greetings to the entire leadership and ground forces, not forgetting the triple oppressed of this country and the world as a whole. Abafazi, omama, abantu besifazane, intombi ezincane, ogogo, dumelang sanibonani. Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters joins this house in marking the commencement of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, an annual event that aims to raise awareness and intensify the war against gender-based violence, femicide, and child abuse. In South Africa, this campaign is significant due to the high level of gender-based violence in the country, which has remained a leading cause of death and injury among South African women, with horrifying reports of rape, domestic violence, and femicide. It is, however, horrifying to note how we have not taken any serious steps towards addressing gender-based violence in the country. One of the main reasons being that there generally exists a lack of political will within the GNU and a lack of resources allocated towards addressing this issue. Chairperson, it has been 31 years into democracy, yet 35.5% of women aged between the ages of 18 and older have endured physical or sexual violence in their lifetime. We still live in a country where we do not have one-stop shop centers for abused women. The country has only 4 such centers for women and only in 4 provinces. One-stop shops which are only found in affluent urban areas and not in every town. It has been 31 years into democracy, yet women still are subjected to live with their abusers under the same roof because there are no safe alternative places to stay. There are no shelters for women to find refuge after surviving violent encounters with intimate partners. Homes have become crime scenes for many women, and many gender-based cases are not reported to the police, and when they are, we still get reports of women being turned away by the police, being told to resolve cases internally within the family. As a result, victims are hesitant to report to the police due to patriarchal attitude held by many police officers, leading to secondary victimization of GBV crimes and even lower rates of reporting. Many law enforcement agencies still do not take GBV cases seriously, resulting in incidents of gross negligence in handling cases of abuse. Chairperson, just last month, 5 matriculants were raped and robbed of their belongings at their rental place in Mqhekezweni village in Eastern Cape. In other cases, Itumeleng Machabe, now 26-year-old, raped and killed Kelebogile Sekhami, who in 2022 was 11 years old. Machabe raped Kelebogile while he was out on bail for earlier cases of rape against 2 teenagers. At the time of the rape and murder of Kelebogile, the 2 victims were still waiting for the finalization of their rape kits. To date, the case is still on trial. Even our schools are not safe. Girl children from disadvantaged homes are subjected to sexual harassment and easy targets. Some are being coerced by their teachers into performing sexual favors in order for them to get pass mark. Any refusal to what is being requested will only see a child being failed year in, year out. Churches cannot be exonerated either when it comes to level of abuse, both physically and sexually. Of recent, the Methodist Church came to light when one of their parishioners was accused of abusing his wife. The abuse against young boys who identify as gay or transgender continues as they are not spared in this evil society, being bullied either on social media or at school or within the community. Just recently, a young trainee at Tshwane Police Training Academy, who hails from Kimberley, was denied to graduate and was suspended immediately after she reported one of her training officers for sexual harassment. The young woman, who is a member of the Rainbow Community, LGBTQI, has been harassed sexually with sexual advances made on her by a superior who was supposed to teach her the law and yet was the first one to break it. Intrusive comments were made on her buttocks and her thighs, and she was stigmatized because of her sexuality preferences. The situation got so bad that she attempted to commit suicide and was hospitalized. Her suicide attempt was used against her, which led to her suspension, stating that she is unstable. And despite promises made that the case will be looked into, there is still no indication on whether or not her perpetrator has been suspended or not. Chairperson, these are just few of the many untold stories that are narrated by women and young girls on how they are being violated on a daily basis in this country. There are many more cases that are untold and not even reported due to threats or fear of victimization. Chairperson, gender-based violence has reached crisis proportions, and it is a scourge that must be rooted out of our society. As EFF, we advocate for harsher minimum sentences for all GBV-related crimes and for GBV and sexual crime cases to be made Schedule 5 offenses that are most likely not to receive bail in court. We also believe that GBV and related antisocial activities are reinforced and even sustained by the deplorable conditions of our people. Addressing the root causes of GBV should become a permanent agenda rather than a reactive measure of the ruling party. We need to put in place a system that social workers must be on school premises for the duration the learners are on school premises. We need to outroot all educators that have been found to have been identified or have faced allegations of sexual harassment towards learners and or any other person, either inside or outside school premises. The police services need to be in the forefront of fighting women abuse and should not find himself or one of their own colleagues being pointed as an abuser. They must also be in the forefront to report each other for any law breaking amongst them that happens. Government needs to start the process of having its own shelters for both young women who are victims of rape and women who are victims of domestic violence, as there is currently too much reliance on NGOs and MPOs. Minor children are being victimized over and over again because some courts do not have proper interview rooms for minors to have to testify on their own, like in the case of the Lady Brand Court, where we have a case of a child that was raped and still the child has not given out the testament because there is no facility for her to give a testimony. Chairperson, the reality of women and girls in this country is that of living in constant fear, constant wondering whether we will return home safe, constantly wondering whether we will be raped or victimized today, constantly wondering whether we are next. This country needs to do better. As the EFF, we will fight intensely to end the scourge of gender-based violence so that the rights of women and children are fully realized. As I come to the conclusion of my debate, Chairperson, as we end this debate, Chairperson, let us not forget that the family of Amahle Tabate from Tsakane Ekuruleni, whose birthday was yesterday, are still hoping that their little child is going to come back. Amahle went missing on the 6th of April in 2019 when a stranger was asking for direction. Furthermore, we should not forget the case of Rehana Moshweshwe, who also went missing 14 years ago. The EFF prays for the safe return of the two ladies and also any other child that has gone missing during this time. We keep the families in our prayers and hope for the safe return of all missing people in our society. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Siwisa, for your presentation. We cannot agree more with you that the issue of the scourge of the gender-based violence must be taken by the entire society. I think that as this House, we agree with that. We have to fight it to the letter. Thank you. The next speaker on the podium is going to be Honorable Du Plessis from Gauteng.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Good day, Honourable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Ministers from the Western Cape, MECs, Honourable Members, and South Africans. A blame culture creates an environment where individuals are blamed for mistakes and debate does not happen. The fear of retribution within a blame culture prevents people from sharing ideas and solutions. And this leads to a lack of innovation, a lack of collaboration, and a lack of trust. Blame further kills accountability and perpetrates various toxic cycles. Therefore, when debating issues on the GBVF crisis in South Africa on a political platform that thrives on blame is challenging. It is exactly within this heart-wrenching and vulnerable debate, amongst others, that we need to create various environments as leaders where we can share ideas freely and that solutions are collaborative and innovative. So that next year, when we debate this specific issue, we can celebrate an actual decreased GBV rate. And for every year after that. In 2019, the United Nations Sustainable Development Group spoke to the correlation between a high GBV rate and something called rape culture. Yes, we've all heard this. They also spoke about the impact on the economy. Rape culture is an insidious social environment that allows sexual violence to be normalized and justified. It is fueled by the persistent gender inequalities and attitudes about gender and sexuality. The UN suggests that naming rape culture and describing it is the first step to dismantling it and high GBV rates. So, take a moment and listen to these sentences. Have you heard these? Have you spoken these? They both need to change. She must have provoked him. She chose to love women. She needs to be taught how to deal with a man. It happens to everyone. Get over it. Why did you stay? It's okay. He's your uncle. Were you drinking? But they're together, so she needs to be available at all times. It was just a moment of passion. He's a boy child. He'll survive. And something as seemingly insidious or innocuous as she's just emotional, or laughing at a demeaning joke. All of these are examples of victim blaming, which is the quintessential definition of rape culture. Today, we will hear horrific statistics, we will hear stories, we will hear solutions. There's one that stuck by me. It is the fact that femicide in South Africa is 5 times that of the global average. It is also a burden of disease in South Africa. That is a shocker. But over and above the removal of dignity of the individual, the physical injuries, and all of that accompanies GBV, research is showing that it adversely impacts neural pathways in both children and in adults. In 1998, the first adverse childhood experiences study was conducted. It concluded that extreme childhood trauma, such as abuse, domestic violence, abandonment, and neglect, and exposure to violence is the most significant risk factor to an increase in future mental and physical illnesses and injuries. The study was based on the impact of fear. And fear is a consistent, natural, and human response to abuse, as well as the exposure to it. Fear minimizes a human's ability to fully function cognitively because the brain shifts into survival mode. It stops cognitive functions that are not directly related to survival. And survival mode, I would like to say, is different in different people. We all know the fear-based responses of fight or flight. We accept it. But have we spoken about freeze or fawn? And fawn is when a victim celebrates the abuser. Let's not judge people's responses. It is also incredibly important to understand and note that children in kindergarten that have experienced trauma struggle with basic arithmetic, and this goes through to adults. Then how can we focus on including people in STEM subjects or in economic growth if we are not dealing with the socio-psycho issues first? Yes, we need GBV centers that function well. We need budgets for GBV centers. We need higher and basic education curriculum that breaks down gender inequality. We need SAPS officials that are correctly trained to manage abuse victims of any age, gender, or sexuality. We need available therapy. We need a legal system that is correctly designed for GBV hearings. We need healthcare workers that are trained, equipped, and understand how to treat patients that are traumatized. The list is endless. And all of this will be debated throughout today. But today I stand and I ask one simple question or one simple proposal. We all need to think about the times that we have wittingly or unwittingly perpetuated the normalization of rape culture. And we need to do better next time. We need to be able to stand up against bullies. We need to be the voice of people who cannot say what they have gone through. And we need to have the courage to be bullied by people who are abusive. This will turn the tide. It is up to us. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Du Plessis, for your presentation. I think that this House cannot agree more with you that as we debate this issue today, next year we must deal with the issue how we are going to lower the rates of GBV. So this House, I think, is fully behind that idea. I appreciate it. The next speaker on the platform is going to be Honorable Peter from Eastern Cape.
Enkosi Speaker, Manbulisi Minister, Molweni Minister, no Deputy Minister. The gender-based violence and femicide is a pandemic that the government have been unable to find a suitable cure for. South Africans see gender-based as the most important women's rights issue and a critical criminal matter. According to the South African Police Service, rape and contact crimes are on the rise, with more women and children murdered and sexually assaulted during the first quarter of the 2024-2025 financial year. The numbers demonstrate that we are faced with a national crisis that needs a strategic and multi-phased approach to be addressed and dislodged with its roots. While we acknowledge the legislation reforms made by the government, which includes the recent National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Bill that was signed into law on 24 May 2024, the UDM believes that this crisis needs 365 days attention, as the violation happens throughout a year and not focus on the 16 days. Umuntu ongumama nomuntu ongumntwana ukhala maxa onke. Xa kutshona ilanga isikhalo siyasithela. Sisithela kabuhlungu ngokuba liphelile ithemba. Xa kuvela ilanga siyaqaqamba isikhalo ngoba sifuna uncedo. Aphina amadoda anenhliziyo ukukhusela le meko. Baphina abantu ababenobuntu abasithelayo namhlanje kusheke indlobongela zodwa. Isicelo se-UDM kurhulumente esikunye sonke kukuba khe kuqwalaselwe izimvo zabantu kwenziwe i-referendum. Khe abantu bazithathele ukuzivotela bethatha isigqibo ngokunoko kwabo bengavotela sithi. I-referendum sicinga si-UDM ingakhusela umuntu ongumama, ikhusele umntwana. Kwiilali zethu asisakwazi ukuya siyoyika kuba i-gender based violence iqaqambile. Amapolisa afika kade kuba i-social media azisebenzi kakuhle, i-network ayikho. Izigilamkhuba zisebenzisa elo xhoba uku-abusa oomama nabantwana. Ngako ke sithi si-UDM sonke ma-South Africa amahle masikhusele ilizwe elethu, silikhusele kuba abantu abasisiseko sobubomi ngaba mama, ngaba bantwana. Xa sibatshabalisa selisaphi na ilizwe. Enkosi.
Thank you, Honorable Peter. Thanks a million, friend. So the next speaker, which is going to be on the podium but on the visual platform, is Councillor Mposela from Salga. Councillor Mposela.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, honorable ministers, honorable deputy ministers, honorable premiers, honorable MECs, the president of SALGA, honorable leader of government business, honorable whips, honorable House of Chairpersons, the secretary to the Parliament, and the secretary to the NCOP. Greetings to all of you. Thank you for the opportunity afforded to SALGA to participate at this all-important National Council of Provinces debate today. The 25th of November marks the start of the campaign that was officially recognized by the United Nations in 1999 as the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. The goal is to highlight the societal and systemic causes of GBVF, to mobilize action at local, national, and international levels, to eliminate all forms of gender-based violence and femicide, and serve as a mechanism for raising awareness and advocating for the rights of women and children. Though often branded as a United Nations campaign, the 16 days of activism are actually the days between the two United dates, the International Date of No Violence Against Women, which is the 25th of November, and the International Human Rights Day on the 10th of December. Other significant days during the 16 days of activism period include International Women Human Rights Defenders Day on the 29th of November, World AIDS Day and the Children's Day on the 1st of December, and International Day of Persons Living with Disabilities on the 3rd of November of every year. The key commemorative dates during the campaign serve as useful platforms for highlighting the plight of vulnerable groups, that is women, children, the youth, older persons, and persons with disabilities that suffer as a result of this scourge. The 16 Days of Activism campaign has provided a rallying point for the South African government and civil society organizations to mount campaigns aimed at raising awareness, influencing behavior change, and securing high-level political commitment to end gender-based violence. This year marks the 26th anniversary of the 60 Days of Activism for No Violence Against Women and Children campaign, and the focus will be addressing the root causes of GBVF, promoting positive masculinity, promoting gender equity, and creating economic opportunities for women and children. Moreover, it affirms the importance of all of society approach to combat GBVF and the importance of multi-sectoral accountability. South Africa has some of the highest rates of gender-based violence, including rape, femicide, and domestic abuse. The recently released South African National Gender-Based Violence Study by the Human Rights Sciences Research Council that was conducted in 2022 shows that almost 40% of women in the country experience physical and sexual violence in their lives. The findings also show that intimate partner violence was a significant issue, while women from age 15 were affected by violence perpetrated by female members. Honorable Chairperson, in an effort to contribute to addressing the scourge of GBVF, SALGA has, through its gender machinery led by the Women's Commission, elevated strengthening local government response on issues of social justice pertinent to gender equality and women empowerment as one of its thematic areas in its program of action. SALGA's commitment to eradicating violence against women and children aims to make strong contribution to the development of municipalities throughout the country in some of the following initiatives. 1, collaboration with the Department of Cooperative Governance and the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities to support municipalities with the establishment of rapid response teams in ending gender-based violence and femicide. The purpose of the RRTs for gender-based violence and femicide is to coordinate multi-stakeholder planning and response to GBVF at district and local levels and ensure effective monitoring of GBVF initiatives in the area covered by the rapid response team. RRTs for the GBVF have been established in municipalities in 6 provinces, namely the Eastern Cape, Free State, Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, Mpumalanga, and Northern Cape. Plans are underway to roll this out to remaining provinces as part of Women's Commission Program of Action. 2, SAGA has also partnered with Department of Cooperative Governance and the World of Impact to support municipalities participate in the 100-day challenge. A total of 38 municipalities across all provinces have enrolled for the 100-day challenge in 2024. A webinar will be convened with municipalities on 10 December to reflect on progress achieved and renew commitments to localize the National Strategic Plan of GBVF. The purpose is to honor the hard work and dedication of teams that were mainly municipalities and TVET colleges, with a few courts to showcase their inspiring accomplishments, share lessons learned, and highlight recommendations for sustaining and scaling the impactful results they've achieved over their 100-day journey. Honorable Chair, local government can address gender-based violence as a key service delivery issue and work together with developmental partners by adopting an integrated approach. This kind of partnership will serve as an important tool to strengthen efforts to end gender-based violence by holding all 3 spheres of government, civil society, and other relevant stakeholders responsible for commitments they make. For a violence prevention strategy to be successful, it has to be a unified, coordinated, scientifically informed, well-resourced, and directed across all clusters of society, government departments, and civil society. We need not only focus on more arrests, but more convictions of GBVF perpetrators, more support to the victims, and work hard to avoid and deal with secondary victimization for victims when they report the crimes in police stations and when they testify in courts of law. We are pleased with the concerted effort by SAPS to transform its services in police stations as they establish gender desk and victim support systems. Some station commanders have worked with community organizations not to merely comply with the requirements for this support, but went out their way to make victims feel cared for in a very conducive and comfortable environment. We encourage more of this work done by the SAPS. Our speeches as politicians about or against gender-based violence have the potential to create greater public awareness and present the fight to end gender-based violence as a public priority, as well as impacting positively on the way that citizens access knowledge. It is through our consistent condemnation during public addresses that we can positively impact on the way citizens access knowledge and further show our commitment to end the scourge. We look forward to continuing work together as government, with civil society and the private sector to call for the elimination of all forms of violence against women and children, as well as to fight any form of discrimination against fellow South Africans and human beings in general. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor, for the good report you just made. I think that will agree with you that it takes the entire society to deal with this case. So by involving local government, the police and civil society, it is the right approach to take. Honorable delegates, I'm about to leave the chair now to give my fellow colleague, Honorable Ryder, a space to come and preside here. I would like to make a ruling on a point of order which was raised by Honorable Gossel on the 28th of November 2024 in terms of Rule 61.1.b. During the debate on the demise of the rural economy due to, amongst others, lack of rural safety and poor service delivery. That debate was very robust. It was very robust because it was touching sensitive issues which affect our communities. So a lot of things came out of that. But let's look at Rule 61.1b, which states that 1, no delegate may deliberately make a statement which the delegate knows to be false, close quote. That's the rule. This point of order was directed at a statement made by Honorable Nonkonyana. Honorable Nonkonyana alleged that Honorable Gossel said that, I quote, police are now killers, close quote. Honorable Gossel denied having made such a statement. According to him, Honorable Nonkonyana was misleading the House in contravention of Rule 61.b. So the issue here, the important issue here is 1, the question is whether Honorable Gossel in fact made the statement. If he did not, a further question is whether Honorable Nonkonyana was deliberately misleading the House by alleging that Honorable Gossel said that the police are now killers. After I have had regard to the recording of the debate and wish to state that Honorable Gossel did not make the statement alleged by Honorable Nonkonyana. That is, however, not the end of the matter. Rule 61.1b requires that a delegate should have acted deliberately, and therefore that the delegate had the intention to mislead the House. While it is difficult to prove the element of intention, we have regard to the context within which the statement was made to ascertain the intention. Further, that the delegate should have known that the statement is false. Outside of this element, the delegate cannot be said to have contravened Rule 6.1.b. Although it is difficult to judge whether Honorable Nonkonyana deliberately made the statement which he knew to be wrong, he is on record of saying that, 1, I'm not deliberate in misleading the House. It is what he said. I quote Honorable Nonkonyana direct. This to me is an indication that Honorable Nonkonyana believed his statement is to be true. So the rule prohibits a delegate from deliberately making a statement which the delegate knows to be false. In the circumstances of this case, it appears to me that Honorable Nonkonyana believed that his statement was true. If the statement was false, the element of intention is lacking. I therefore rule that, given the requirements of 61.1b, Honorable Nonkonyana did not deliberately make a statement that he knew it was false. So what does that mean? It means that that point of order is not sustained. That point of order is not sustained. So, honorable delegates, I'd like to caution the delegates to consider the elements before invoking this rule, because this rule carries a serious charge. It carries a serious, basically, it's like violating the oath of office. Yeah, the oath of office, a serious charge, and invoking it should not be taken lightly. So I'm making an appeal that in the future, please, let us restrain ourselves from invoking this rule, because as you know very well, when you go to court, if a serious crime has been committed, if there's an element of intention, that's what aggravates the issue. So you must have that proof first. So what happens here is that I really, really appeal to the delegates that no matter how hot the debate might be, but we must have restraint. So that order is not sustained. Thank you, Honorable Ryder. You can come and take over.
You make a mockery about me. You make a mockery about me.
Good afternoon, honourable members, ladies and gentlemen. Let us get back to the matter at hand, which is the debate. And I now therefore call on Honourable Feni to come and take his place at the podium. Honourable Feni.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Let me first take this opportunity to greet you and the collective that you are leading. Also, the minister and the deputy minister in our midst. Let me also greet all the honorable members present in this August House, those who are with us on virtual, your mayors, premiers, all the honorable guests that we are having. Honorable Chairperson, today we are dealing with a very critical debate that needs all our collected effort, as it is highlighted in our topic. But Chair, I think let me borrow some few words from Lenin before I can proceed with my debate, which argues that the feminine section of the proletarian army is of particular great significance. The success of a revolution depends on the extent to which women take part in it. I close quote. He raises this question, Honorable Chair, on the basis that there is nothing that we can do as male counterparts without the involvement in any struggle that we are confronted with. This is unfortunately in this House, Honorable Chair, when we are looking in terms of our representation, there are parties that are really making noise today about championing the struggle of women. But there are only two who are women. How are they going to advance gender-based violence without the people who are confronted with the challenge themselves? It tells you that in the collected effort that we're talking about, there are still those who want to resist, who are ignoring what is it in front of us, what is it our government that is leading us towards. Gender-based violence is a profound and widespread issue in South Africa, affecting individuals across demographics and regions. The fight against GBV demands a multifaceted approach, with the government playing a central and indispensable role, from enacting robust legislation unabo 50-50, but you don't see those elements as a response to other organizations, but to still have male-dominated, which is, it tells you that that monopoly is not going to assist in terms of addressing what we are currently confronted with, but it's just a question of window dressing, Chair. From enacting robust legislation and legal reforms to implement comprehensive national strategies and providing vital support services, South African government is pivotal in addressing and mitigating the impacts of GBV. Efforts are made to ensure that government does not operate in isolation, but in close collaboration with non-governmental organizations, civil society, and community leaders. This approach is critical in creating a cohesive and coordinated response that addresses both immediate needs and systematic root of causes of GBV. As we delve in the various dimensions of government's involvement, it becomes evident that while significant strides have been made, ongoing challenges and criticism necessitates a continued concerted effort from all sectors of society. So we must be an example in this house, not to talk, but we are working differently. So it's a challenge to us, first and foremost. The commitment of ending GBV must remain unwavering, reflecting a national resolve to ensure safety, justice, and equality for all citizens. The African National Congress has been vocal about its stance on gender-based violence in South Africa. It recognizes GBV as a severe issue that threatens the fabric of society and has committed to several initiatives to combat it. Chairperson, the National Strategic Plan, which was launched in 2010, provides a comprehensive framework to address GBVF. It focuses on 6 pillars: prevention, response, care, services, justice, and coordination, and accountability. The NSP aims to create a cohesive national response to GBVF involving various sectors and stakeholders. The government has introduced several new laws to protect women and children from abuse and violence. For example, National Council of Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Act, signed into law in May, establishes a statutory body to provide strategic leadership in the fight against GBV. Amendments to the Criminal Law, Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act and Domestic Violence Act have also been made to strengthen the criminal justice system and support survivors, which is there are mechanisms that are there. It is not the question of only a campaign during this period, but also practically government led by the African National Congress is on the ground dealing with those questions. The government provides support services for survivors, including psychological and social services. Tutuzela and Kusaleka care centers offer vital services for GBV survivors, providing a one-stop facility for medical, psychological, and legal support. Efforts to economically empower women are part of the broader strategy to combat GBV initiative, like she trades and ensuring that 40% of government procurement goes to women-owned businesses aimed to improve women's economic status and reduce their vulnerability to violence. The issue of continued opposing acts that are being passed by Parliament. One of those is a Procurement Act, which is responding exactly to the debate that we're confronted with. It shows that there are those who are consistently reactionary They do not want to see progress continues because they are in comfort zone where they are. It's a reflection of what we see even today in this August House. We cannot keep quiet. So we must begin to realize and utilize what is provided to us by current government. The government collaborates with various stakeholders, including NGOs, traditional leaders, and religious community to address the root cause of GBV and provide a multifaceted approach to tackling these issues. Despite these efforts, the government faces challenges and criticism in its fight against GBV. Bureaucratic delays, corruption, and inefficiencies can hinder the effectiveness of government initiative. Additionally, some argue that government efforts alone cannot change deeply ingrained societal norms and attitude that perpetuate GBV. A collective effort involving communities, organizations, and individuals is essential to create a safe and equitable society. As I conclude, Chairperson, this important debate on the role of government in combating gender-based violence is clear that we face a significant challenge that demands urgent and coordinated action. This discussion we have today highlights the multifaceted nature of this issue and the critical responsibility that government bears in leading the fight against GBV. If we are going to stick on the policies, in opposing the policies, even in our departments, which seek to address this, the easiest and the simplest one is the Bella Bill, which begins to bring every child together. The question of using language and policy to stagnate the debate, it shows the kind of leadership that we find in certain sectors. And it is the same challenge that is going to be confronting those young women, those children that are growing up in our society with a totally different way of thinking, being isolated from the collective that we are currently having as a society, as well as the African National Congress has been struggling to build a united and one country. There are those sectors of our society who continue to reject that. It tells that even on the question of 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, that on its own, it's a violation of those kids to deny them a participation with other kids in the society. Therefore, Chairperson, as I pointed out, that laws alone are not enough. Effective enforcement, continuous reforms, and the closing of legal loopholes are essential to ensure that these protections translate into real safety for individuals at risk. Moreover, allocation of resources cannot be overlooked. Adequate funding for shelters, support services, and educational programs is vital. We must invest in community initiatives that not only support victims, but also educate future generations about respect and equality. So those practices must come to an end. Let us live together. Let's build one South Africa. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Feni. Honourable members, we continue our debate, which I must remind you is on the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, focusing specifically on 30 years of advancing collective action to end violence against women and children. The next speaker at the podium will be the Honourable Briat.
Years of advancing collective action to end violence against women and children. I feel utterly conflicted about the theme of this year's 16 Days of Activism because I want to ask, what collective action and where in the last 30 years has there been any action to address GBV? We have seen protests and workshops or imbizos, or call it what you want. And yes, we have seen some legislative advancements. But what impact has this had on anything? What real change has taken place in South Africa? And the answer is quite simply, not enough. It has been nothing but talk shops and monies wasted on making the government and politicians look like they care about GBV. According to the 2022-23 annual crime stats released by SAPS, 42,780 rapes were recorded for the year. The most recent crime stats released yesterday for July to September of this year had 10,191 rapes that were recorded for the period. The real picture is, sadly, far darker than this. In a recent article by Action Society, based on report findings by the Human Sciences Research Council, only 3 out of every 100 women experiencing physical abuse and 1 in every 5 women experiencing sexual abuse reported it to the authorities. The 2017 RAPSA report's key findings on attrition in the criminal justice system are as shocking. 3,952 cases were included in the study, and of these, 57% of cases resulted in an arrest being made. 65% of cases were referred for prosecution. 34% were accepted by prosecutors, and these were enrolled for trial. And only 731 cases started trial. Even worse, 8.6% of cases were finalized with a verdict of guilty of sexual offense. In a report by the Medical Research Council of just under 4,000 rape cases, the following shocking stats were also observed. 94% of the survivors were women. 1,264 adult perpetrators had previous convictions, 5% for rape. Police only visited 53% of crime scenes. In 50% of cases, no witness statements were taken, even though there were witnesses. 42% of cases had no arrests, and in 17% of cases, no rape survivor statement was taken. And so I can continue. Over a fifth of sexual assault evidence collection kits completed within 96 hours of the incident are not sent to the forensic science laboratory and are never analyzed. 35% of cases are closed by the police before referral to a prosecutor. And in 50% of the rape incidents reported, the investigating officers are constables, the lowest rank in SAPS, who have the least training and the lowest access to resources. It is devastatingly clear, though, that the South African government places emphasis on GBVF campaigns, yet they are dismally failing the understaffed, underpaid and under-resourced care facilities that rely on government aid in order to give proper assistance, trauma counselling, safety and shelter to victims of gender-based violence. The vast majority of perpetrators are never apprehended due to, for the most part, mishandling of evidence, crime scene contamination, corruption, and a lack of basic training for policemen. DNA backlogs, unenthusiastic police, overwhelmed social workers, under-resourced shelters and clinics, inadequate mental health training, and under-reporting of a vast amount of gender-based violence crimes, not to mention the unbelievable amount of reoffenders being caught and released, is an ever-ending cycle of abuse. But for so many reasons, why so many victims of GBV in South Africa feel abandoned by government, where a living hell was created, a never-ending violence of unchecked violence, unpunished perpetrators, and a never-ending cycle of victims, many of whom have lost all hope of ever seeing their attackers receive justice. So I ask once again, what advances? I thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Honourable Breert. We now call Honourable Lunt from the Western Cape, MEC for Social Development, to the microphone.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair Ryder, Honourable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, MECs, members of the House. Firstly, just allow me a small moment. I served 10 years in this House and it's an absolute pleasure coming back here. And I do hope that you enjoy it because it is truly a unique place where you have a different relationship with one another across the political spectrum. So enjoy it in the new GNU and make it work for the country, please. Firstly, I want to take a moment to remember all those lives that have been lost as a result of abuse and domestic violence, and all those who continue to suffer in silence. Let us keep these individuals top of mind as public servants striving to make a difference. As the Western Cape Government, we believe a 365-day approach to addressing gender-based violence in all its forms is needed. This is especially true in the Department of Social Development, where social service professionals have dedicated their lives to helping the most vulnerable citizens, which include GBV victims and the survivors. When I stepped into this office, I made it clear that I want to focus on implementing strategies that will improve the lives of social service professionals, which will ultimately improve the services DSD provides to its clients, many of whom are the most vulnerable in society. This department has not been immune to fiscal constraints that have hampered government service delivery progress across the board. These economic pressures have, however, not shaken the department's focus on addressing the scourge of gender-based violence, which has been a key focus for DSD over the last few years. In the first quarter of 24-25, the South African Police Services recorded 9,309 rape cases. The same corresponding period the year before was 9,252. And as mentioned earlier, Stats Today in this quarter had it just over 10,191. The same goes for murders. There was 895 women murdered in the first quarter of 23-24, and this spiked to 966 in the first corresponding quarter. The stats released now put it at 957. This is unacceptable. We have seen a sustained increase in the number of GBV victims accessing psychosocial support services through the Provincial Department of Social Development in partnership with NGOs and NPOs. In 2020-2021, 17,933 individuals accessed these services. This has spiked to 24,500 victims that accessed the services in the previous financial year. The department in the Western Cape, we are maintaining 26 GBV shelters across the province, where 2,120 women and their children who were victims of abuse and violence access emotional support services such as trauma debriefing and therapeutic counseling during the 23-24 financial year. And the Western Cape was the first province to utilize the 6 buildings handed over by Public Works between 2019 and 2020 for the use as GBV shelters. And those facilities are still operational, thanks to the department's partnership with various NGOs. The department has continued to lead the development and actioning of the provincial implementation plan for the GBV National Strategic Plan. This has led to an increased rollout of GBV services and interventions on the ground. Last month, we reviewed the province's GBV strategy by bringing together the Western Cape government's departments to review the challenges and the successes. I was encouraged to hear from the various departments all the ways they have been implementing the strategy, because alone, Department of Social Development cannot effectively address gender-based violence or domestic violence on its own. It requires a whole-of-government approach. During this review process, different departments shared the ways they've been implementing the GBV strategy. Like the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sports, sexual harassment workshops in the workplace and its after-school programs for youth empowerment. Or like the Department of Health and Wellness that runs sexual reproductive health workshops in high schools, and the department has implemented gender and employment equity forums. The Mobility Department does various awareness campaigns, both internally and in the broader communities. And here, under Minister Marais, the Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety has a court watching brief that monitors the efficiency and effectiveness of the South African Police Service. And this includes the observing of police functions at court, monitoring the cases that are removed from the court roll due to systemic failures, and then ensuring those identified failures are reported. The Western Cape Department of Social Development has implemented on its own, besides what I've just mentioned, GBV shelters. This includes frequent GBV awareness workshops and support groups in communities across the province run by social workers and DSD's victim empowerment program throughout the year. And I want to take a note just here because one of the colleagues mentioned earlier the importance of social workers. But I do not know if colleagues even are aware that social workers are not being considered as an essential service by National Treasury. And this is something that you can take hands across provinces, across party lines, and go to the committee and ask that be implemented. Because we cannot talk and not action that in our committees. A data project to geomap GBV hotspots across the province is currently underway for improved service targeting and evidence-based service delivery. This will help to inform the continued implementation of the provincial GBV National Strategic Plan. The department has once again shown why the Western Cape is a groundbreaker with its gender-based violence ambassadors program. This was launched in 2022 in Swartland, where in conjunction with the municipality, NGOs, SAPS, and other role players, ambassadors were trained by DSD social workers so that they can provide that support service to victims, so that they can walk the journey with victims. We have since ensured that that gets rolled out in Delft, in Grabouw, in Heinz Park, and next week we launch it in Ceres. Shortly thereafter, we'll launch another one in the metro. And this is what happens when you take hands across government and across civil society to try and fight this. We are also a proud partner of the Tutuzela Care Center, run by the NPA. One of the 10 TCCs in the province, the Stellenbosch one, is the first in the country where a provincial Department of Social Development funds emergency bed spaces for victims of sexual violence. I mentioned at the start, we are always looking at ways to improve service delivery for the benefit of citizens. And one of these is the Social Work Integrated Management System application, or the SWIMS app, which we launched with the Department of the Premier's Centre for EU Innovation. This app addresses the immense administrative burden on social workers who daily have to fill in forms as per the regulatory framework for case management. On the app, they can securely capture forms virtually anywhere and anytime and complete the necessary paperwork for the tracking and the interventions that's needed. The SWIMS app gives social workers more time to spend on therapeutic interventions, which benefits clients such as GBV victims in need of trauma counseling. Ask any social workers in the Central Karoo who have been using the SWIMS app while they are operating one of our DSD mobile offices. Another first in South Africa spearheaded by the department. They have logged over 220 cases on the SWIMS app since the mobile office was launched in October. The app has enabled them to work in the most rural parts of the province, even where there is limited signal or no signal at all, while being in an office on the wheels, taking the services to the clients. To date, over 22,000 cases have been logged on the app since it went live in April. And I just texted the chief director. Today alone, 142 was logged on the app. So I invite again Honourable Finis. I'm more than happy to come to your committee and present this, and you can see what best practices can be rolled out. We are working to get social workers across government departments, both local and provincial, as well as NPO's sector, to use SWIMS. It is a revolutionary app that can only benefit social services and those they serve across the country. For now, as we enter the 16 days of activism, let our activism not be limited to our work. During this period, we are calling on people to amplify their voices, Speak out against abuse and domestic violence, and speak up for those who cannot do so for themselves. Do this in your workplaces, in your homes, your communities, your groups of family and friends. Because when we speak up, we are sending a message that there is no place for abuse in our society. We can all play our own role by ending the cycle of gender-based violence. I thank you. Honourable Chair, if you would permit me, I do want to give an apology to yourself, Honourable Adriansa Makwele, and Deputy Minister Letsike. Our CYCCs, Child and Youth Care Centres, we are celebrating the children that are taking hands with the social workers. Tonight is the award ceremony and it starts at 6 o'clock. So if you would excuse me, I would greatly appreciate it. But this is one of the examples where we break the cycle, and I would appreciate if you garner me that grace.
Thank you, Honourable Lund. The next speaker at the podium will be the Honourable Adriansa.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister, Honourable Members, fellow South Africans. In researching this, you went down a spiral of despair. But listening to my colleague, you saw that there was some hope in this devastating and vital discussion of today. Gender-based violence. We must confront the harsh realities of GBV and the devastating effect it has on our nation, not only for the individuals and the survivors, but also for the society as a whole. Survivors endure profound psychological trauma, leading to long-term mental health issues, while families suffer from indirect trauma. In South Africa, the legislative framework has come a long way. It has come. We have some laws now, even against marital rape, which never existed. But approximately 1.75 million people still seek healthcare annually for violence-related injuries. That's just not good enough. This clearly indicates the urgent need for action. The grasping of straws and pushing political agendas in this House. When GBVF continues at this rate, is nothing short of blatant ignorance, literally ignoring the real gravity of this situation. The economic toll is staggering. 10 years ago, in 2014, a study estimated that GBV costs our economy 28.4 billion and 42.2 billion in another study, accounting for up to 1.3% of our GDP. These figures are not merely statistics, it's people's lives. They represent lives disrupted and potentially unfulfilled. Honourable Chairperson, Minister, you are quite correct. We must also recognise the broader societal context. High rates of unemployment and poverty disproportionately affect women, deepening their vulnerability. Education is indeed essential, yet among educated individuals, knowledge of GBV interventions does not guarantee safety. This highlights the need for comprehensive strategies that address the underlying issues contributing to GBV. It is crucial that we shift our focus from responding to GBV to actively preventing it. Effective evidence-based prevention programs do exist and can make a real difference. Initiatives like Tulasana, which promotes sensitive parenting, and the Sinuvuyo Caring Facilities Program, which strengthens parent-child relationships, are examples of how we can combat GBV at its roots. As we move forward, let us commit to not only advocating for stronger legislation, but also ensuring that these laws are enforced. We must prioritize prevention, empower communities, and support our survivors. Together, we can create a safer, more equitable society for all South Africans. Let us stand united in this fight against GBV, ensuring that every individual can live free from fear and violence. The time for action is now. Violence, and please listen to this, violence is the last refuge of the incompetent, according to Isaac Asimov. Real men don't rape for 365 days every year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Adriansa. Next speaker at the podium, please, will be Honourable Mokwele.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Greetings to the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, honorable members in this August House, honorable members on the visual platform, fellow South Africans. Chairperson, first and foremost, I want to appreciate the minister in this house and the deputy minister. We know that, Minister, you are always with us. I also want to appreciate the message from the minister, Chairperson, to say that, Minister, when you were saying that gender-based violence is not the issue of a specific sector of the society. Gender-based violence is something that all of us, we must join hands together and make sure that we fight this pandemic. We heard you very clear. But Chairperson, I'm just very much despair when I was listening to other honorable members when they are saying that they never acknowledge any stride made since 1994. Is the sign of the serious denial of the progress made by the African National Congress since 1994. But I was not surprised, Chair, because when I was listening, I heard that it's from Freedom Front Plus, which we know that they always have a serious denial, because no one cannot see what this government has done. Chairperson, still coming from the message from the minister indicated that the effort to fight is all of us. But Chair, after the minister presented, I saw the ribbons, which I really appreciated, the white ribbons, which I really appreciate. I don't know who distributed them. But in the main, Chair, my wish was to say all of us, according to the message from the minister, we were supposed to have those ribbons. If people, they were listening carefully to what the minister was saying, to say that the fight belongs to all of us, but we really appreciate the ribbons. In future, we must make sure that all of us, we have them to show that indeed, as South African, we all make sure that we will confront this war. Chairperson, I want to appreciate Honorable Mokoena. Honorable Mokoena, I want to appreciate you for sharing your story. It takes a lot of courage in speaking out. It also takes a lot of strength to share such a personal experience. Your courage and resilience has sent a clear message to the nation to the nation and many other victims and survivors of this gender-based violence. To say, indeed, speaking out. If we can speak out as the nation, indeed, we are going to fight or we are going to defeat this gender-based violence. So the standing ovation by honorable members of this House across political was a clear indication of our collective to resolve and the commitment to confront and interrogate this pandemic and paralyzing and eroding the moral and social fiber that constitute our society. Chairperson, I want to commend your bravery in sharing your story with the entire nation. Meaning that when we speak, because this thing of gender-based violence, all members, the reason why we can't defeat it is that it happened, but people can't speak. So we really appreciate, without even saying who said this, we really appreciate it with all our hearts. Chairperson, be ke kgopela o ntumelele, Chairperson, just ke no utswa manju from one of the famous leader of the United Nations, the General Secretary Kofi Annan, who said that there can be no sustainable development without women participation, who constitute more than half of the world population. The alienation of women based on gender from the mainstream economy, politics, and leadership position in the corporate world has done injustice in the world order and has placed several talents and passion into waste. Chairperson, gender inequality in transit from one generation to another as a societal norm and value that govern our society. The perpetual cycle of misinformation should be curtailed by the transformational aiming at empowering people with the knowledge to distinguish between man-made value and biological facts. Over the last 3 decades, women's rights and equality have gained traction worldwide due to the increase in femicide movement and activism. Most countries increasingly prioritize women empowerment as part of their development goals. Most societies have realized that women equality and empowerment are critical to the economy growth. Chairperson, despite substantial advancement in gender equality, no country has yet reached gender parity. Some education policymakers have been vocal in their support for implementing gender education in early life to promote gender equality and break down gender stereotypes. The importance of introducing gender education in early childhood is suggested by the fact that traditional education curriculum in elementary and middle school should be carefully crafted with a strong gender lens and ensure that children are not exposed to any gender stereotype and that they can unlearn some of the gender norms and roles they encounter outside the school. The nation's gender equality and women empowerment could be greatly impacted by early educational intervention that change how people handle power, break and link between and handle power between masculinity and violence. Encourage boys to share household responsibility, and girls to take leadership roles, ensure equal access to opportunity for boys and girls, and dispel the stereotype of gender-specific sports, choice, and education. Chairperson, family is an important social institution within a society. It shapes societal norms and value system. It becomes an architect and the moral fiber of our society. Our family serves as a space of social and cultural learning and broad socialization. The impact of colonialism and apartheid was the dissemination of the Black and African family unit through forced labor, through forced labor and tax system, which demanded men to work in mines and industry. Chairperson, the situation of women in South African political economy requires strong attention and engagement at all levels of society, as well as effective implementation. Women are sidelined, with their duties confined to little engagement and contribution, despite their talent, despite their strength, despite their courage and their capability. As we discuss the issue, we must also consider culture and social structure and religious beliefs and ideology that have historically elevated and encouraged patriarchy and women oppression. Patriarchy is a fundamental idea and underpins women inferiority, and it actively supports male dominance and superiority. And patriarchy, the oldest form of discrimination against women, is underlying source of society problem. The Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability Chair, as you indicated, in the Republic of South Africa, in a document released in 2015 during the Women's Month Initiative, emphasized that discrimination against women was compounded by the apartheid system, which resulted in triple oppression of Black women in terms of race, gender, and class, and other disadvantaging factors. Hence, in the need to empower women. Empowerment is a social process involving change at the level of individual, organization, community, and society as a whole. This analysis is a true and accurate because, as the community, we must confront this patriarchal inequality. It is critical that we passionately and aggressively resist patriarchal tendency and their relationship at all costs. Chairperson, in the State of the National Address in 2020, the President of the Republic, President Ramaphosa, has this to say, I quote, "The nation has been galvanized across community, government, civil society, religious grouping, the judiciary, and the parliament to end the crisis of violence perpetrated by men and women. Through the building social compact with civil society and the private sector, we are committed to riddling our country and gender-based violence and femicide." Through his SONA address, the President has also acknowledged the fact that the fight against gender violence needs all sectors of society to be hands on the fight of this scourge, as the Minister indicated. This led government and the Parliament passes four gender-based violence and femicide bill to intensify the battle against the social crime, which is negatively aspect the society. South Africa made significant advance through collaboration with progressive civil society, women and children organizations, and human rights, and the community, and the LGBTQIA community, which is mean lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queen, intersex, unisex plus community. I hope Bella Raditoro, I do it correctly. Honorable Chairperson, As a caring institution focused on people ambition, we urge society to take action to establish a country free of violence and abuse, particularly against women and children. This year, various actions are planned to underscore the importance of putting an urgent end to the societal problem. This requires faith-based men, youth, and women organizations to join hands in struggle of eliminating violence and abuse. Chairperson, as I conclude, that is why everyone in the society should be active. Even as we have made progress in implementing the National Strategic Plan on gender-based violence and femicide, we have all agreed that the nation response needs to be more coordinated among the various stakeholders. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mokwele. Honourable members, I now call on Honourable Letsike, the Deputy Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, to return to the podium to conclude the debate. Honourable Letsike.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you so much again for the opportunity. Let me take this moment and appreciate inputs and the debates by honorable members of the National Council. I'm encouraged that the inputs shared are well thought and have considered on how we should move the country forward. It is fair, Chairperson, to acknowledge these diverse remarks. I want to first appreciate, like Honorable Mokwena, like many of us are survivors, and we share this space, we share this experience, and we'll continue to speak out, and we'll continue to harness until we have this change. We wish all survivors of gender-based violence healing, but most importantly, that victims who may not have the space that is enabled for them to share, we can create that space. Now we know that the cause of this violence, gender-based violence that we're speaking about, is based on inequalities and discrimination. As South African government, our point of departure is that gender-based violence and femicide is preventable. When all society can focus on the root cause of violence and possibilities for change, it can move our country forward. But honorable members, I want to say this. We cannot end gender-based violence if we do not dismantle systems of oppression. If we don't deal with the unequal gender relations, if we don't focus on it as a human rights matter. And these are matters that when we look at women, children, and other vulnerable groups, is the fundamental human rights. We need to deal with the power dynamics and a sense of entitlement and the impact it has on women and girls. Now, I'm reminded by Professor Phumla Gola, who spoke about the concept of patriarchy script, which explains that men have been conditioned to feel entitled to women's time, labor, bodies, and more. And that's why we consistently have to be debating how we dismantle systems of oppression. But similarly, Professor Gola speaks about the fear factor. That speaks about the conditions of women to accept violation and dispossibility. A fear created that it's okay, I've been violated and I will remain in this house and so forth. Now, I will not stand here and not respond to some of the issues. Honorable Chairperson, we have done so much in this 30 years. It's a sad reality that Honorable Kusel reminds us of Kwezi. Her real name was Fezekile Ntsukela, who was raped. Mr. Jacob Zuma will remember her. Surely, because surprisingly, the story of Kwezi must never be used as political scoring indeed, as Honorable Mokoena, when many failed to stand in solidarity with her when she took this matter to court. Honorable Siwisa of EFF, I was hoping that you will not expose that you are falling short of researchers in EFF. In South Africa, we have Tutuzela care centers, about 65 of them, so that we have facts. 3 Kusalega centers and 136 gender-based violence shelters across the country. So we can't stand here and say we have nothing. You need more researchers will help with that to give you facts. The country, according to KPMG report, spends about 45 billion to respond to gender-based violence. But we want to emphasize the prevention agenda. Honorable Chairperson, I wish to respond to Honorable Briet. She asked about 30 years, talk shop, and further asked about what advances. That is a sound of a privilege and comfort within the walls that are fences with the reeds of table. Let me demonstrate clearly. We have passed laws that prioritize safety of women and children and vulnerable groups in our country. We have established this Gender-Based Violence Council. We have put out 68 courts that have been upgraded to meet minimum standard for national strategy and reasonable accommodation. We have completed Tabeja forensic laboratory and upgraded criminal administrative system. We have supported over 270 civil society organizations across the country to provide direct services to victims and survivors, which amounts to 89 million funding. We have also supported 96,000 victims to access psychosocial support. So we can't come here and say we have nothing. I want to step down, Honorable Chairperson, in respecting your time, to say to all honorable members, 16 days of activism is not just a campaign. It is a catalyst for sustained action. We use this period to reflect, reactivate, and focus on activism. But our agenda as government, it's a 365 days. Every single day, we fight for the protection of women, promotion of their rights, but also ensuring that economic opportunities are lived through and can be experienced. So, honorable members, this topic, this discussion is not removed from other developmental issues. Few days from now, we're going to commemorate World AIDS Day. Gender-based violence is a driver of the HIV epidemic. So we must seize ourselves with the responsibility to attend to many of the issues that really affect our community. And maybe just on a lighter note, Honorable Chairperson, I heard few members here are struggling with LGBTIQ. LGBTIQ. Sometimes when we use acronyms, let's call the names in full. It will become easier to know what those acronyms stands for. But I wish you all the best and thank you so much for debating on 16 days of activism.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. This indeed, colleagues, it has been a highly emotionally charged debate, which touches in each and every one of us. And we really want to appreciate and commend all the speakers for such a heartwarming, emotional sensitive debate that we've had in the House, representing the pride of those that are directly affected and those that are indirectly affected by this pandemic that is before us. Just for interest, Deputy Minister and Minister, and of course the Minister of Justice, because at some point she will be responsible with that. I happened to attend a dialogue amongst the Millennium Group and around this topic over the weekend. You know, they came up with another phenomenon, another dimension to this. One stood up and says, no, man, you know, there's now this financial abuse. And what is that? No, we're being abused by our male counterparts. That is tantamount to GBV. And how are you being abused? No, when they date us, they take us to a restaurant, they expect us to split the bill into half. Is that not GBV? So you can see that they're taking it to another level. So time evolves, and as things happen, they get different interpretation and meaning. And hence I'm saying that, Minister Mkunu, you might be confronted with those cases in due course in your respective police stations. I don't know what it means, what it says. This is our youth, and this is how they see things, this is how they think. And of course, coming to think of it, it resonates very well with the debate that we are having in the House, and therefore it says, every life matters. What you do, don't do unto others that you would not want them to do unto you. That is the moral of the story. And we want to appreciate you, my sister. We were deeply, deeply touched. At least as the NCOP House, we take pride in you. When we talk about GBV, we are not talking about it hypothetically or saying that it happened to X. We're saying it happened in our house because we carry your pain. What you went through, we all went through. When we speak about GBV as this NCOP, we are saying us as NCOP, we have enjoyed this. We've got first experience about this. So your pain is our pain. Having said that, we just want to proceed with the order of the day. We're moving to the next debate, which the subject is of the debate is the debate on waging a concerted battle against crime to build safer living and business spaces for. Is that the one? None, so okay. Yeah. Am I still in order? Because this sounds very closer to what we've just debated last week. So, okay, hence I'm like, why are we repeating one and the same? Yes, the business space is for our people. Now, having said that, I would like to call upon Minister Mkunu to open the debate for us.
Thank you very much, Chair of the Sokas House NCOP. Let me appreciate the opportunity that we have and your dedication to finding peace and stability in our country, which is one of the countries that have high crime rate, as we call it. Now, the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa guarantees every South African the right to safety and security, whether it is during the day or at night, whether in a rural area or in an urban area. You are old, you are young. And South Africa then has given or gives the South African Police Service a mandate, and this is via the Constitution as well, to uphold this right by preventing, investigating, and combating crime. Aligned with the National Development Plan, we envision a South Africa where people are and feel safe. A society where crime is either non-existent or effectively under control. Achieving this requires a well-functioning criminal justice system where the police, courts, and correctional services collaborate practically to ensure that criminals are apprehended, prosecuted, and convicted, and possibly rehabilitated. Well, our justice system is also underlined by inalienable rights, like right to life and right to dignity. And perhaps we also overstretch it such that even our prisoners would ask for laptops and ask for all of those things. But we have a responsibility to uphold the law and to make sure that people feel safe, whether during the night and during the day. And in the framework that accommodates all these issues that I'm talking about. So in pursuit of this vision, on the side of SAPS, one of the things we are finalizing, and we're hoping that would finish by end of October, is the national policing policy, a cornerstone of our constitutional mandate, and will soon launch the integrated crime and violence prevention strategy. These initiatives will serve as guiding frameworks for a safer South Africa. At a high level, we recognize that we have a lot of pieces of legislation, pieces of strategies to deal with crime in South Africa. In another structure called JCPS, we're agreeing that we have to apply our mind and put all these strategies, strategy on drugs, a strategy against gangs, organized gangs, and all of that. Put those together, integrate all those together, and make sure that we have a formidable strategy in the country. But parallel to that, you need an architecture to deal with crime and to deal with corruption in the country. We all know and are aware that we do have ID recently established by the president in his pursuit to lead the country against criminality and corruption. But on the other hand, you do have police with a component called DPCI, who deal with rather complicated crimes, sophisticated crimes, if you like, organized crimes, and organized corruption. Now, that kind of a situation where you have DPCI, where you have ID on the other hand, then you have a police via detectives dealing with certain categories of crime. We now need to create out of all those units an architecture that will have an impact and will have and will have the required sophistication and efficiency to deal with the scourge of crime and corruption in our country. Now, yesterday, the second quarter crime statistics, which I've spoken about earlier, was released, and reflecting significant milestones in our fight against crime. We want to report to this House that the report shows 5.1% decline in the 17 community reported serious crimes. Conduct crime decreased by 3%, 3.0%. Property-related crime declined by 9.9%, and other serious crimes by 3.4%. Now, we are pleased with this as indicating progress in the fight against crime in the country. But we note at the same time that there are lives here that have been lost, and there's pain that goes with this and destruction of families. And therefore, we merely take it as an indicator that we should be inspired to get to greater heights in terms of fighting crime. I may as well add that criminals are less in number than law-abiding citizens in the country, far less. The only thing they seem to be making progress is the time that they use and targeting individuals or people when they are least expecting them to attack them. Now, all of these need to come to be part of the planning so that we too can shock them and surprise them in the way we fight criminals. Now, there are certain crimes that we identify as core crimes in South Africa, and therefore need all our attention, our resources, and every other, even the greater community and experts that we have in South Africa to deal with. One is murder, which is quite high in the country, unacceptably high. But of course, there was a decrease of 5.8%. But this is from a high level. That should be noted. And therefore, we still have a long way to go in reducing this. Sexual offenses declined by 2.5%, but from a high level. Robbery with aggravating circumstances dropped by 8.8%. Rape cases saw a reduction of 3.1%, whilst robbery at residential and non-residential premises decreased by 1.3% and 21.1% respectively. Had it not been for high levels of crime general in the country, we would have made substantial progress, and we'll be talking about it. Now, these achievements demonstrate we are on the right path, on the right direction, to create safer living and business spaces for our citizens, even though we still have a long way to go. Recognizing the importance of partnerships, we've entered into cooperation agreements with all metropolitan municipalities across the country and the provinces where they are. This collaboration among law enforcement agencies allowed the resources to be pulled together, including human resources, including all the other tools to fight crime in different parts of the country, especially the cities, which are at the same time our economic hubs and therefore should be creating jobs instead of producing crime as is happening at the moment. And therefore, we are dealing with this. It goes far beyond signing. We are now in the process of putting data together, sharing things like fiber, sharing other tools that we want, including cameras. Work is underway to deal with this. Here in the city of Cape Town, we've made a lot of progress. and my colleague in the province here knows, we're working together with the government of the Western Cape, together with the city. We are now proceeding to Gqeberha after signing to make sure that all these processes get underway. Ultimately, what cities in South Africa need to do in crime, we should have camera coverage and data and all the related issues so that we can trace and surprise these criminals if they persist on what they are doing. To make vision reality, our vision reality, South Africa, or a reality, SAPS has undertaken impactful operations such as Operation Chanela, Valumkoti, and very soon we will be talking about a consolidated type of Chanela. And all these targeted interventions have already shown positive results in addressing crime hotspots and improving community safety. We do realize, I must say this, that at times criminality requires some hard tactics and some hard aspects of strategy. When you say you go out to fight criminals, it shouldn't be the same as going out to massage criminals. They must know that there's a dividing line. There are those who are fighting crime and criminals who are pushing crime. And they're on the other side of the divide. And therefore, they need to expect to be fought and not to be massaged. Now, recognizing the importance of, a Directorate of Priority Crime Investigation, DPCI, that I spoke about earlier, as mandated by Section 17D of SAPS Act, has been pivotal in addressing serious corruption, organized crime, commercial crime, since the beginning of 24-25 and before. Now, 1,491 suspects, including 52 companies, have been brought before the courts. 807 convictions have been secured. 154 firearms and 3,846 rounds of ammunition were seized. 10 clandestine drug laboratories in Gauteng, valued at 33.5 million, were dismantled. We have identified intensified strategies to dismantle serious organized crime networks through multidisciplinary approach, intelligence-driven operations, and of course, enhanced collaboration with neighboring countries. Task teams are targeting crimes such as kidnapping, drug trafficking, wildlife trafficking, and cash in transit. We're happy with the progress that we're making with companies that carry cash around the country. And very soon we'll have quite an enhanced strategy to deal with this kind of crime in our country. Now, while we, in the seventh administration, we're committed to fighting and reducing crime nationwide and all kinds and categories of crime. Now, while including economic crimes like extortions and other related ones, including construction mafias, as they are called, but we don't want to recognize somebody as a kingpin of this crime and that crime, because that is where trouble starts. Once people are recognized as untouchables, this and that gang, and so on. So part of our fight is directed at doing away with all these gangs and their names and whatever it will take to deal with that. While we celebrate the gains made, challenges remain, of course, and we need to work together in doing just this. Now, enhancing intelligence gathering, data collection, and information sharing are priorities to further strengthen our efforts. But we do know that even on technology, there is a lot of work that we need to do, as we are doing at the moment, even with reduced resources. But not just that, but on other assistant mechanisms like, or assistive mechanisms like ensuring that our labs for our forensic work function optimally so that whatever goes to them, we get quick results without having to wait for longer periods. Now, I was sitting there and I'm happy that I'm receiving a lot of activities even today about what police are doing on a daily basis, and we're encouraging them and we're supporting them. And we're saying, well done to the men and women in blue. And that's why, among other things, we want to, we're processing a mechanism against those who dare police and fight, in some cases, injure or kill police. We're not only going to arrest them only or process them through the law, but even when you go to jail, we will pursue you with the families of those who will police who would have been victims civilly, to claim you while you are sitting in jail, to pursue you and claim and process civil claims against you, so that all these proceeds that you would have been busy with, they then get diverted to the victims or to the families of the victims. That will soon become a reality, because we need to register our rejection and our dislike of the criminals, especially those who target police. Police represent the state. They represent the executive, they represent all of us, even in the legislatures, and they're the core of the justice system. And therefore, if you touch them, you're touching the state, and the whole of the state must then descend on you. And that message must be clear. Now, honorable members, the road to crime-free society is challenging, but with a collective effort, strategic interventions, and unwavering determination, we will prevail. We are South Africa. We have overcome lots and lots of difficulties in our past. Colonialism, apartheid era. Now, criminals are few. We will overcome them, wherever they are. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I'm now calling the next speaker, who is Honorable Mananiso. We've got 15 minutes now.
Thank you, Chairperson, and let me pass my greetings to the Honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister in our midst, and honorable members and the viewers at home. I want to share with you, Chairperson, about the city called Randwa City. On the 10th of October 2024, we hosted a Reclaiming the Night for the first time in our city. And we had about 500 people plus from different all walks of life of Randfontein. It was for the first time that we had a march at night from 19 hours to 22 hours. The reason why we had that march at night, we wanted to assess, honorable members, if the timing of us of conducting awareness campaign, if it's relevant today or not or what. But I can tell you, Chair, even if it was that time of the night, other people decided to be bystanders. And it really shows that with all the efforts that the government is doing, well, we still have amongst ourselves who believe that GBVF and crime and social ills is not their business. We are going to be continuously engaging on 16 days of activism. However, I want to say to the House, those people who attended that particular march in Motlakeng, they really showed that they understood us when we were doing door-to-door as the ANC, that we are committed to make sure that we deal with corruption, to make sure that we will fight crime and build safer communities. They understood, Chairperson, that the issues of high levels of crime, it's our agenda, all of us as South Africans. They further understood that interventions by the police and other law enforcement agencies in the fight against crime is not only the police business, but the societal issue. They understood, Chair and honorable members, that the police alone cannot win the fight against crime, and that all of us as a society, we should lend a hand in the fight against crime. As we always like to say, using the slogan, that societal responsibility is a community responsibility. But we do it when we want to choose in terms of what we want to do. Honorable members, let me tell you that just today, I have engaged one of the prosecutors in Randfontein in terms of gauging what is the response with regards to this new regulation in terms of maintenance. A good story was shared, that at least we are making strides to ensure that employers comply and those who are not paying maintenance, they are paying maintenance. As we speak, people have been complying and being compliant in terms of what has been said. And it really shows that with partnership, we are doing it right. Honorable Chairperson, I want to say to our South Africans that as the ANC, we really understand that democracy cannot be advanced without freedom, and their safety, it is our responsibility. We want to see them ensuring their homes, streets, schools, and community safe. We made this commitment because we understand that for our people to enjoy the freedom and democracy, they must not do so in a safe environment. Crime and criminals undermine their rights. We understand, Chairperson, that it is only a liberated society that understands their responsibility and that will stand and fight the gender-based violence and femicide and as well deal with social crimes. Just yesterday, Chairperson, the Minister of Police released the police quarterly statistics report in terms of the focus on the core crimes of murder, attempted murder, rape, assault, GBH, and the GBVF, which is a national priority crime. The minister indicated that overall crime has declined by 5.1% in the quarter under consideration. We agree with the minister that despite this decline in crime stats, the persistence of higher crime rate underscores the agency to doubling our efforts in law enforcement, prevention, and community involvement. Chairperson, the decline in the crime rates, as indicated in the crime statistic, is not something that happened by miracle, but a reflection on the commitment of the police, the law enforcement agencies, and collaborations with the communities in the fight against crime. Honorable members, we are glad that the perpetrators that massacred innocent people in Lusikisiki and Kumbu have been arrested. The arrest of these perpetrators will go a long way in ensuring that perpetrators of crime are arrested to answer for their crimes. Their arrest will also assist in uncovering the motives of their crimes and thus strengthen the resolve of the police to prevent such crimes from happening in the future. We believe that the arrest of these perpetrators will help in bringing closure to the affected families and communities by ensuring that justice is served. Honorable members, we are encouraged by this development by the police in fighting crime, but we remain concerned about the levels of crime in our country. As the minister said, we must not rest until there is peace in our country. We have noted the tightening of the crimes of extortion and construction mafias. We are glad that these crimes are receiving maximum attention from the police. Extortion and construction mafias undermine the state intervention to create a conducive environment for economic activities. Extortionists are parasites that feed on the sweat of genuine business people. we are forced to give their hard-earned monies to some criminals who threatens them with harm. Extortion should be uncovered and be brought to book so that our people can engage in business activities without fear or favor on these criminals. The construction mafias are affecting and undermining our efforts of responding to unemployment, inequalities, poverty, and infrastructure development in our country. Honorable Chairperson, these criminals forces their way into the procurement arrangements of construction projects and at worst assassinate contractors who genuinely were awarded construction contracts. And these people are known by our communities. Construction mafias adopt all manners of modus operandi to force our people to succumb to their ill-gotten intention. They harass family members of those involved in construction. They threaten the safety of those who are involved in construction. They also demand stake in the construction project without providing any services. We must say no to these criminals, and we must act in unity with the law enforcement agencies to ensure that these criminals are identified and are isolated from our communities. Their time is up. We have noted a number of interventions by the police to strengthen their fight against crime. Amongst other things, some of the interventions include the following. As the Minister has alluded, we have the National Policy Strategy 2022 to 2025. The strategy will focus on combating crime and crime contributors such as illegal firearms, drugs, illegal minors, and human trafficking. Also to develop and implement detective service recovery plan. There has been concerns regarding the detective services. However, we have a commitment that those will be dealt with. The increased crime prevention and combating action plan will go a long way in focusing on prevention investigation on crime that threatens the economy. Honorable Chairperson, there are other interventions in the National GBVF strategy. GBVF is a serious concerning crime in our country, and we can all agree that in today's topic, the one that has just ended, the GBVF is an issue for all of us, and it is our agenda business. The National GBVF strategy will include the establishment of GBVF desk in all police stations, also ensuring that improvement of access to social offences courts to speedy cases of GBVF. While I was in conversation with Advocate Mzolisa Madol, the control prosecutor in Randfontein, he mentioned the following, that today, at least in Randfontein, no cases are being withdrawn by our young women in terms of your protection orders and others, because we know that in our country, more especially women have actually normalized the abnormality of misusing the services by the law enforcement agencies. But it is good, Chairperson, that today, at least, the level of withdrawals has been minimized in Randfontein. Chairperson, we want to share with yourselves as well that we are finding cooperation from members of the society in terms of issues of law enforcement and criminalities. We also note that as part of intervention in the fight against crime, the SABs will also focus on the specialized multidisciplinary units to fight organized crime and economic infrastructure. Some few months ago, Honorable Chairperson, we witnessed the Minister of Police going to a number of metros and establishing cooperative agreements between the SABs and the metros to cooperate in the fight against crime. And today we heard the Minister has shared that part. This initiative is welcomed, and we hope that it will strengthen the law enforcement agencies across the spheres of government in the fight against crime. It may be reasonable to conclude that some of the contributing factors to the decline in the crime statistics, as released yesterday, may have something to do with these cooperation agreements. Chairperson, We also note the cooperative between the SAPS and the Cash in Transit Association of South Africa to address the persistent issue of cash in transit. This cooperation is solidified in a memorandum of understanding between the SAPS and Cash in Transit Association. We also encouraged by work of the police through Operation Shanela and Operation Okaimola that intensify the fight against crime. We agree with the Minister of Police that operation with Justice Department, the National Prosecution Authority, and Home Affairs Department will go a long way in fight against crime. We reiterate our point that the police alone cannot win the fight against crime. The collaboration with the communities through structures such as the Community Policing Forum is critical in the fight against crime. I want to commend every patriotic South African, Honorable Chairperson, to adopt to these themes of not looking away. They must not shy away. They must take a stand, take action, and leave no one behind. And understand that one is too many, and understand that we need to speak in one message, many voices, to ensure that we work together in fighting this GBVF and as well fighting criminal activities in our society. We further believe that collaboration, cooperation, coordination, integration, partnership, inclusion, and involvement in any country is the new currency for social empowerment development. I hope today's debates moving forward won't be about names, but about how do we do things differently to ensure that we all enjoy the safe spaces in our country. Honorable Chairperson, I want to inform our South African people that as the carrying ANC, we have ANC parliamentary constituency offices which are opened for everybody. And we always do our programs according to these thematic activities. And that speaks to gender-based violence and femicide, and as well social crimes. We are working together with all our sister department, Department of Health, DSD, law enforcement agencies, Department of Labor, Home Affairs, FBOs, and NGOs. So I want to tell them that they must just look around to the nearest offices. They would see that it is a parliamentary constituency offices of the ANC if they have not been invited. However, they need to note that these offices are for all. Even if you come from the DA, from the EFF, from MKP and FF+, you would get our services at your doorstep in terms of referrals, in terms of engaging you on what you need to know and have and on services. We want to agree with those that have spoken in the first debate, Chairperson, as I conclude, that let us break the silence, let us make sure that we speak out, let us make sure that we blow the whistle 365 days, 24/7, to dismantle criminal activities that disrupt social values, culture, beliefs of Ubuntu and harmony. We all can live together in South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mananiso. We are now moving to Honorable Godlimpi, who is the Deputy Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition.
Greetings to the Minister of Police and the Minister of Small Business Development, and greetings to all of you honorable members. I want to say, House Chair, when I came in, you were saying something about what the youth is including in crime statistics. And I want to say that could be classified as part of what I'm going to talk about here. The economic forms of you said it's gender-based violence, or said let's call it gender-based economic violence. But I must make the point that it's indisputable that crime affects people in all instances of their lives, as individuals, as communities, as business people, and therefore by implication, the entire economy at large. And this starts off in various ways in a localized manner. You will have a student who's robbed of their laptop that contains critical study material. You might have a job seeker who's robbed of their cell phone, and therefore they will not be able to be in contact with potential employers if they use that phone for applications. Or you could have a township general dealer who experiences an invasion and stock theft, and therefore they run out of business. So each one of these scenarios carries substantial financial costs, whether you're replacing stolen items, whether it's missed opportunities or lost trading days and the expenses of installing security measures for businesses. For a general dealer, this might include investing in alarm systems, buying steel burglar bars and other costly measures instead of recapitalizing their business. So from these localized inconveniences, the financial impact does extend to the national economy. Governments are compelled to divert scarce resources towards bolstering law enforcement and strengthening the criminal justice system. These funds, which could otherwise be invested in education, healthcare, and infrastructure, are redirected to combat crime. So the trade-off is simple. Whenever we increase the budget that we give to Minister Senzo Mchunu in order to improve his work, we are depriving Minister Stella Ndabeni of money to finance small business. We are depriving Minister Kwahubo of additional money to build more schools. So whenever we're committing resources to fighting crime, we're underfunding something else that would be helping the country move forward. Of course, we will continue advocating that Minister Mchunu must be funded, but understanding that that comes at a price in fixing other areas of life. But moreover, at a macroeconomic strategy level, crime deters investment. High crime rates elevate the hurdle rate for both domestic and foreign direct investment and increase operational costs, such as relocating to secure industrial estates. Economic agents affected by crime are also less likely to spend on consumer goods or tourist attractions for fear of hijackings or robberies. In 2022, copper theft alone cost South Africa an estimated 42 billion rands, including disruptions to businesses, infrastructure replacement, and additional security measures for state entities like Transnet. And this research was done by Genesis Analytics. So as opposed to having a discussion that Transnet must build more rail lines, we are now stuck in a discussion that Transnet must replace old rail lines. When ESCOM is supposed to be adding more transformers in other areas, they are replacing them in areas that had transformers. So in another study conducted in 2023, the World Bank estimates that the macroeconomic cost of crime amounted to 9.6% of GDP, reducing tourist arrivals and undermining foreign direct investment. These costs erode consumer and business confidence, compounding the economic strain and also lead to reduced tourist arrivals. The study goes on to state that if businesses alone could invest some of the amount they spend on security in productive ventures instead, South Africa's growth potential could increase by about 1 full percentage point. Economic costs aside, we must also not lose sight of the human costs of crime, whether this is due to the illegal sale of unsafe food to our children or the safety risks when an electric cable or manhole cover is stolen. House Chairperson, there's no single solution to crime, yet its pervasive effects demand multi-layered and well-sequenced government interventions. And at a macro-social level, I want to make the point that reducing unemployment on our part is central to addressing crime. And this does not discount other social causes and motivations for delinquent behavior. Rather, we make the point that mass unemployment is part of a broader macro-social fault line that reproduces and sustains social delinquency. Initiatives such as public employment programs, a vibrant industrial policy and master plans, and trade policies that integrate South Africa into global value chains play a vital role in improving the economy and thereby reducing helplessness. Supporting entrepreneurs and SMMEs through development finance instruments provided by entities such as the DTIC, the IDC, and the NEF also contribute positively to improving the national economy. So the most effective way of reducing the high levels of crime in our society is for the economy to grow at levels that create sustainable employment so that we can pull large numbers of the youth from slumber into active economic agents. And this has to be the most urgent and apex priority of all social partners, government, business, labor, and community stakeholders. To this end, the government has implemented interventions aimed at fostering new ventures and expanding existing businesses. Over the past 4 months, I've visited various businesses benefiting from the incentive programs like the Black Industrialist Program, the Critical Infrastructure Program, as well as financing from developing finance institutions such as the IDC and the NEF. There's indeed a lot of work we are doing to support existing businesses to become more competitive, to expand and retain jobs. Our development finance suite of interventions also supports new venture creation, new industry development, and de-risking blue ocean industries. The DTIC Group also manages the Social Equity Fund on behalf of the Presidency. This fund channels funding to public benefit organizations which employ youth for a year, where they acquire valuable work skills as well as technical training. In the 2023-2024 financial year, the fund disbursed 966 million rands and created 58,957 work opportunities. Our interventions to grow the economy and create employment are, however, compromised by the flow of illicit products into the South African market, which undermines our domestic industrial capacity, particularly in the automotive industry, as a result of grey imports. It is reported that the flow of illicit second-hand vehicle imports costs the Republic's fiscus between 5 to 8 billion rands annually in lost direct taxes. This reality is worsened by the fact that these vehicles compromise the safety of our roads. Similarly, the illicit cigarette trade industry is also responsible for huge losses in tax revenue for the country. A recent Ipsos study indicates that illicit cigarette traders sold products consistently below the minimum collectible tax, resulting in annual tax revenue losses of 24 billion rands. This is a huge cost to the economy, and if we consider the health implications, the consequences on our already burdened public health system are significant. Honorable House Chairperson, overall, the rise of organized crime, such as the so-called construction mafia and extortion networks of various iterations, has taught us valuable lessons. In the Tshwane Auto SEZ, we achieved community buy-in by involving Mamelodi and Atteridgeville residents from the project's inception, training SMMEs to integrate into value chains and prioritizing local employment. This has helped to build a sense of collective ownership and protection of the SEZ precinct on the part of the people. And this approach is going to guide future projects to mitigate against the risks that have emerged elsewhere. And of course, we've engaged the companies located in the Tshwane SEZ to encourage them to prioritize the employment of local people. It's our firm belief that this approach should be taken across government. Our people are correct to expect that if public infrastructure project is being implemented in an area, local people with necessary skills or with sufficient training will be used to deliver that project. This is how we ensure lasting community buy-in and skills development. And the second key intervention involves the DTIC Group's regulatory functions. They include, for example, the department's work on responding to public infrastructure theft and the export of scrap metal arising in part from the stripping of public assets. Honorable members will know that our communities are plagued by copper cable theft, which is costly to replace and a significant source of business interruptions. Given that these scrap metals are exported to a lucrative global market, the DTIC and the security cluster introduced a temporary export ban on scrap metal, and we imposed import controls on small-scale furnaces used to melt and disguise the origin of copper, and will shortly roll out a comprehensive reporting information technology system to track the movement of scrap metals across South African value chains and scrap merchants. Recently, in response to the food poisoning emergency, the DTIC Group has expanded the inspections undertaken by the entities such as the National Consumer Commission and the National Regulator for Compulsory Specifications. The inspections and imposition of penalties are supported by the provision of consumer and business education and training support to assist spaza shops and other enterprises to comply with our food safety regulations, as well as other business-related regulations such as bylaw requirements. Last week, Minister Tau, together with the Minister of Small Business Development, announced the establishment of a 500 million rands fund to support our spaza shops. The fund brings together the DTIC Group and the Department of Small Business development in a coordinated manner to support the spaza sector to access safe food products, improve hygiene management, upgrade facilities to comply with food safety regulations, and improve their profit margins through bulk buying. Government will not stand by while our people and our children are being sold unsafe food. We will shut down non-compliant spazas and support those spazas that genuinely seek to comply with our laws to strengthen our offering to consumers. House Chairperson, the third intervention I would like to highlight is that government is also working to create secure, safe spaces for businesses to operate. We have many state-owned industrial parks spread across South Africa. In some cases, these have fallen into disrepair, and we know that worsening safety and security in industrial parks tends to undermine investment flows and employment in the parks. Government is also working to secure state-owned industrial parks which have suffered due to neglect and increasing crime. Collaborative efforts involving businesses, communities, NGOs, and local policing structures have significantly reduced crime in parks such as Babelege, Ek Industria, I still have time here. So I still have 3 minutes to go, so I can even give you another monologue.
Honorable Deputy
Industria.
Minister, you still have time on your side. Can I request you, Honorable Badenhorst, not to drown the speaker? Allow them an opportunity to do their work, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. So collaborative efforts involving businesses, communities, NGOs, and local policing structures have significantly reduced crime in parks like Babelege, Ek Industria, East Tebe, and Goangoa. These partnerships are essential to redirect resources towards enterprise development and job creation. So last week, while reporting to the Select Committee on SEZs and Industrial Parks progress, I shared with honorable members the concerns we have observed during our visits to these parks. For instance, I highlighted the challenge faced by East Tebe Industrial Park, Emandeni, in KwaZulu-Natal, one of our largest industrial parks, which employs between 16,000 and 20,000 people. This park is persistently at risk of disruptions caused by service delivery protests stemming from local government issues that often spill over into the park. So to address these challenges, we've proposed adopting a precinct-based approach to enhance the security of the park. However, regardless of the measures we implement, collaboration with local communities and police is vital to safeguarding critical economic infrastructure. By working together, we can ensure that resources allocated to these parks are directed towards enterprise development and job creation, rather than being diverted to security measures at the expense of much-needed investment. Honorable members, these three key interventions that I highlighted demonstrate how government is seeking to sustainably address the socio-economic factors which give rise to South Africa's relatively high crime levels. We are also expanding and strengthening our capacity to regulate and enforce compliance within existing legal frameworks. Lastly, our policy interventions to support industrial parks are expected to provide business with safe places to operate from, while sustaining jobs in surrounding areas, which are mainly townships. In a nutshell, Honorable House Chair, whilst we support the work done by the security cluster, we also recognize that there is much work required on us as the economic cluster to improve employment levels and the functionality of the economy in order to move a growing number of the youth away from criminal activities, even for survivalist ends. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. It's always good to have you around this house, and we really want to thank you for always availing yourself to do just what you've been elected to come and do in the house. Having said that, I would then request that the next speaker, Honorable Billy, take the podium.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP. The ministers, deputy ministers who are here. Minister, I want to just start maybe by bringing to your attention the murder of Lucky Tabete of Kwamakuta, who was killed three weeks ago, was shot 3 weeks ago, and succumbed to his injuries last week. I'm informed that the investigating officer in the Kwamakuta police station, since the incident, has never contacted the family, even when he was told that the victim was willing to speak and was getting better. He made no effort to go and take a statement and ensure that he's got information on this matter. Honorable members, as parliamentarians and as lawmakers, it is important that we debate issues of national importance so that we could be able to have a frank and honest conversation with the sole aim of resolving these issues. As part of an honest conversation, we must, without any fear, favor, or contradiction, GNU or not, be ready to identify and acknowledge past mistakes so that this 7th Parliament, we can be able to do better for our people. Crime is an issue of national importance. Building safer living spaces has never been so important in our country, in our province, in our cities, in eThekwini, Maritzburg, Newcastle, Emzindo, KwaNongoma, and many other areas. Honorable members, all of these areas I'm mentioning continue to experience increased levels of crime. In these communities, today there are more people being raped. In KZN, at least 20% in the last financial year. There are more women and children being murdered. Today, there are more people who are trying to barely make ends meet, being harassed by criminals who want protection fees. Fellow South Africans, these are not just crime statistics any longer. It is the daily reality for many of our people who are being robbed of their dignity, peace, and their opportunities for prosperity. The Democratic Alliance stands unequivocally for a South Africa where citizens live without fear, where businesses can thrive, and where the rule of law is upheld. But this vision requires a bold leadership, decisive action, and the political will to tackle the root causes of crime. Honorable members, at the beginning of my speech, I said that we need to make sure that these conversations in this 7th Parliament become honest. It is common knowledge that under the previous government of 30 years, the ANC government, levels of crime recorded in South Africa increased dramatically. Research shows that while recorded crime stabilized between 1995 to 1996, crime has been increasing since then. And this is not personal, this is the reality. In 2001, leading researchers at the Institute of Security Studies, Martin Sontag and Antoinette Law, in a paper titled Crime in South Africa, a Country and Cities Profile, answering a question on why does South Africa have a consistently increased crime rate. They argue that there are 4 issues. It is the country's violent past and contemporary criminal behavior, Minister. It is the impact of the proliferation of firearms. It is the growth of organized crime. It is the consequences of poorly performing criminal justice system. Home robberies and house breakings remain the most prevalent crimes affecting our people. As a result, Statistics South Africa recently announced in a 2023-2024 report that there is a dramatic decline in the sense of safety among individuals walking in their neighborhood during the day and at night since 2019 and 2020. Again, this is Stats SA speaking. It's not me who's saying this. Honorable members, with these realities, evidence from leading experts, from Stats SA, people's lived experiences, we must ask an honest question. What has been done or has not been done to build and encourage these unsafe living spaces in our communities? All evidence at our disposal show that we have not been doing enough, that there aren't any fighting and preventative measures that are enough to stop what's going on. While we remain optimistic about the new future of our country under the GNU, the honest truth is that the past government, the ANC in particular, does not have a plan to build safer living spaces for the people. And this is not personal. It's been consistently increasing under the ANC government. Because if they did, they will start seeing some results. The Honorable Nokwanya will come and tell you now, Minister, that when we went to Toyando, when we spoke to the police station commander there, he told us how he doesn't have resources to do her job. He will come and tell you, he won't insult what I'm saying. On the other hand, the Democratic Alliance does have a plan. SAPS tasked with protecting our people is often under-resourced, poorly managed, and in some instances, complicit in criminal activity. The NPA struggles with backlogs, leaving victims waiting for years. You can't dispute that unless there's something wrong with you. This is why we today introduced a private members bill to the Portfolio Committee, which seeks to introduce the Anti-Corruption Commission, a new Chapter 9 institution that will be empowered to investigate and prosecute exclusively corruption and high crime levels. Furthermore, we must ensure that SAPS is properly trained, adequately equipped, and free from corruption. The DA-led Western Cape has demonstrated how investment in safety initiatives such as the Law Enforcement Advancement Plan can make communities safer. Crime intelligence, which you spoke about, Minister, we must invest in it. Local government must be given more authority to manage their affairs. This includes devolving powers of SAPS to provinces like Limpopo who are struggling because they have to rely on Pretoria. More community policing forums must be empowered. Honorable members, corruption within the criminal justice system must be eradicated. The people of South Africa deserve better. The Democratic Alliance stands ready to lead this fight, not with empty promises, not with unproven strategies, but proven strategies that needs to be taken. The quality of the contribution that
Honorable Billy, your time has
must be in
expired.
line with what we're trying to achieve.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next honorable member to take part in the debate is the Honorable Mokoena. We have 9 minutes. Sorry, honorable members, I think there was a change, but we have not been informed. So, Honorable Majola, you have 9 minutes.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, ministers and deputy ministers present. Through you, Chair, to the minister, I've just read an article while I was preparing to come forward here. Well, it is in line with the topic of today, where it says another international retailer shut down in South Africa. Having said that, Honorable Chair, I was pleased to hear the minister highlighting the very important root cause of the crime in South Africa. I heard the minister mentioning the triple challenges, which is our unemployment, poverty, and inequality. I have several speakers mentioning the scat of the illegal firearms as the root causes, the drugs, and then the previous spatial planning. I'm sure the minister did have an opportunity when I'm speaking of the previous spatial planning, managed to visit the KZN. I'm sure it's your home province, in the place called Pietermaritzburg. There is a police station there, Plessesley, which is rated as a #1 in Africa as a high rate of crime. Honorable Chair, if you visit that place, you compare with the other police stations around it, you will see what I mean when I say the previous spatial planning is contributing towards the current crime rate. And then, well, when you look at the ratio, one officer is how many members of the community is servicing. I've also heard the minister from his address stating that there is, I don't know whether to say slightly or a drastical dropped on what you referred as a core crime, the murder, the robbery, the rape. Honorable Chair, through you, the life of one person, it's very important because more than being a person, you are a father, you are a mother, you are a son. Therefore, Honorable Chair, protection.
Honorable Gaia, can you please mute your microphone?
We are pleased to hear from the minister that there is a slightly dropped on that category of crime. But compared to the previous quarters, because the figures that were recorded on the first quarter of this financial year between April and June, 6,100 murders recorded, Honorable Chair, are really unacceptable. We also had the minister quoting from what we are only left with 5 years in terms of achieving the NDP targets. With your strategy as the minister that it's still underdeveloped, I want to convey the message to you that let's also be mindful of time in terms of achieving the National Development Plan targets, which we don't have a time to waste again. With regards to the resources invested to in terms of the crime fighting, it is true that the police are not well resourced. When you look at the level of crime as to how crime is growing, one can tell you that we need more professional training with regards to the police. The crime, it's more professional than the police. Whether we need to look at the new developments in terms of how we fight with the current crime. Yes, Honorable Chair, in line with the topic of today, crime hurts the economic development in South Africa. It has been said by the Deputy Minister of Trade and Industry. We fully concur with that the crime contributes to a misallocation of funds. In terms of what we are spending on crime, in fact, we should have better used in terms of developmental orientated other services like manufacturing, like education, like health, instead of spending it into a crime fighting strategies. It also increased the operational cost for businesses. Installing new security measures, hiring more home bodies as security officers, it contributes to a loss to the business. Honorable Chair, the impact with regards to the level of crime, we have just coming from the medium-term budget policy statement. We have noticed what crime not only crime, but crime as part of what is contributing towards our economy. Honorable Chair, our economic growth and crime is a contributor of this, has grown by 1.1% during the midterm of this financial year, which is forecast to grow by 1.8 between 2025 and 2027, which is far below what the NDP is saying. Further to what crime is contributing, it's 32.9% of the unemployment to South Africa because businesses are leaving South Africa. Again, with regards to the benchmarking, I won't go further than the continent or to the same category of South Africa is the BRICS. Well, within the continent, Nigeria's economy is growing faster than us. And within the developing countries, the BRICS countries, South Africa is the lowest in terms of the economic growth, even less than China, which is their economic growth. It's about 4.8% during this period. Highlighting that, Chair, is that we need to understand that the more you focus on crime and safety of the country, then it goes hand in hand with the economic growth. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Majola. Honorable colleagues, I know that this has been a very long session, and we still got another 2 hours to go. Now, I am asking, and I've been informed that the restaurant is open, and I'm asking whether you would want a comfort break for about 10-15 minutes. Was that a yes, or should we continue? All right, we shall allow a comfort break for 15 minutes and we come back at 25 to 8. Thank you very much. We will adjourn for a short while. Thank you, colleagues.
Recording stopped.
Honorable Numalo. Honorable Numalo, you are doing well. You are doing well, guys.
Honorable members, could you please make your way back into the House and take your seats? All right, thank you very much, honorable members. Could we take our seats so that we can commence? Honorable members, the next honorable member to take part in this debate is Honorable Farmer.
Recording in
Honorable Farmer,
progress.
you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. I am attempting to make an argument that I know is brushed aside very easily. But Ekbaizani, let me try. Inequality, whether in terms of income, wealth, or welfare, and endowments, is a strong determinant of everything from social cohesion and social mobility to life expectancy. A reduction of inequality and concentrated disadvantage in violent cities and neighborhoods is therefore one of the most powerful ways to reduce violence. Where a person is born and lives correlates with their overall life chances. Unsurprisingly, people living in environments characterized by high levels of economic and social inequality tend to be more exposed to violence and victimization than those living elsewhere. Neighborhoods exhibiting higher levels of income, inequality, and concentrated disadvantage experience higher levels of mistrust, social disorganization, and violent crime. Failure to adequately address these issues dramatically reduces equality of opportunity and outcomes across generations, perpetuating violence. Multiple and overlapping forms of inequality contribute to violent victimization in cities. For example, people in the lower income and wealth quintiles are more likely to be a victim than those in the higher earnings brackets. In Mexico, despite the national decline in poverty and income inequality, municipalities registering higher economic inequality report higher levels of violent crime. The most affected neighborhoods tend to have limited natural surveillance, residential disadvantage, and neighborhood instability. Similarly, racial and gender inequalities not only perpetuate economic inequality, but are linked to higher exposure to violence. Labor force participation, educational achievement, reproductive health, and political representation are all closely aligned with higher levels of safety. In virtually every city, the vast majority of violent crime is concentrated in just a few neighborhoods. Some parts of a city may experience almost no violent crime, while in others, it may be an order of magnitude higher. A study of 5 Latin American countries determined that 50% of all crime occurred in just 3 to 8% of street segments. In Bogota, for example, more than 98% of all homicides occur in less than 2% of its street segments. Relationships between disadvantaged communities and local government, particularly law enforcement, are often fraught. When police use excessive force, this can further diminish trust. Moreover, when local residents exit violence-affected neighborhoods, this can exacerbate socio-spatial segregation, erode social efficacy, and intensify insecurity in the communities they leave behind. Meanwhile, neighborhoods with higher levels of income, inequality, and more concentrated disadvantage experience higher levels of violent crime. There are frequently spillover effects from unequal and violent neighborhoods into ostensibly more stable ones. Fortunately, a growing number of cities around the world are prioritizing crime prevention and violence reduction. This is more radical than it sounds, as many local governments are understandably worried about acknowledging these challenges for fear it may negatively impact local and foreign investment, tourism, and their legitimacy to voters. Cities from Medellin and Sao Paulo to New York and Auckland have achieved dramatic improvements in public safety and security over the past 2 decades. Likewise, global networks such as the Global Parliament of Mayors and Peace in our cities have encouraged members to dramatically reduce violence by 2030. We should learn from global cities and follow suit. If you want to eradicate crime, eradicate poverty. If you want to address inequality, you can address crime. If you want to address crime, create jobs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Farmer. We shall now move on to the next speaker, and that will be the Honorable Minister of Small Business Development, the Honorable Ndebele Abrahams. Minister, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Honorable members, Minister Mchunu, Deputy Minister Kotlimpi, senior officials of government, distinguished guests that may have joined us online. Ladies and gentlemen, Chairperson, I would like to thank you for inviting us to participate in such a crucial and significant discussion about crime in our communities and the impact that it has in the business ecosystem. We believe that this debate is long overdue. It is overdue because crime, particularly crime that targets businesses, undermines our efforts to cultivate a culture of entrepreneurship in our beautiful country and to build a nation of innovators and entrepreneurs, especially in our township and villages. Honorable members, you will know that crime is often cited as the #1 reason of why many people do not want to embark on business ventures in our country. This is mostly the case in our townships and villages, where extortions in the form of protection fees have led to many losing their lives to criminals. Here in the Western Cape in Khayelitsha, a teenager was killed by extortionists and he was about to testify against the alleged extortionist. As a department, we are doing our best to inspire young people to start new businesses and support those that run small-scale businesses. But our efforts are often impeded by the high levels of crime in our beautiful country. Chairperson, we are aware that the key drivers of crime include high levels of unemployment, as other many speakers have indicated, the high levels of poverty and inequality. Our country is still ranked as one of the most unequal societies in the world. The effects of the inequalities are felt through the social ills, which include crime and cruelty, as we see it in our own communities. It is therefore important that in solving the scourge of crime, we also invest more in tackling the structural, political, social, and economic drivers of crime. Our debating point, Chairperson, is that the Freedom Charter asserts that, and I quote, South Africans shall have the right to trade where they choose to manufacture and enter all kinds of trade, I close quote. This is the right that has been translated and enshrined into our own constitution under Section 22. As this government, we are committed to defend this right and ensure that our people exploit business opportunities presented by the democratic state. The high levels of crime in our country, Chairperson, are worrying, but our government, led by President Ramaphosa, is steadfast in dealing with criminals and protecting our small businesses. We've seen Macingwana crisscrossing our country, and results of his presence are felt by all criminals. Honorable members, we know that South Africa continues to experience low economic growth, while levels of unemployment are worrying. This is due in part to the global commodities down cycle since 2012, as well as to binding constraints, including the energy supply, transport and logistics, and the topic of today's debate, crime. There's no doubt that our high crime levels as a country have affected investment and growth, as Deputy Minister Kotlimpi stated. The World Bank, in their 2023 study of the economic impact of crime, suggests that South Africa is an outlier among upper middle income countries. The estimated cost of direct losses to crime are estimated at 105 billion, which equates to 1.5% of our GDP. And the cost of prevention at 210 billion, which equates to 3% of the GDP. With all other indirect costs and multipliers, the World Bank estimates that the economic cost of crime is estimated between 7 to 10% of the GDP. In other words, that means between 500 to 700 billion rands because of the crime that we see. There is also cost to investment, with crime being viewed as the fastest growing constraint to global competitiveness. Previously, it was our energy supply constraint, which has now been brought under control. Security expenses have become a major input cost for small businesses. Security gates, alarms, lighting, and other security measures have become standard costs for many in this sector, as high costs for insurance. Those who cannot afford these input costs remain highly vulnerable. There's also loss of work hours. This is both through temporary business closures following a crime. Many businesses like Spaza Shop would want to open 24 hours but are unable to do so because of this crime. This has seen the influx of illegal traders that sleep, trade, bath, and make babies in the same space. Small businesses often must pay protection fees, often masquerading as security fees. And many have deliberately decided to stay small and under the radar in order to avoid exposure to extortionists. Crime leads to loss of markets, honorable members, with customers avoiding businesses that are affected by crime. Tourism is especially vulnerable, as we currently see in the Wild Coast. We've seen lots of counterfeit products which destroy our economy and undermine the efforts of our innovative entrepreneurs in our country. We've seen so many of these in the textile and clothing industry. Whether we go to the build industry or pharmaceuticals, the outcry is the same. Honorable members, I must tell you, it is a crime to steal other people's IP, and we too here should not be party to it. No honorable member must buy fake or wear fake, irrespective of who sells it. We are pleased to see the criminal statistics of the second quarter of the 2024-2025 financial year, showing that serious crime decreased by 5.1%. Again, we applaud the work that is being done by Minister of Police and his team. We're also very pleased to see communities taking a stand against the scourge of organized crime like extortion rackets. Communities are now organizing themselves into lawful patrol groups and using technology and social media to create community awareness and an organized response. Key is to building the capacity of SAPs and improve the quality of police services. Most of our small entrepreneurs, especially our more than 2 million informal traders, cannot afford private security services and therefore rely on effective public policing provided by the state. We support Operation Shanela with the good work that they are doing. We've seen this across the country, focusing on business compliance operations, targeting criminals who are extorting businesses in our communities. Just this month only in Northern Cape, these collaborative efforts have yielded significant results, including the closure of unlicensed liquor establishments and businesses that do not adhere to compliance regulations. Moreover, the operations have led to the arrest of illegal immigrants in violation of the Immigration Act, reinforcing the importance of regulatory adherence in our communities. These proactive measures have also been observed in Gauteng. If you've been in Alexandria or Red, where similar operations in the past week have effectively targeted non-compliant businesses and illegal activities. By prioritizing these important joint operations, we're not only combating crime, but also fostering a safer and more stable environment for our MSMEs to flourish. It is through such dedicated efforts that we ensure the protection of legitimate businesses and the overall well-being of our communities. We support the efforts to rebuild and strengthen the investigative capacity of the police to address the sophisticated syndicates that are holding our economy ransom. As the department, we are doing many things to improve safety and security for small businesses. We're supporting them to move away from cash-based businesses towards digital payment systems, and this is being integrated into the business development support that we provide. We are supporting smaller enterprises to strengthen financial systems, stock management systems, and the like to reduce both internal and external crime. At the same time, improving stock purchasing via digital systems, reducing the risk of theft of stock. We are building shared economic infrastructure and product markets, which provide safe trading and production space for smaller enterprises. This we do in collaboration with the provincial and local government. Currently, we have 12 structures that we've built and 12 that we are going to build. We're further working towards cashless trading, including in these hubs and markets. We do appeal to property owners leasing their spaces to illegal foreigners to partner with the government as we embark on providing quality spaces for our local businesses through our shared economic infrastructure and the assistance that we will provide to spaza shops in townships and village through the funds we have recently set aside that Deputy Minister Gotlimpi spoke about. By refusing to rent out your properties to illegal foreigners and partnering with the government, you will be assisting our economy to grow. while also helping us to reclaim the township and rural economy for South Africans, in particular the entrepreneurs. Let us not commit any crime by aiding, assisting, enabling, or helping any illegal foreigner in any manner by letting, selling, or making available immovable property to him or her, as stipulated in Section 42 of the Immigration Act. Doing so is a crime, honorable members. Do notify your communities about this. We provide grants for assets and working capital for enterprises with a turnover of below 3 million rands a year. And this can be used for security assets as well as working capital for insurance and security. Similarly, our cooperative support program provides working capital grants, which can be used for security and insurance provisioning. Whilst we acknowledge that crime takes away lots of money, but it also creates an economic opportunity to innovative people. We are sensitive to the impact that crime has on the ability of small enterprises to repay loans and enter debt repayment plans and relief where necessary to safeguard against increased impairment, because they delay payment because every time there's a burglary, it takes away from the earnings that they have. We appeal to banks and non-bank financial institutions to do the same to assist MSMEs which have been victims of crime. We're partnering with the cities to provide practical skills training linked to new venture creation. We must direct youth away from drugs and crime towards entrepreneurship and other socially constructive activities that build more cohesive communities if we are to reclaim our freedom and the independence that was fought for. We provide support to innovators and entrepreneurs. This year, we are busy with a startup policy aimed at enabling tech startups, among others, to develop innovative solutions to our challenges. An example is Loop, a company which has introduced a cashless payment system for the minibus taxi system and which has won our Social Enterprise Award at the Presidential MSME and Cooperatives Awards that we held last week on Friday. Our entrepreneurs continue to provide solutions to the challenges that we are faced with. All we are asking you to do is to support them in their quest. As I conclude, through initiatives like our Township and Rural Economic Development and Revitalization Policy, which we are busy with, we will intentionally build safe, well-lit and well-policed economic nodes and high streets in our townships and rural towns. This must be our priority and will require our collective effort across government, also leveraging the private sector. And at the center are the landlords that own the land in those areas. Fellow South Africans, allowing businesses to manufacture illegal goods in residential spaces that are not approved and certified for manufacturing is a crime, as this disrupts the water and electricity supply allocated for residential use. It undermines and disrupts the services that people deserve. And when people suffer, they then in turn go and ban the buildings that are utilized for businesses by our people. Working together, we will not let criminals undermine our efforts to build a more equal and faster growing economy. Let us reclaim and protect our businesses so that we can build the inclusive economy that must create jobs for our children, brothers, sisters, and all who can work in it. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We now move on to the next speaker, and that would be the Honorable Tessa. Honorable Member, you have 15 minutes.
Face of the rising sun. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Today in South Africa, we confront a painful reality afflicting too many of our communities. The scourge of extortionism in rural areas and townships. This criminal activity is not a collection of isolated incidents. It is a glaring symptom of a deep-rooted inequality that plagues our society. Inequalities that exploit the working class and the marginalized people for profit and power. Extortionism does not arise in a vacuum. It is a product of decades of systemic neglect, economic inequalities, high unemployment, and the deliberate abandonment of communities oppressed under apartheid and still marginalized today. South Africa remains one of the most unequal societies in the world, and the neoliberal policies or pretense policies have only widened this gap. When wealth is concentrated in the hands of a few, desperation becomes the daily reality for the majority, driving many of our youth towards crime for survival. The youth, our nation's future, bear the brunt of this crisis. With staggering unemployment rates and limited opportunities, young people are easy targets of criminal organizations that exploit their vulnerability. These organizations recruit them into illegal operations that not only harm communities, but also rob them of their potential and their future. But let us be clear, extortionism thrives because the state has been absent and relied on reacting whenever there are criminal activities without having a comprehensive plan to curtail crime once and for all. This absence creates a power vacuum that criminal networks exploit, further marginalizing people who already feel abandoned by the government. This distrust in state institutions is the result of a history that has yet to be corrected, a history rooted in colonialism, apartheid, and the failures of neoliberalism. Why must the working class and the marginalized take up the fight against extortion? Because extortion is an enemy of the people. It preys on small businesses, informal traders, and struggling families. It drains communities of their already scarce resources, further impoverishing the poor and deepening inequalities. Extortion weakens community bonds, instills fear, and disrupts the solidarity we so desperately need. As the EFF, we are committed to eradicating this parasitic force, not through piecemeal reforms, but through revolutionary change. We must abolish the tenders. The tender system has become a breeding ground for corruption and exploitation. Instead of delivering services to the people, it has enriched a corrupt elite and criminal networks. Tenders are awarded based not on merit, but on connection, perpetuating inequalities and undermining community development. The EFF does not seek to reform this system. We demand its abolition. The state must take direct responsibility for service delivery, ensuring that resources are allocated transparently and equitably. By eliminating the tender system, we will remove the fertile ground where extortion and corruption takes root and return power to the people. The EFF is committed not only to addressing the root causes of crime, but also ensuring that our communities are protected. Our EFF, the EFF of the people, lays out a detailed plan to fight crime and build a society free from fear, based on the 7 non-negotiable cardinal pillars of open, accountable, and corrupt-free government without the fear of victimization by the state agencies. As the minister has outlined the details into the statistics, we're not going to dwell much on that, but we'll provide key action that details as to how we envisage our utopia in terms of the crime resolution in the country. By employing additional 100,000 police officers to strengthen law enforcement, procuring 7,000 additional police vehicles with the condition that 50% of all parts are made in South Africa, creating local jobs and promoting industrialization, repairing all broken police vehicles to ensure operational efficiency, increasing police visibility across communities, including informal settlements, township, rural areas, and urban centers. The EFF will also invest in community policing forums and municipal street patrollers, providing them with training, uniforms, torches, and bulletproof vests. We will encourage the formation of the crime watch and street committees in hotspots of crime and incentivize community cooperations by rewarding citizens who provide evidence of criminal activities, including drug dealing, social crimes, and domestic violence. Therefore, the EFF crime fighting measures are essential in addressing the alarming statistics as outlined by the minister. These numbers reflect the harsh reality faced by millions of South Africans. The EFF believes that effective, accountable policing and community-led crime prevention initiative can drastically reduce these figures and restore dignity and safety back to our communities. Without wealth redistribution, economic justice, and sustainable jobs, any proposal to address extortionism is merely a reformist tinkering. South Africa's economic structure must be radically transformed. The land must be returned to the people. The means of production must serve the working class. Massive industrial development is essential to creating sustainable jobs and empower communities by building industries that prioritize local production, job creation, and innovation. We can have alternatives to crime and uplifting our people. We demand investment in the public service, education, healthcare, infrastructure, and economic opportunities in rural areas and township areas. Community-led organization must be supported to reclaim public spaces and resist the criminal elements that thrive in their absence. The state must be present, not as a force of repression, but as a partner in community upliftment. We must foster a revolutionary spirit of solidarity amongst the working class. Grassroots movements, community organization must unite to resist both criminal exploitation and capitalist system that breeds it. Together, we can dismantle the conditions that allow extortion to exist. Honorable members, our fight against extortionism is a fight for dignity, economic justice, and the soul of our country. Without wealth redistribution, industrial development, and revolutionary action, we will remain suffocated by a system that values profit over the people. The time has come to break free from the system and build a society rooted on equality, solidarity, and justice. In conclusion, Chair, neoliberalism by its nature cannot provide dignity to South Africans because it is fundamentally rooted on exploitation. At its core, neoliberalism prioritizes profit over the well-being of the people, reducing human lives to mere tools for maximization of wealth for a select few. This system breeds greed and inequality, stripping communities of resources and opportunities while fostering desperation among the marginalized. It is within this context of systemic deprivation that activities like extortionism thrive. Symptoms of a capitalist framework that leaves many with no job but to survive through illicit means. Far from being an abnormal, such criminal behavior is a predictable outcome of an exploitative system that sacrifices collective well-being for individual gains. True dignity and justice can only be achieved by dismantling these oppressive structures and building an economy that centers humanity, equality, and solidarity. Let us commit ourselves to this struggle. For as long as one of us is oppressed by these forces, none of us is truly free. Together we will build a South Africa where every community thrives, where every person is valued, and where extortion and exploitation has no place. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Peza. Good evening, honourable members, ladies and gentlemen. I find myself again in a position I need to just re-emphasize the debate for today is a debate on waging a concerted battle against crime to build safer living and business spaces for our people. That's the topic under discussion. And honourable members, to take the debate further and present his arguments, it is now the turn of the Honourable Swart.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Ministers, Honourable Members and fellow South Africans, good evening. The reality is that crime is a crisis that casts a long, stormy, dark shadow over our nation. Crime does not discriminate. It steals our sense of safety, our dignity, and the hope we need to build better lives for all our people in South Africa. Streets where children should laugh and play are now places of fear became battlefields. Our homes, meant to be sanctuaries, have become prisons of insecurity. In front page of the Burger today reports that 315 kids were murdered in the past 3 months. For 3 decades, our justice system has struggled to restore faith in its ability to deter crime. Policies often cease to focus more on the rights of the offenders than the safety and the dignity of the victims. Justice must be fair but firm, and it should protect the vulnerable and guide offenders towards real rehabilitation. The focus of our prison system must shift towards meaningful rehabilitation. Our prisons are viewed as a breeding ground for more crime rather than spaces for reform. We as leadership today in this august house, as a 7th administration, we need to change this perception. Justice is not served if prisoners leave correctional facilities more hardened than when they entered. Our goal should be to prevent repeat offenses through targeted programs that address the root causes of criminal behavior. South Africa cannot afford a revolving door prison system. By creating a system where offenders learn trades, complete their education, or address the personal circumstances that led to their crimes, then only, Minister, we build a safer society for everyone. However, rehabilitation must come with accountability. Secondly, the practice of reducing sentences to address overcrowding in prisons must be re-evaluated. While overcrowding is a serious issue, blanket sentence reductions are dangerous. They often result in offenders being released without adequate rehabilitation, posing a threat to our communities. Instead, we must explore long-term solutions to prison overcrowding, such as expanding facilities, improving correctional management, and implementing community-based sentencing for non-violent offenders. Public safety must always come first. Thirdly, the parole system must prioritize public safety while ensuring that offenders have undergone meaningful rehabilitation. Parole should not be a given, it must be earned. Violent offenders must demonstrate genuine remorse and readiness to reintegrate into society. Communities have the right to feel secure, knowing that individuals released on parole will not pose danger again. Honorable members, we cannot ignore the devastating impact of gang violence in our country. Gang-related, senseless and brutal killings of our young, harmless school children have become too common. These brutal and reckless killings destroy our families and rob our country of its future leaders. Minister, we urgently need more police officers on the ground. Human resources in law enforcement must be increased to ensure visible policing in high crime areas. It is not enough to have strategies on paper. Action is needed to save lives. No mother gave birth to a drug addict, and no father raised a gangster. Crime does not occur in isolation that thrives in an environment of hopelessness, of poverty, of inequality and unemployment. These are the root causes that we as government must address if we want to create a long-term solution. Education is key to that journey. By equipping young South Africans with skills and opportunities, we can reduce the allure of crime. Job creation, particularly in rural and township economies, is another essential tool in this fight. A productive citizen is far less likely to turn to a criminal activity. South Africa's economy also suffers from the devastating effects of crime. Extortion, theft, and vandalism has forced businesses to close their doors. Small businesses in South Africa, which are the lifeblood of our economy, cannot survive in an environment of fear. Every business that shut down is not just a loss of jobs, but also a loss of hope for the families that depend on those income. The DA, as part of the Government of National Unity, believes that the first duty of any government is to protect its citizens. When the state fails in that duty, it fails its people. South Africans deserve a government that prioritizes safety, accountability, and dignity. We must restore hope in our justice system and faith in our communities. Let us not forget the victims of crime, the women, children, and elderly who suffer in silence. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, crime is not inevitable. It is a result of poor policy choices, governance failures, and a lack of accountability.
Thank you, Honourable Swart. Your time has expired, as you can see.
Thank you.
Honourable members, we can now look forward to the Honourable Peter sharing his thoughts on the matter at hand before the House. Honourable Peter.
Nkosi Mhlekazi, maniphinde ndibulise Minister noMinister wami waseBhayi ndiyambona apha enkosi. Thank you, Minister. Crime rates in South Africa remains alarming high, Minister. According to the police crime statistics released in August 2024, contact crimes, which includes murders, robberies, sexual offenses, and assaults, increased by 2.6% to 153,657 incidents in the first quarter, running from April to June 2024. The question of the day is, why is it so easy for the criminals to kill, to rob, to rape? Police were confronted by many challenges, particularly when they face criminals. They must be mindful of the following. The challenges that the police are facing are so crucial, Minister. The police stays with the criminals in the same locations. How do we expect the police to be more powerful while they are living with the same criminals in the same location? Number two, The police, they are getting daily threats from criminals because they are staying with them in the same location. Another challenge of the police is the IPID. Once the police, they try to perform their duty, the same IPID, they investigate the police. It's another challenge for the police. Number 4, once the police, they stand up to do their job, the SIU still investigate the police. Another one is the Constitution. Everybody has got the right to live, to life. Once the police, they deal with the crime, as the same citizens of this country, we ran to the Constitution. Let me quote some of the few words of Adolf Hitler. Open quote. The great question of the day won't be resolved by the majority of the people. This would be resolved by blood and iron. The majority of the people won't resolve the question of the criminals of this country. Only the police by blood and iron. Last year, Minister, a short story. I've got 2 minutes left. I visited my friend in San Albans. When I was on my way back home, I just go to the taxi. Ngikhwela nomfana of many bail. Masifika kule taxi, lo mfana sidibana ne-prison warder inside the taxi. The same guy says, "Why are you here?" The out in bail. You stay with your wife and your children. I will deal with you. The same man who intimidated the prison warder. The prison warder, he paid his tax, Minister. Ngobe yazba andiko safe. A Minister, my last word are, as long as the police bahlala ne criminals in the location, ngoba banandawo zohlala, i-crime soziphele because the police are intimidated by these criminals. Hence, Minister, I've said in my last speech, the referendum is needed to all South Africans so that they can decide what they want. Abantu bayafa, Minister. Now maba decide bafuna ntoni because we as the government, Minister, siyacotha. Ewe Minister, siyabona umsebenzi wakho uyamfikile kodwa ke uslowly khabe ngathi uyapress noki button. Siyazibona i-criminals ziyesaba, Minister, kodwa maziphele, enkosi.
Thank you very much, Honourable Peter. Ladies and gentlemen, South Africans, we can now look forward to the Honourable van der Berg taking the debate forward. Honourable van der Berg.
Thank you, Chair and fellow South Africans. Today, we have heard from all the various speakers. We have heard about the various impacts crime has on not only the community, but also the economy, infrastructure, and the whole household. The household is the smallest social entity. Households are supposed to be safe areas where children are born, grow up in, and develop to maturity. They either grow up to have wings and fly, making an impression on society, or have their wings clipped and spend a lifetime in relative misery. According to the latest Victims of Crime survey, victims felt unsafe in their homes, as an estimated 1.1 million households experienced housebreaking, while 209,000 households experienced home robberies. Chair, this is wrong. Crime affects our social fabric and economic vitality. One of the foremost strategies in the fight against crime is empowering communities. If individuals and households are the ones affected the most, why can they then not be the eyes and ears and also the ones to effectively report a crime and even collect some basic evidence? We have seen and heard of the importance of a multifaceted approach to fighting crime. The report also indicates that we should be focusing on the role of justice, of the justice system and the police force by enabling them to do successful prosecutions with ample proof and information. We are blessed with a deputy police minister that has done a doctorate study in e-government services. Therefore, we should use this momentum and aim to develop comprehensive mobile digital solutions tailored to South Africa's unique challenges. In our modern world, leveraging technology to combat crime is very important. Surveillance cameras, real-time crime mapping, and mobile applications enabling residents to report suspicious activities can enhance safety and response times, and establishing a robust data sharing mechanism between community groups and police can provide critical insights into crime trends, enabling proactive measures. Chair, we should start to develop a mobile phone application that can work on any smartphone in the country. It should be able to instantly supply free and fast data for the duration of the interaction with the police, with live video and voice uploads and a docket to be opened real-time as the crime is committed. Artificial intelligence should be used to identify crime hotspots based on collective movement patterns and to preemptively deploy police units to potential crime scenes. This can happen if we are really serious about crime. But we have also heard that initiatives such as neighborhood watch programs, community policing forums, and local leadership training can instill a sense of responsibility and vigilance among citizens. Involving community members in a crime prevention efforts not only enhances security, but also builds trust between the police and the public, which is vital in South Africa, where distrust in law enforcement is prevalent. Chairman, let me take the time to also thank the South African Police Service. In my home area, every time the police van comes around the corner, we know that the situation will be addressed and promptly, and the officers will handle the situation to the best of their ability. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable van der Berg. Honourable members, the next speaker at the podium will be the Honourable Nuwe.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. At least you pronounced my surname very well. You are coming right. Honorable Chair, I thought I will not say this. Unfortunately, Honorable Bill is not here. We need to dispel some of the wrong things when they are said. Just to say, to remind him and everybody else that the ANC, when it was ready to govern, as a collective, it went through the eye of the needle. And therefore, it was getting ready to govern. And through the eye of the needle, the hard rock of many years came out. And that hard rock, you can never use the same needle to pinch it. Because once you do that, the needle will bend and it will become useless. Now, if you continue with that trajectory as the DA, you will end up in the street written government of national unity, and you'll blame yourself, not us. And Honorable Bill says the ANC does not have a plan. It means he was not listening when the minister was talking here. I was not going to open with this statement, but I need to use it to remind him that the ANC has a plan, and the minister referred to it. The National Development Plan for South Africa Vision 2030, which includes a priority objective of safety and security, And the vision outlined in the plan is that, I quote, in 2030, people living in South Africa feel safe and have no fear of crime. They are safe at home, at school, at work, and they enjoy an active community life free of fear. Women can walk freely in the streets and children can play safely outside. The police service is a well-resourced professional institution staffed by highly skilled officers who value their work and serve the community. Safeguard lives and property without discrimination. Protect the peaceful against violence and respect the rights of all equality and justice, close quote. So he must make himself a favor to go and read the NDP. And Honorable Banders North, you should help. We have been rocked by the most unfortunate circumstances in the recent times where we saw our children losing their lives on the matter of spaza shops in South Africa. As of right now, spaza shops, whether they are owned by South Africans or foreigners, they should be regulated in the rest of the country as the president has directed. The Businesses Act 71 of 1991 granted municipalities the power to grant permits and barely makes the minister a coordinator as there are issues of Immigration Act and other stakeholders involved, which makes the minister not to have the power to just act on her capacity alone. And I think Minister Ndabeni has made reference to this, how she will be dealing with this matter. And the Department of Small Business in bringing legislation to Parliament to ensure that we are able to give ourselves some authority to be able to issue certain directives when it comes to licensing. Businesses typically incur both direct and indirect costs as a result of crime. The things that have an impact on money, stolen goods, and property damage are all considered to be direct costs of crime to business. Indirect costs of crime include lost work hours because employees must take time off, the temporary closure of the businesses, and the loss of equipment needed to be which needs to be completed. And business may also restrict their own expansion while preventing criminal activity by, for an example, reducing their working hours. And crime has an impact that extends beyond the financial expenses, particularly for smaller businesses. Due to the high crime rates and the fact that some businesses have been victims of serious crimes like robberies, burglaries, businesses are reluctant to grow and start scaling back their operations. According to statistics, small businesses that have been directly impacted by crime are less able to expand their workforce. 17 to 22% of businesses were less likely to do so due to their fears of crime. Small business owners have personally experienced it, are reluctant to make investments or grow their companies. They believe that rather than spending more money on equipment that will be stolen, it will be better for them to increase security measures. Recently, we have seen the town in Tata in St. Cape province on the headlines with extortion from criminals to business commonly known as protection fee. This is where criminals demand a weekly or monthly free businesses and threaten to shut them down or kill them. And therefore, Honorable Chairperson, Gauteng has developed a panic button for people who are in distress, which they can use, as Honorable van der Berg has made reference to it. And in short explanation, it's a smartphone app that can be used to send emergency alerts and receive assistance in an emergency. And some panic buttons app can also provide safety guidance in an unknown area. And this can become very helpful to all of us, but most importantly, the businesses. Crime has a detrimental effect on individuals who are participants and drivers of the economy. Employee health expenses may rise as a result of stress of injuries brought on by crime. Our attempts as African National Congress-led government to boost investment, promote growth, and lessen poverty are thwarted by high crime rates. We have continued to invest in a great deal of money and energy in combating crime. To maintain the stability and integrity and effectiveness of these vital crime-fighting organizations, we have appointed new leadership to the SAPS, Hawks, NPA, and State Security Agency this year. For public order policing, an additional 5,000 police officers have been assigned. Since May last year, the SAPS has made over 285,000 arrests as a result of Operation Shanela, a new strategy to combat crime focusing on hotspots areas. Some activities such as illegal mining has been conducted through well-organized foreign undocumented people, and this poses a threat to communities as these elements are very well armed. Operation Prosper, which has been in operation from 28 October 2023 until this year, April 2024, involved the deployment of 3,000 members of the South African Defence Force, working alongside the South African Police Service to curb illegal mining. And this was very effective, and therefore it will still be continued in 2025 to ensure that illegal mining that continues to undermine legal mining in this country is uprooted. I can see my time is running out, Chair. So to promote safe, healthy communities, local government legislation calls for establishment of community safety centers. The establishment of these centers ought to be contemplated. To actively contribute to community safety, communities must be inspired. Closed-circuit television cameras and information technology are examples of how the private sector already supports local initiatives and plays a significant role in addition to participating in joint patrols and checkpoints with neighborhood watches. Private security initiatives have been conducting joint operations with police, and these efforts ought to be encouraged. Finally, without a robust criminal justice system, South Africa cannot be considered safe. All departments within the police justice, crime prevention, and security cluster must work together to accomplish this. In order to address the system's present shortcomings, we think that the recommendations made in the review of the South African criminal justice system will be effectively implemented. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Ngwe. Ladies and gentlemen, being the House of the Three Spheres, we now look to the South African Local Government Association to participate in the debate, and to do that on their behalf, I call on Councillor Naidu. Councillor Naidu. Last chance for Councillor Naidu.
Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Ministers and Deputy Ministers present, MECs present, Chief Whip of the NCOP, honorable members, greetings to you all. Thank you for the opportunity afforded to SALGA to participate in this debate held under the theme Waging a Concerted Battle Against Crime to Build Safer Living and Business Spaces for Our People. I would like to address this by making the following 6 points. 1, contextualizing the challenge. Building safer communities in South Africa is a complex and challenging task. Specific challenges faced at the local level might include issues like high rates of violent crimes and gender-based violence, substance abuse contributing to crime, inadequate street lighting and infrastructure in some areas, socio-economic factors like poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Broader and more holistic interventions that extend beyond the criminal justice system are required to adequately address the underlying risks to community safety. The success of such interventions will depend largely upon the extent to which they are locally owned and committed to by community members. Responses, therefore, must go beyond policing and require a collaboration between law enforcement, local government, and civil society. 2, whole of government and all of society approach. Community safety cannot be delivered by a one sphere of government alone. A whole of government approach is required. Collaboration with non-state actors is required to expand into a whole of society approach. The Constitution recognizes the different spheres of government at national, provincial, and local level as distinctive, yet emphasizes the interdependent and interrelated nature of government. It requires a comprehensive approach and mechanism for an integrated response to crime and violence prevention. Local government, specifically councillors, are well placed to roll out crime and violence prevention interventions at local level. SALGA developed councillor pocketbooks on building safer communities. The responsibility of local government in provision of safety and security, as well as crime and violence prevention, are derived from the key legislation and policy frameworks. Other key actors include non-state actors and civil society communities, police services, and local businesses. 3, local government in the context of safety. Considering its mandate to respond to the development needs of communities and to coordinate the delivery of basic services across municipalities, local government is well positioned to deliver on the fundamentals of safety and violence prevention. As a result, local government has been delegated a series of responsibilities by the 2016 White Paper for the following critical actions: conducting needs assessments and audits of challenges to community safety at a local level, developing community safety plans and local strategies to identify and safety needs of municipalities, integrating safety and violence prevention outcomes into local, district, and metro IDPs, aligning budgets and resources to safety and violence prevention objectives and outcomes, conducting safety and violence prevention programs within the municipality, facilitate meaningful participation in safety planning and activities and forums. SALGA emphasizes that municipalities should be at the forefront of community safety through a multifaceted approach on bylaw enforcement, ensuring compliance with municipal bylaws related to public safety, nuisance behavior, and environmental issues, community policing forums, strengthening collaboration between communities and the police, social crime prevention programs, investing in initiatives that address the root causes of crime, such as youth development programs, early childhood development, substance abuse prevention and treatment, support for vulnerable groups, urban planning and design, creating safer public spaces through improved street lighting, visible policing, access control in public spaces, the use of technology such as CCTV cameras, crime mapping tools, and the community safety hubs to enhance crime prevention efforts. SALGA support to municipalities. We developed a position paper on enhancing the role of local government in building safer communities. We are doing the following: advocacy. SALGA advocates for policies and resources that empower local governments to fight crime effectively. SALGA position paper creates a framework that outlines a local government perspective on the requirements that need to be in place to enable local government to fulfill its community safety and violence prevention mandate. Capacity building. SALGA provides training, resources, and guidance to municipalities on crime prevention and community safety. Knowledge sharing. SALGA facilitates the sharing of best practices and innovative approaches to crime prevention among municipalities. Partnership, SALGA works with national governments, law enforcement agencies, and civil society organizations to support local government efforts to combat crime. Of note are the international partners like GIZ and the Canadian Embassy. Community safety needs to be institutionalized across all businesses in the municipality. We need a holistic view to community safety, implement strategies that work and facilitate community participation. Local coordination structures are as drivers of community safety. Community safety forums as multi-stakeholder platforms for joint planning, implementation, and monitoring of coordinated efforts to building safer communities. Drive integrated and collaborative planning and implementation of crime and violence prevention initiatives. Are a platform for communities to identify safety challenges and develop appropriate solutions, and enhance communication, participation, and sharing of information on safety issues. Alignment with other coordinating structures such as rapid response teams for gender-based violence and femicide, driven by the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disability, COCTA, and other partners, and specialized local structures driven by civil society or other local actors. Coordination structures need to be aligned to the needs of the community with the aim to join efforts and resources towards a common objective. Parallel or competing structures are to be avoided. In conclusion, here are some considerations. South Africa is a strong and coherent policy framework on community safety, but there is a need for improved coordination regarding the implementation efforts. Local government has an important role to play in driving a community safety agenda, especially through coordination and strategic partnerships. Crime prevention is a shared responsibility. Therefore, all stakeholders, government, communities, business, and civil society must work together to create safer living and business spaces. Advocacy for a holistic and sustainable approach to crime prevention that addresses the root causes of crime and promotes social cohesion. Municipalities are encouraged to develop localized crime prevention strategies that are tailored to the specific needs and challenges. SALGA embraces the whole government and whole of society approach to assist its members in ensuring service delivery through collaboration and coordination of the role that strategic partnerships and stakeholders play. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Naidu, representing the South African Local Government Association. We now move on with the debate and to the other sphere of government. Representing the Northwest Province, we've got the MEC of Community Safety and Transport Management, the Honourable Morweng. Honourable Morweng.
Thank you very much. Let me take this opportune moment to greet the chairperson of the NCOP, Honourable Refile Nsweni Tsipane, the deputy chairperson of the NCOP, Honourable Govenda, ministers, deputy ministers, house chair of committees, all honourable members. Yesterday, Honourable Minister Zomtunu released the crime statistics for the second quarter, in which he elaborately explained the patterns and the type of crimes we are dealing with. Importantly, the statistics the minister was sharing with the nation are those that had been reported at various police stations across the Republic. Honourable Chairperson, without necessarily going into those statistics, allow me to highlight some of the steps we've taken in the Northwest Province in waging a concerted battle against crime to build safer living and business spaces for our people. We began the fight against crime by coordinating crime prevention community engagement at identified areas in the province. This is done through the integrated crime and violence prevention strategy to mobilize communities and stakeholders through engagement, dialogue, and district development collaborations. The initiative on itself is designed to directly engage with communities as a model that puts people first. And I must say that indeed, progress has been made and relationship with the communities has been strengthened as we see more and more community involvement in the fight against crime. Indeed, all those efforts in the fight against crime will need an integrated approach and therefore it is important to bring all stakeholders on board. We must remember that the police or government alone cannot win the fight against crime, but it must be a collective and concerted effort. We are grateful for the national government to choose us as province to launch this year's 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, which the Deputy President launched yesterday in Rustenburg. Like all other major cities, Rustenburg is a conurbation of multiculturalism and suffers all kinds of criminal acts like all major metropolis do. The city is ranked number 8 in the country with the highest number of reported crimes. To ensure we fight the scourge, we have implemented a number of campaigns to address issues related to prevention of gender-based violence and femicide. 2 months ago, we engaged community of Lerome in Moruleng outside Rustenburg, and the community said some of the most heinous crimes are perpetrated by undocumented persons, some of whom are involved in illegal mining. I will expand more on this issue later. The engagement we have had include campaigns on violence against vulnerable groups, school safety programs to create a safer learning environment at identified schools, crime prevention through environmental design, anti-substance abuse, anti-gangsterism, and rural safety in all our districts of the province. As part of these efforts, we have funded 50 community policing forums to ensure that crime prevention initiatives are intensified. Furthermore, functionality assessment and capacity building workshops were conducted in the 4 districts to enhance CPF's ability to participate in the prevention of crime by implementing community policing strategy. To ensure we successfully wage a concerted battle against crime, to build safer living and business space for our people, a total 420 community safety patrollers were appointed and inducted by the department in partnership with South African Police Service and the Provincial Department of Public Works and Roads. Training was provided to 40 young people as part of the expanded public works program exit strategy in Macau and Rustenburg in the Bojanala Platinum District. In realizing the objective of established community safety forums, the department has continued with engagement in identified municipalities. Council resolutions were received from Moses Kotane, Naledi, Mahikeng, Lekwatayaman, Greater Tau, and Khetler Rifir local municipalities. We have already launched in Moses Kotane, and tomorrow, the 27th of November, we will be launching in Khetler Rifir, with other areas earmarked to be launched before the end of this financial year. Monitoring and oversight of the police was done through the implementation of the census project in all the 85 police stations. The focus was primarily on frontline services to communities, as well as the SAPS compliance in line with the Domestic Violence Act, resourcing and infrastructure. A gradual improvement has been noted on administrative and operational compliance. However, minimal progress was noted on challenges which fall within the competency of provincial and national levels relating to infrastructure provision of resources to police stations. The department received and investigated complaints raised by members of the public regarding services rendered by the SAPS. This included poor investigation of cases and lack of feedback to complaints by investigating officers. To this end, an intervention was done in instances where there was broken relations to restore trust and confidence in police by the communities. We have also implemented what we call court briefs by monitoring how cases are presented to ensure perpetrators are not being released on technicalities because cases were not properly filed. We also have regular unannounced visits to police stations to monitor frontline service delivery and to ensure Batupili principles are adhered to. In addition, the department facilitated engagement sessions between Independent Police Investigation Directorate and the police to monitor implementation of IP recommendations by the SAPS. We have also implemented a national research project on effectiveness of community engagement as a mechanism to enhance community police relations and service delivery. To ensure we continue to increase accessibility, we have established 3 satellite police stations and 21 mobile community service centers. These are several police stations that have been built and are already operational and will soon be opened by the minister. These police stations include Mabiskral, Moekavuma, Dorsberg, We'll also be relocating Kanana Police Station in Auckland near Klerksdorp to a new larger building. Honorable Chairperson, as indicated earlier, though the problem is widespread in six other provinces, there had been a sudden focus of illicit mining activities in the province. These illegal miners, who refer to themselves as artisanal miners, are mostly non-documented people, though some are citizens who are reportedly former mine employees. The Department of Mineral Resources and Energy has indicated earlier that the cost of illegal mining is estimated to be over 70 billion rand annually in gold mining. This, needless to say, results in huge losses of revenue for both government and the mining sector. Importantly, these illegal activities have a negative impact on the safety and the health of the surrounding communities. This also impacts negatively on the environment and is a risk to the sustainability of the mining industry. The government had earlier established the National Coordination and Strategic Management Team to coordinate all-inclusive efforts to fight illegal mining. This multi-sectoral approach led by the SAPS is supported by the South African National Defence Force. In the Northwest Province in particular, the activities were confined and concentrated in Rustenburg area, including the village of Tatlaganyani in Moses Kotane Municipality, Dr. Arasemi Municipality at lower scale in Amalia, and Stilfontein and Auckland in Klerksdorp, which has in the last several weeks been making international news headline. As per the first quarter crime statistics report, the illegal mining pattern has not changed in the value chain of this criminality. There are allegations of coercion of young people that are used as conduits to supply food, water, and other necessities. These are also allegations of sexual violation, stock theft from the ill-gotten proceeds. Vehicles are bought which find their way into illegal taxi operations. To illustrate the extent of this challenge and how it has penetrated the fabric of our basic values, 2 months ago, the police arrested an elderly gentleman in Rustenburg who allegedly was using his bedroom as an illegal entry to a nearby shaft. In Stilfontein and Auckland, the police came up with a plan to cut the supply of food and water to force illegal miners to surface. We're informed by those who have surfaced that there is a roaring illegal business down there. For instance, a loaf of bread, a bottle of water, a can of cold drink, of all which will not pay over 20 rand in a legal store, are all sold for not less than 100 rand each down there. Of the consignment, the police has intercepted recently, earmarked to be sent alongside food, include alcohol and cigarettes. Over the 1,200 illegal miners who have so far surfaced, over 800 are Mozambicans, followed by 100 Zimbabweans, and the rest are from Malawi, few from Lesotho, even fewer from South Africa. Apart from South Africa, all of them were undocumented and were processed by Home Affairs as per the procedure. Last week, after visiting the area, Minister Senzo Mchunu tasked me to chair the rescue team that will make sure that illegal miners, they resurface beneath the ground. Together with the police, stakeholders that include the district, local, and the mining sector in the area, we have developed a plan which is divided into 3 phases. The first phase was to clear the area around the shaft used by illegal miners, which was done and completed. This shaft is 2,500 meters deep, according to community members who have been assisting the illegal miners. However, the mining expert in the area says it is 1,000.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Unfortunately, your time has expired. Please, we really appreciate your articulation of the programs of your department in contributing in stemming out these illegal activities which are taking place in the country. Your input was well appreciated. The next speaker on the podium will be Honorable Marais from the MEC for Police and Oversight, Western Cape.
Agbare voorsitter, agbare lede, dit is my voorreg om vanaand namens die Weskaap 'n insig te lewer oor hierdie belangrike onderwerp. When I was appointed as Western Cape Minister of Police Oversight and Community Safety 5 months ago, I set myself 5 goals. These are combating increased extortion and gang-related violence on the Cape Flats, Secondly, steps to ensure the Western Cape is allocated its fair share of police officers as per census figures. Thirdly, increased frequency in the communication of police successes. Fourthly, additional steps already taken in the Western Cape to fight crime. And fifthly, devolution of police powers. On the crime of extortion, we find 4 types of extortion in the Western Cape. The first is what is sometimes called extra tax, when sorties come from house to house, go from house to collect money, and if you do not pay, they will harm or kill you and your family. The second form of extortion is when pavement hawkers, like the ladies selling fruit next to the street, are forced to pay money to criminals, or else they are physically harmed and their products are taken. The third and fourth forms of extortion are the construction mafia and the protection rackets operating in nightclubs and bars. The Western Cape government have instituted a toll-free line which you can call to report any form of extortion. The information can be given confidentially and anonymously. You do not have to give your name. And the number is currently 0800 314444, but it will change to the national number 0800 911 011 in due time. Another way in which the Western Cape combats extortion and improves the economy is the Law Enforcement Advancement Plan, or as we know it, LEAP, which is funded by our department and managed by the city. We have about 1,000 LEAP members in the field to support SAPs in their vital work. After a successful trial run in Delft, it was decided to double down on the number of LEAP members deployed in the 6 worst crime hotspots, rather than spreading them too thinly. The 6 areas are Mitchells Plain, Delft, Nyanga, Gugulethu, Philippi East, which includes Hanover Park, and Kailicha. In order to ensure that no crime hotspots are left behind, we also have a rapid response unit of 120 LEAP members who can be deployed to any area facing a spike in crime. LEAP is a dynamic project informed by data and evidence, so this strategy will be reviewed after 6 months. Agbare voorsitter en agbare lede, ek wil hierdie raad vandag inlig oor 'n paar verwikkelinge wat mense hoop gee dat ons bestryding van misdade soos rampokkery wel momentum het. The impact of the Government of National Unity on the political, legislative and practical implementation levels. On the political level, the appointment as Minister of Police of Mr. Senzo Mchunu in the place of General Bheki Cele has meant a sound improvement. I have found the new Minister Mchunu, to be open to suggestion and to be some who means well and who will put his money where his mouth is. He is, to put it plainly, someone you can do business with. One of the manifestations of this spirit of cooperation has been the Memorandum of Understanding between the National Government, the Western Cape Government, the South African Police Service and the City of Cape Town. In addition to Minister Mchunu, much credit is due to Premier Alan Winde, Major Jordan E. Lewis, Micro Member for Safety and Security, J.B. Smith, and Provincial SAPS Commissioner, Major General Tembisile Patekile. Die spoed waarmee generaal Patekile byvoorbeeld bykomende magte en Bishop Lywes in Atlantis ontplooi het, tydens die huidige opvlamming geweldsmisdaad daar spreek boekdele. Of course, the MOU remains a matter of good...
No, Chair.
What are you raising, Honorable Minister?
On the procedure, Chair.
Sorry?
On the procedure that has been established.
All right.
Can I request the speaker to refer to Minister Mchunu as the Minister of Police and not what she's saying, because she's being insulting. Please. Can she refer to as Minister of Police and not pronounce the surname?
All right.
Thank you.
You can continue. You can continue, Missy.
Thank you so much. Of course, the MOU remains a matter of good intention until it is put into practice by its implementation agreement. It gives me much joy to report to you that the process of writing and agreeing to the implementation agreement is progressing very well, and the practical benefits to the people of the Western Cape will be felt soon. Another cabinet member with whom we are cooperating is the Minister of Correctional Services, Dr. Pieter Groenewald. According to numerous sources in this ground-level war on crime in our province, whom I have encountered during oversight visits, a major stumbling block is that much of the violent crime in our province is committed by parolees who have just been released from prison. At this moment, there is no compunction on the Department of Correctional Services to inform the local substation commander that a parolee is about to be released into his or her area. My discussion with Dr. Groenewald was to ask him to initiate a regulatory or legislative change so that it would be compulsory for the Department of Correctional Services to inform the substation commander that a parolee is about to be released into the policing precinct so that SAPS and the community policing structures can be aware and prepared. Dr. Groenewald is very receptive of this initiative, and the Western Cape Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety has already commenced discussions about implementation. Within the National Parliament, in the National Assembly, the new chairman of the Portfolio Committee on Police is Ian Cameron. Together, Ian and our department have commenced a process in collaboration with all cell phone providers to write legislation to make it easier to use data from the mobile phone companies to locate criminals and victims of kidnapping for ransom. It will focus on tracking mobile devices in the so-called golden hour, the first hour after the kidnapping. This process will take a while yet, but it is out of the starting blocks, and I have high expectations of this process. Chairperson and honourable members, the release of the second quarter crime statistics, July to September 2024, revealed that the Western Cape recorded an 8.7% decrease in murder. I remain concerned that our crime levels are still unacceptably high. Now is not a time for complacency. We should take heart from the decrease in murder to redouble our efforts to further push down crime. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mare, for sharing the plans of your department with this House. They are highly appreciated, Madam. And then the next speaker on the platform is going to be Honorable Gossel, Western Cape.
Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, fellow South Africans, the discovery of a 92-year-old woman's body, naked body, in a wheelbarrow in Bengu, Eastern Cape this past weekend was a stark reminder of the level of crime we as South Africans face and the urgency with which we need to address it. From today's debate, it seems there is one thing we all agree on in this House, and that is that the people in this country deserve to be safe and secure. The spirit of the GNU and the fact that the tide in South Africa is changing is causing the EFF great distress. This is why we have seen such desperation in our committees, such embarrassing grandstanding when they are here at the podium, spewing hate at white people and praising their populist corruption-accused leaders. The EFF's biggest fear is that we, as the GNU, and the builders in this country will address the scourge of crime, because that would lead them to exchanging their red overalls for orange ones, for their large-scale looting of the VBS Bank, and that perverse sort of reverse Robin Hood modus operandi they employ by taking Limpopo Gogo's Stokvel money to purchase exorbitantly expensive shoes for their leader. Honourable Tessa referred to parasites and breeding greed, but Honourable Majola, you neglected to include in your very invigorating speech the parasite in chief, accused number one, the immoral, lying thief who lives secure in comfort in Nkandla, while the rest of South Africans live in fear. The immoral, lying thief who stood here in our parliament laughing making a mockery of our democracy and institutions, and who subjected Bheki clearly on us. Much strength to you, Minister Mkhunu, in undoing the damage. We have seen a good start. We look forward to this finding its way into the statistics and into the lived reality on the ground. Imagine what the devolution of powers could do. Honorable Peter asked, why is it so easy for criminals to rob and kill? Well, let me tell you a little story. In 1994, fewer than 500 sentenced prisoners were serving life sentences.
Honorable Kossel. Honorable Peza, please, you are allowed to heckle, but you cannot drown a speaker on the podium. He has the right, just like any other one, to have views and to express in this house. Please, let us respect that. Thank you.
Truth hurts, Chair. In 1994, fewer than 500 sentenced prisoners were serving life sentences.
Honorable
Today,
Peza, for the second time now, please. You'll be out for the third time. Thank you.
there it is. Today, there are more than 18,000. After democracy from 1995 until 2011, murders steadily decreased. Then, 2 years after Jacob Zuma became president, catastrophe. Zuma's government appointed cronies, many with known criminal links, to pivotal state institutions. His government deliberately laid waste to crime intelligence, crime control, and the NPA. Zuma appointed the criminal Richard Mdluli to head crime intelligence. He and his confederates destroyed its crime countering functions, looted its coffers, and extinguished a vital resource against violence and disorder. The result from 2011 was a significant increase in all forms of crimes. The Zuma years will be remembered for weakening crime intelligence to the detriment of the people and for strengthening the advantage thereof for Zuma's cronies and other crooks. Unfortunately, crime intelligence still has its bad apples, who protect their own in the police and the political hierarchy. And no, Honorable Advocate Nonkonyama, I am not criticizing the police. I am saying that we must fix crime intelligence so that the police is supported in the important and patriotic duty they do for this country every day. Crime intelligence operations and reports contribute to the neutralizing of crime by gathering, collating, and analyzing intelligence. This leads to an actionable policing activity. There are good people in the police who put their lives on the line every day so that South Africans can feel safe. And it is our responsibility to ensure that our institutions support them. We had positive input from Honorable Mananiso and Honorable Noe, but actions speak louder than words. We've not heard anything about the ANC's plan to undo the severe destruction of critical state institutions. But I look forward to Honorable Nonkonyama's wrap of this debate. Honorable Swart and Honorable Billy is correct. We must look at the issue of crime holistically and take into account all the contributing factors. Government is hard at work to achieve its promises to the people. The City of Cape Town and the Minister of Police, as he himself told us, have already taken hands in the spirit of the GNU to work for the benefit of our people's safety. Whilst the previous police minister did not set a very high bar, it is heartwarming to hear the proactive interaction between Ministers Mkhunu, Groenewald, Marais, and other role players. The result is evident from yesterday's release of the crime statistics for the last quarter. Honourable members, what we need in order to wage this war is more of the same, more collaboration of GNU ministers, more action, more commitment. So, Honourable Nonkonyana and Minister Mkhunu, we look forward to listening to your wrap of this debate and welcome any further positive input on how we as a government of national unity continue to create safer living and business spaces for all those South Africans who do not live secure in comfort. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kossel, for the good articulation of what must be done in the country. And then the next speaker on the podium is Honorable Chief Nonkonyana.
Well, Chairperson, honorable members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I rise to thank the African National Congress for sponsoring this debate, which clearly demonstrates that the ANC is the only people's organization having the interests of all the people of South Africa, and is determined to wage a concerted battle against crime to build safer living and business spaces for our people. It is not surprising that many peace-loving South Africans continue to pin hopes on ANC to enjoy fruits of liberty achieved by selfless struggle of heroines and heroes of our struggle for liberation, which was led by the mighty African National Congress. I also wish to thank all the members who supported the ANC in this debate, those who did so with tongue in the cheek, and those that in between the lines seem to be against it. Shame on you. It is well nigh irrefutable that none would deny that the ANC government did its utmost best to deliver a climate conducive to such noble goals, notwithstanding challenges it experienced from the heirs of violent colonial and racist regimes who seem to have enjoyed suppressing the entoiling masses of our people. Honorable Badenhorst, isiXhosa vernacular language correctly states and expresses as follows: Isikhalo songaphansi siyamvuyisa ongaphezulu. The progressive policies of the ANC government experienced and continue experiencing resistance from the haves, who include those inherited our land from thieves and pushed back legitimate owners of the land to shacks, slums, other structures not conducive to human habitation, and barren rural areas which they reserved as reservoirs for cheap labor. To address these injustices, the ANC government, since it took over more than 30 years ago, adopted numerous progressive policies through white paper processes that were a product of extensive consultations and resulted to the enactment of numerous pieces of legislation by People's Parliament, of course, under the able leadership of the one and the only African National Congress. And these include a crime prevention strategy that links to government responses to causes of crime in line with the Freedom Charter adopted as far back as 1955. Certainly, DA and other myopic political parties howling in this chamber were not even conceived. Freedom Charter states that under the ANC government, our people should have the right, quote, live where they choose, be decently housed, and to bring up their families in comfort and security, close quote. It can never be correct and acceptable that today in our hard-earned democracy, 3/4 of South Africans feel unsafe while walking in their neighborhoods, while 2/3 reported that they fear crime in their own homes, as reported by Afrobarometer South Africa. Afrobarometer South Africa highlights that this experience of insecurity is common amongst poor South Africans who live in urban townships, traditional and Khoisan communities who are mostly Black and women. ANC government industrial policy is one of the best policies in the world and has attracted investors all over the world. We are concerned, though, by some in the business who recruited and continue to recruit foreigners to deny our people jobs and protection provided for in the labor laws of our beloved country. Some of the foreigners have taken even spaza shops and street vendors, selling contaminated food that killed our children. They are not even registering their businesses to avoid paying tax, and as late Comrade Tito correctly pointed out, that they are not even bank their ill-gotten gains. The ANC government has enacted laws to fight against criminals and ragamuffins, including those who targeted rural areas, as evidenced by brutal and callous killings of rural masses, their traditional leaders, owners of businesses, including but not limited to stock theft, killings in townships to scare investors. Similarly, killings of commercial farmers continue to be one of the priority crimes of our government. It is pleasing to note, Chair and honorable member, that today the mass murderers appeared in Lusikisiki Magistrate Court, having been caught by vigilance of our police services. On 2nd October this year, media reported 2 black women who were shot and fed to pigs by white farmer and 2 co-workers. Their sin was to look for food on the farm near Polokwane in August this year. Their bodies fed to pigs to defeat the cause of justice. DA and your concoction supporters, your silence has been deafening. The ANC government has intelligence services that is wide awake. It is key to detection and the prosecution of criminals who continue to rob people of this country, fruits of liberty achieved by supreme sacrifices of fallen heroes and heroines of our struggle. Their spirit continue to inspire ANC government that is determined to uproot with the necessary speed and agility criminality that continues to be a menace of all our societies in South Africa. Chairperson and honorable members, the Select Committee on Safety and Justice, which I have a singular honor to be its whip, have held several meetings with all ministries and entities under the ministries and conducted oversight. Fortunately, both Honorable Billy and Honorable Gottsel are members. We all been impressed by what the ANC has done in the past 30 years and its determination to do more to deliver safety to all communities, including civic and business communities.
Hold it, Honorable Nonkonyana. Honorable Peter, don't repeat that again. Don't repeat that again. This is insulting. You cannot say a member is lying. You cannot say a member is lying. Please don't do that. You are derogating the house. Over to you, Honorable.
We've all been impressed about the ANC, what it has done in the past 30 years, and its determination to do more to deliver safety to all communities, including civic and business communities, to live in peace and prosper and to prosper.
It's a resume seat. On what are you rising, Honorable?
Rule 61B.
Chair, the honourable member has just said that we are all impressed by what the ANC has done over the last 10 years. Cannot be, because we are not all impressed with what the ANC has done.
All right.
So you must take that statement back.
Your point of order is not sustained. Your point of order is not sustained. Continue, Honorable Nonkonyana.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Please,
Truth
let
has
us not drown the speaker.
Territory known as South Africa inclusive of land, oceans, and air, is being policed by various specialized units of South African police services, and are all working together to do more for communities and business. As I going to conclude, logic dictates that the ANC acting alone, as Honorable Minister correctly pointed out, will not succeed to combat crime. Cruelty of criminals in our homes, as evidenced by killing of women by their husbands, killing of girlfriends by boyfriends, white-collar criminals that have infested business community, oceans economy, have parasites by piracy, extortionists tormenting people, taxi violence, construction mafias, etc. ANC calls upon all the people to work hand in glove with police and other law enforcement agencies to uproot crime at all spheres of government, to have safe communities both in urban and rural areas, and to have a climate conducive for all businesses to prosper and produce and rather provide needed decent jobs for all. We have seen thugs going around demanding protection fee from the poor people. We have seen thugs masquerading as business people demanding what their companies, that the companies should be considered for construction contracts in their areas they live, in the areas in which they live. These are known criminals. As the ANC, we support every effort to strengthen community organization activism and mobilization to take lead in combating crime and make our communities safer. President Ramaphosa stated recently in the latest State of the Nation address the following, and I quote, "South Africans deserve to be safe and to feel safe, to walk freely without fear in their neighborhoods and public spaces." Siyavuma Mongameli. Therefore, we must wage a concerted battle against crime to build a safer living and business spaces for our people. We are saying we should do so because we are not restricting to the haves, as the DA and other people would like us to believe, but we are saying everyone in South Africa must feel safe and everyone must support our police services and must support our government. I'm pleased that the representative of the Freedom Front actually he amazed me to actually articulate in this podium progressive stance that the ANC is doing everything in its power to make sure that everyone live in peace and harmony, with a view that business people, including everyone within the territory of South Africa, live in peace. I may dare say that even those territorial waters, the Air Force are in charge, even the borders, the police are in charge, and they are doing everything so that we can live in peace and in harmony. That is why, therefore, we can rightly say, Honorable Badenos, Amanda. and I want to tell you then that Fagaz Zamlwembe, Fagaz. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Nonkonyana, for your articulation of the position of your party. But I'm making an appeal next time to address the chairperson, not the member of the House. Don't do it. Don't do it. All right. All right. The next speaker on the podium is the Minister of Police, Honorable Martin White.
Thank you very much, Chair. News 24 is bringing us news that might be disappointing. It says, my job is to kill. And they say this is the stern warning from an alleged hitman who said he had been hired by Eastern Cape Department of Education officials to kill the department's chief financial officer. And they name her here and they show the face. Now, if this is true, I would just want to say that this is not the last word. It can be a criminal boldly talking like that, just like we had in the Sunday Times when they publishing another person saying, who is in custody, saying, I'm a monster. Now, this mindset, I think we need to pick it up more and more, think about it. Why are potential or real criminals getting bolder in the way they talk, in the way they do things? But it's a pointer that we've got to stand united and be resolved to fight crime. And there's no going back. We need to go forward. I just want to say that IPID and SIU are no impediments. We would need to play away from that because the public, because they trust us when we speak, they might actually think that there are various units in government that are fighting police. Now, these units are solely focusing on criminality, even among the police. And therefore, they are not an impediment in fighting crime on the side of police. Now, I just want to say the people in South Africa are the last law, and we are together with them. I don't think there is anything that will defeat the people of South Africa standing together and facing crime. We might be different parties here, but more and more I heard people talking about, let's be united, let's stand together in different ways. And I think that is a very good message that closes our debates and it goes directly to the criminals who must know that we are together, even though we come from different parties. But when it comes to them, we're facing them together and we will win at the end. I express our sincere thanks for the contributions, the views, and everything that happened in this house. It can only inspire us forward. Thank you very much.
All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your contribution in this debate. I would like to thank the ministers, deputy ministers, permanent delegates, MECs, and all the special girls and SACA representatives for availing themselves for the sitting. Honorable delegates, that concludes the business of the day. The House is adjourned.
Recording stopped.
Thank you. Bye bye.